Hello everybody and welcome back once again to Cadet Varna, brought to you by X Promotions, the IAME Nordic Cup 2024. Very different weather conditions to what we experienced yesterday, where it was bone dry and sunny throughout the Friday and Saturday running. It's Sunday morning here in Norway and it's very much a different story. A lot of rain overnight, much of which actually fell during my impromptu test session last night on the Cadet Varna circuit. Many of you would have been here to witness that. It was very good fun and games. A massive thank you to Miko, to Sian, and to everybody here at X Promotions who have been instrumental in making the meeting run and also giving me a very good day at the office yesterday evening. But the rain looks like it's here to stay now, as you can see on the Cadet Varna circuit. Looks like it could be intermittent throughout the course of the day. A very dramatic way then to present the drivers in the grid today with their 4 IAME World Finals tickets, and of course they will be eligible for the drivers to compete throughout the entirety of that speed week in Valencia in Spain on the first week of November. Jake Sanson here with you in the commentary box once again. And we've got some great battles to come over the course of proceedings. There are World Finals tickets to give to the winning drivers in Mini, Junior X30, Senior X30, and the leading IAME pilot in Junior 60. So there's a lot at stake and a very dramatic way for it all to conclude. The warm-up sessions this morning prove that the circuit is very damp and wet in several places around the course. And with the rain very much staying for the continuation of the day, it looks like it's going to be a very tough day at the office in general. So what we can tell you is that the timetable has adapted and edited a little bit as a result of the weather conditions. We're now kicking off at 10:20, which is in a little under 5 minutes time with the Cadet superheat. Then we'll have the superheats for Mini at 10:40, Junior 60 at 11:05, X30 Junior at 11:30, and Senior X30 at 12 o'clock. Then at 1 p.m. we will have the drivers' presentation, where all of the competitors from Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Iceland will be presented on the main start-finish straight with their nations' flags. It'll be a fantastic opportunity to meet and greet the drivers representing their nations. Then we will have the main events. The finals will take place here at Cadet Varna. 2:30 for the Cadettes, 3 o'clock for the Minis, 3:30 for Junior 60, 4 for X30 Junior, and 4:35 for Senior X30. And of course, at 5:30 we will have the prize giving, which will include the trophies for the top 3 in all 5 categories, and of course the 4 winning IAME World Finals tickets for Spain 2024. It's going to be really exciting for all of the competitors to get out there and put on an excellent show, and we're definitely going to see one of those. After yesterday, it's been a very competitive set of classes. Cadet saw 3 victories out of 3 for Nikolai Pietras in the fantastic number 8 machine of his. Angel Solheim and Jenny Nordvang were 2nd and 3rd in the running. That's obviously going to set the grid positions for this upcoming superheat as well. Philip Beckegaard, 4th position from William Tisdeville and Liam Strand. Kasper Nesset, Aston Thornborn, Lucas Kangasalo, Theo Sandstrom, and Marcus Alberg, who will start from the tail end of the field. A very exciting battle that we had then across the board in the Nordic Cup in the Cadettes. It was also a very thrilling competition in Mini yesterday. We saw a lot of great battles. It's Espen Moe that goes into the day as the leader at this particular point of practice. Ole Sola Schmistad in 2nd in front of Marcus Pauli Rangard and Lucas Emil. And then Vibjorn Danielson and Adrian Mikkelsen, the men for most of the day yesterday, will go off the 3rd row of the starting grid. There were also great battles in Junior 60 yesterday. It would be Ludwig Granqvist who would come through as the winner of all 3 heats in the end. Norbert Plashevsky, Patrick Christiansen and Jack Solomonson will definitely be battling them for the honours, with Kevin Garib and Jacob Berget hoping to get themselves into the mix, as too will Alex Flickberg of Sweden and Dominic Opsahl, one of the local stars here. X30 Junior was very competitive yesterday as well. Joachim Askeland actually came through as the winner of the points, just a couple of points ahead of Jonathan Landstrom. And then Marie Barryberg, Alexander Rockstad, Theo Svensson and Isaac Reman Hadler were the most consistent over the course of the day. There are plenty of others who will try and get themselves back into prominence, with a lot of drivers hoping to fight their way forward. None the least of whom, of course, is going to be Frederik Flud Engebretsen, who had an off in the first heat yesterday, having secured pole position in qualifying and then could not take the start of any of the following races. So he'll be going off the back of the grid for the superheat this morning, but he's got plenty of opportunities to work his way back up to the front. And in the X30 seniors, well, it was almighty battle in terms of the competitive nature of the class. So many drivers got to run at the front. Vilma Svan just topping the points in front of Eline Lee Rolfsen. Cornelia Constance Röhr-Helkrem very consistent in third place ahead of Tord Raugstad. And then Dennis Bjerke, Alexander Johansson, Felix Johannesson, Sebastian Svensson, Verti Varnanen and Philip Svensson, all part of the battle, along with Marius Berryberg and Jonas Berglund. There's plenty of other opportunities for the drivers to put in headway over the course of the day as well. So we're going to start the ball rolling this morning with the competitive battle in the Cadetti category. There are 10 laps for the drivers to complete in this first superheat. We'll have 15 laps for the drivers in Mini and Junior 60, and then we'll have 20 laps in X30 Junior and Senior that will prepare them for the main event this afternoon. So it's definitely going to be a tough one for the Cadettis, their longest race of the weekend so far, and in the toughest conditions they'll have faced in weather conditions as well, because all of the races yesterday were run in dry conditions. The rain only really fell 20 minutes after the last race had concluded, and then it certainly came down in very heavy showers over the course of the rest of the evening. There has been some rain this morning. It's not been ridiculously heavy, but it's certainly been enough that it's caused a little bit of an issue for a couple of the competitors. Unfortunately as well, our larger of the digiboards on the main starting gantry seems to be throwing a bit of a tantrum as well. So that could cause a little bit of an issue over the course of the day, but hopefully not a big one, and certainly shouldn't stand in the way of us running this fantastic event. The first of its kind for a long time, and hopefully the first of many as the years continue to progress. But certainly the popularity of the IAME Nordic Cup has already been very strong for this first round of the running of the event, and hopefully next year it'll be bigger and better than ever before. We want to eventually continue that journey and welcome even more of our fellow countrymen and fellow colleagues and compatriots from across the Nordic region. Certainly, for the moment, it is going to be an interesting battle for the remaining competitors in the competition. They are all battling their way and have been doing so since Friday evening's qualifying session. But the LeConte wet tyres, which have an immense amount of grip, which I found out firsthand yesterday evening, are going to be very valuable indeed to the drivers. There were a few slip-ups, though, over the course of the warm-up session earlier today, so it could be an interesting one for the drivers to face up against as they prepare for the action out on the circuit here at Varna. Definitely going to be an interesting challenge for all of the drivers as they prepare. Just a light drizzle starting to fall over the circuit again here as well. And we're just waiting for the final preparations to be completed, ready for the drivers to head off into the distance. It's definitely going to be a tough mission for all of the cadettis out there, the slipperiest conditions they'll have faced. But of course, the drivers know what to expect after their morning warm-up session. Plenty of decent laps were in the running, and that can be said for all 5 of the classes. We will, of course, get some great battles for all of the drivers ahead of us, but it's going to be a tough one because obviously at this point some of the senior X30 competitors have obviously been eliminated from the competition up to this point. We're only going to get certain races for the remainder of the day because obviously only a few of them can actually make it through to the superheats, but we'll talk about that in a little bit later detail. But the racers here at Varna has definitely been enjoying themselves. And before we get underway for the racing today, I want to take this opportunity to thank everybody at the circuit who has been instrumental in making the event operate. All of the track staff here at Varna, all of the X-Promotions team who have been running the event with a lot of passion since the idea first came to fruition. And of course, to all the teams, mechanics, engineers, sponsors and drivers who have definitely made this one of the most fantastic events in the region for many a year. A lot of people have had shades and remembrances of the fantastic Nordic Championship that took place here back in 1998 when we saw that fantastic and now infamous battle. A lot of people have told me about it over the weekend between Sweden's Joachim Fried and a young Finnish driver by the name of Kimi Räikkönen. Amazing how the continuation and that journey has obviously seen him go on and conquer the world of Formula One. But it's also proof that it doesn't matter where you start out, you can definitely accelerate to the stars. And there are definitely a few talents on this particular grid who could well go the same way. So it's very exciting to see what these youngsters are obviously up to at the moment and what they're hoping to achieve. Karting is not just about winning and obviously grabbing trophies. It's also about learning, it's about education, it's about finding out about yourself as a character, adapting, adopting, improving, and figuring out how you are going to continue to make your progress as an athlete and as a competitor and as a person, of course, because karting teaches you an awful lot about the trials and tribulations of all sorts of different walks of life. And it's, as far as I'm concerned, the greatest school that any young person can achieve. So the competitors are gearing themselves up. They're in the holding area in the Cadettes, ready for the start of the first of our superheats this morning. Once the superheats are completed, of course, we will have the drivers' parade in which we are going to invite every single competitor of the event to join with their fellow compatriots. The nation's flags will obviously be handed out to the competitors from Iceland, from Finland, from Sweden, and of course from Norway, which will obviously be the largest represented country here at the IAME Nordic Cup. So that's going to be a fantastic little ceremony which will take place at 1 o'clock local time here in Norway. But then, of course, we will have the superheats completed, and then we will go straight into the finals, of which, as I've already mentioned, there are 4 IAME World Finals tickets to give out. They will be for the winning driver in the mini category, the leading IAME driver in Junior 60, the winner in Junior X30, and the winner in Senior X30. It's going to be a very competitive battle for all of the drivers. They all want to come home with not just a trophy and not just the victory in the Nordic Cup, but of course they also want to take home that ticket that will put them on the starting grid at the Catedromo Lucas Guerrero in Spain on the first week of November. One of the most exciting race weeks in motorsport, and in my opinion, probably the greatest karting event on the planet. I know you could probably argue that the Karting World Championships for KZ and OK may eclipse that, but in terms of the vast eclipse of the amount of classes that take part, the amount of drivers from all over the world, the vastness of the competition, I think it's very hard to overlook the IAME World Finals as probably the premier event in terms of the intensity of competition in the world. So the final preparations then being given to the Cadettes. They're just being reminded of the slippery nature of the circuit. Not that they needed a reminder, because of course it's obviously been very slippery since they went out for first warm-up earlier in the day. But I do notice that the digi-flags around the course have obviously got the slippery warning flags on the digi-flags. That is the red and yellow stripes that denote that the circuit is obviously very slippery, so extra care will need to be given to those particular drivers when they venture out onto the circuit. So we now wait for the command for the Cadettes to head out onto the circuit for their first race of the day. And it's going to be an interesting one for Nikolai Pietras, who will take it away from pole position. Second on the grid, it will be a very interesting challenge for the man alongside him on that starting grid. We can expect big things from Angel Solheim. And then for Jenny Nordvang, lining up third on the grid after taking her first ever career pole position at this level on Friday evening. Excellent performance from her. Fourth on the grid will be Philip Backegaard. Fifth place for William Teasdevall. Sixth for Liam Strand. Seventh position for Casper Nesset. Eighth for Aston Thornborn. Ninth for Lucas Kangasalo. Theo Sandström in 10th position on the grid, and from the back it will be Marcus Alberg. Here is the grid in full for those watching on the live stream. Jenny Nordvang and Angel Solheim, Nikolai Pietras and Philip Backegaard. Then we'll have William Teasdevall and Liam Strand from Casper Nesset and Aston Thornborn. They will be together on the fourth row of the starting grid. Then we will have Theo Sandström and Lucas Kangasalo, with Marcus Alberg lining up in 11th position of the grid. Now again, you're probably wondering why Jenny Nordvang lines up in pole position, despite the fact that the most points were scored in essence by Nikolai Pietras last time. Well, because of the performance in qualifying, Jenny Nordvang will return to her position in pole. So the drivers are lining up in position then. They will have 10 laps of the course. It's going to be a very competitive one for all the drivers. In fact, I'm being told that the digiboard, the digital grid was incorrect. It is actually going to be the number 8, Nikolai Pietras, that does start from pole position, but Jenny Nordvang will start from third, because that's where she scored her points yesterday. So Pietras on the front row of the grid alongside Angel Solheim. We've got 10 laps of racing. We're going to have a false start. So a false start. They will go round again. So the drivers are not under racing conditions just yet, but they will be when we return to race action very shortly, as the drivers are given one more lap of the circuit to explore the conditions. Also, I think a couple of the drivers were just out of position So it'll be a fascinating start here for the youngsters in the Cadettes. These guys are obviously not having to face the pressure of competing for a World Finals ticket, but it's certainly the first step on the ladder for them to work their way forward. And for many of these youngsters, this will be the first time they have faced a competition of this elite and adapted. Oh, we've had an off just under the tunnel. So somebody has gone off there on the tunnel, trying to figure out who that is. In fact, I think it's two carts actually that have gone off the road under the tunnel. So that's very unfortunate there. Under the bridge, we've had two carts go off the road. One of them's got out of the cart, but that means we've now already lost two drivers before the race has even got underway. And it looks to me as though one of them might be Jenny Nordvang. So Jenny Nordvang recovering her position. We are going to go round one more time. Jenny Nordvang is still running on the course, but has been delayed. So that double spin under the bridge has given us a bit of a delay. But I am delighted to say that both drivers have recovered again. So the two drivers in question were William Tieslevold and the gold chassis of the 69 car. That is Kasper Nesset. So Tieslevold and Nesset have managed to get themselves going again, which is very good news indeed. So now essentially the field needs to slow themselves up a little bit more in order to allow the other two drivers to get themselves as close back to the fray as humanly possible. And this is good work from the leaders, Nikolai Pietras and Angel Solheim, to essentially hold up the field. For the other two drivers, their race has essentially already started. I don't really think they're going to catch up to the leaders in time, but certainly they'll be able to get closer to them, ready for the start. So they are doing their best to catch up. They can't afford to push too hard, of course, because if they go off the road again, then that really is game over for them. So Nikolai Pietras and Angel Solheim will come together, ready for the start. So the drivers are getting themselves into position. We're going to have the marshals giving them the numbers of laps to go, because obviously it's going to be traditional style, and we are going for another false start. Well, that's 3 false starts in a row now. So I think that's just to give the other two drivers the chance to actually catch up to the rest of the field. We have got time in between the two races. Oh, it's red flags around the course apparently. So red flags have been called, and I think that's to do with the fact that we've now had 3 false starts in a row. So because we've had 3 false starts in a row, the clerk of the course is now just going to remind the drivers on the starting grid where we are up to in terms of the starting procedure. Just a reminder to the competitors about where the acceleration line is. I think this will be a gentle conversation with the drivers to remind them that the acceleration line is actually the yellow line halfway up the start-finish straight, and they shouldn't be accelerating before that point. That's probably why we've had 3 false starts in a row. So the drivers will be brought back to the starting grid, and then obviously once they have been given that message from the clerk of the course, they will be able to take up a starting position as well. Stick around, because the racing will get underway shortly. So the messages have got through then to the drivers. The mechanics have obviously advised them as well of the procedure for the start. So we can now go racing again here in the IAME Nordic Cup for the Cadet category, the youngest competitors in the field. There's no pressure on these youngsters to bid for a IAME World Finals ticket, but they still want to do the best that they possibly can and achieve the victory in what is already a very fierce competition for all of these youngsters. They want to put on the best show they possibly can. And they've worked increasingly hard to make sure that they can do the best that they possibly can. But it's all about learning. It's all about education for them. So they want to obviously put in the best display they possibly can. So Nicolai Pietras, Angel Solheim, Jenny Nordvang, Philip Bækkegård, William Tisdevol, Liam Strand, Kasper Nesset, Aston Fornborn, Lucas Gangasalo, Theo Sandström and Marcus Ahlberg. That is the list of the drivers that we have before us, getting ourselves ready for the Cadet Superheat. Very excited to see how these youngsters are going to battle in the conditions. Now obviously they will have 10 laps for this Superheat. It will be the second longest race that they will do over the course of the day. The race final itself later will of course be run over 12 laps, but that will not come until 2 o'clock this afternoon. So the drivers gearing themselves up ready for an exciting battle, led as they are by Nicolai Pietras with Angel Solheim alongside him on the grid. Jenny Nordvang looking very solid and strong from third position, should be quite a solid competitor. Now it looks like Jenny Nordvang's had an issue there on the grid. Jenny Nordvang is actually stalled up at the hairpin. So poor Jenny Nordvang does not look like she's going to get started. That is very unfortunate indeed for the pole position sitter. So Jenny Nordvang, they're going to try and get her going, but she is going to be at the back of the grid now. So are we going to go racing straight away? The answer is yes, we are. And up we go to the start. So it's a good start from Pietras, who's got Angel Solheim alongside him for company as they work their way through the first couple of corners. But Angel Solheim seems to have got a better start, I do believe. Meanwhile, poor Jenny Nordvang is at the back of the grid, having got restarted again. But it's certainly not what she wanted at the start of this race. So bitter frustration for young Jenny Nordvang. The race itself, however, is going to be getting underway under good conditions for the rest of the drivers as they continue to put in some good efforts around the course. So through they will come. It's going to be an interesting one for all of the competitors remaining as they work their way down the hairpin. Angel Solheim hoping to continue a very solid start to this race, but Pietras finds himself in the lead for the moment. Bækkegård now third. We've got two carts off the road at the hairpin. So two carts falling off the road, unfortunately, there. That looks to me like we've got Strand and Nesset involved in that one. Tisdevol has fallen all the way to 8th position, but I'm afraid we've got two carts off at the background. So it's Pietras who leads the way. Bækkegård has now moved up to 2nd position ahead of Angel Solheim. Then we have Sandström in 4th position in front of Fornborn. Gangasalo has come through in P6 in front of Marcus Ahlberg. And then the 8th cart around. Now, what's happened to Jenny Nordvang? I think that is actually Jenny Nordvang in 8th position. We've got 3 carts that have come off the road on the first lap. Tisdevol, Strand and Nesset are all in trouble. So we've got yellow flags having flown. Very tricky conditions for all of the drivers here as Angel Solheim has got back into 2nd position ahead of Philip Bækkegård. So Bækkegård is going to try again to make the moves down to the hairpin. Nordvang. So Jenny Nordvang now in 8th position, certainly having moved up past the 3 drivers in tow. Fastest lap of the race so far has come from Marcus Ahlberg. So Marcus Ahlberg, the fastest driver on the track at this moment, and certainly looking pretty neat and tidy for things as they continue to progress. Well, for some reason, my timing screen has malfunctioned, so it's not actually showing the order at the moment. So hopefully that's going to be rectified soon. But certainly at the moment, the battle for 2nd is raging, and Bækkegård is going to get the run off the turn to get ahead of Angel Solheim. Good run from Bækkegård. He is now in 2nd position ahead of Angel Solheim. A little bit of a spin from Sandström. Oh, there's nothing that poor Aston Fornborn can do to avoid that one. So Sandström and Fornborn go off the road together. Hopefully they can get going again, but they are beached. So that's a real problem. Both carts are beached on the offside of the course. So there is a hope that Sandström can get the kart going again, but of course they're not allowed to get outside assistance. So this could be game over for both drivers. It's going to be one of the toughest races This is the problem. You can't just get a push start from the marshals, I'm afraid. So these guys are out of the race. Very unfortunate indeed for Theo Sandstrom and Aston Thornborn. They just got beached on the side of the kart, and that's really difficult for them. So that's two drivers out of the race on what could have been a really, really good run for them. So poor Theo Sandstrom and Aston Thornborn. That could have been a run for second place there. So now we've got Pietras leading the way, still just tippy-toeing his way around the course, hoping he's not going to push too hard. Bekkegaard is now second. Angel Solheim is in third position. Marcus Olberg, by staying on the road, is now back up to fourth position again. Fifth place, meanwhile, is Lucas Kangasalo, and in sixth position is the last driver circulating, and that is Jenny Nordvang, who is catching Kangasalo very quickly indeed. But this has been a real race of attrition. We've lost Sandstrom, Thornborn, Tisdevol, Strand, and Nesset. So 5 drivers coming off the road, 6 of them remaining, and they've still got 6 laps remaining of the race to go as well. So very tricky stuff at the moment for the contenders. But they are still going to try and do the best they can to make a good race of it. So there is your man leading the race up front. That is Nicolai Pietras. No real changes for him at the moment. Still holding station in the lead here at KNA Varna. Not the easiest of circuits to cope with in these conditions, but they're certainly making the best of it. But Nicolai Pietras is your race leader in front of Philip Bekkegaard. There's a bit of pressure from Marcus Alberg now, pushing Angel Solheim for third position. There might be a chance here for Alberg to get into third place coming off the final turn. Alberg's going to get a faster run off the corner, and this is going to be Alberg's chance to get past Angel Solheim for third position. They run side by side, 5 laps to go, 5 completed, and this is going to be Alberg through to the inside. No, it's not, because Angel Solheim is not going to let him have the move easily. Meanwhile, Jenny Nordvang has got through past Lucas Kangasalo, so Jenny Nordvang is up into 5th position. Good recovery for her as well. So Jenny Nordvang making up the places needed to continue her journey forward. So Jenny Nordvang now in 5th behind Marcus Alberg. But Nicolai Pietras still the race leader. They're having to take quite a wide line under the bridge because there's a huge wet patch on the inside line there. And if you hit that at the wrong angle, at the wrong speed, you're definitely going for a spin. So very tough racing at the moment, but Nicolai Pietras is holding his nerve, just taking a wider berth than normal. And that's quite sensible in these conditions because obviously in the dry, a lot of rubber went down yesterday on the inside line. So there's actually going to be more grip on the wetter part of the circuit. Still, Alberg side by side with Angel Solheim. Solheim on the inside, right round the outside. Brilliant run from Marcus Alberg. Right round the outside of Angel Solheim on the final turn to pick up third position. That really took some determination from Marcus Alberg. Solheim was making him work for it, so Marcus Alberg just hit the throttle fractionally earlier, was able to drive around him, and that's Marcus Alberg into third position. Great racing. And now he's got the confidence to go after the second place man, Philip Bekkegaard. So, a bit of a spin there in the background. We've had a spinner. Now, hang on a minute. What's happened to Nicolai Pietras? Pietras appears to have fallen down the order. Is that Pietras? I think that's Nicolai Pietras out of the race. It is indeed the race leader, Nicolai Pietras, who has gone off on the back straight. Bitter disappointment for Pietras while leading. So easily done. But Nicolai Pietras has found a mistake and pushed it too far and gone off the road. Oh, poor Nicolai Pietras. He's won everything up to this point, but it's all come apart from him in the superheat. So that's Philip Bekkegaard, who is now in the lead. Marcus Alberg in second position. Third place for Angel Solheim. And in fourth is Jenny Nordvang. Unbelievable how this race has turned around for Jenny Nordvang, considering that earlier on in the race, she was dead last, and she has fought her way back. Fourth position is now where she stands. So that just shows you nobody is absolved from bad luck and misfortune, as even the 3-time winner yesterday, Nicolai Pietras, has dropped it while leading. So easy to go off the road in these conditions. So with 3 laps to go then, Philip Bekkegaard becomes the new leader in his Lando Norris chassis. Trying to hang on from Marcus Alberg, who's definitely going to try and push him in the closing stages. Angel Solheim still in a solid third position ahead of Jenny Nordvang and Lucas Kangasalo. Just 6 retirements from this race. But 6 retirements when you've got 11 carts on the grid is very dramatic indeed. Here comes Philip Bekkegaard. 2 laps to go for him. But can he hold on? Because Marcus Ahlberg is definitely pushing hard. And Marcus Ahlberg is not very far behind him at all. He's done a 103.3 compared to Bekkegaard on a 104.4. So he's gaining at the rate of about a second per lap. He's got to be careful with 2 laps to go then, Philip Bekkegaard, because Marcus Ahlberg might be able to catch him before the end of the race. Certainly with the pace they're currently exerting, it's going to be Marcus Ahlberg challenging Philip Bekkegaard on the last lap if it stays like this. So Bekkegaard just trying to stay out in front of Marcus Ahlberg at the moment. Angel Solheim still there in a solid 3rd position. Under the bridge he goes. Jenny Nordvang going well in 4th position, down to the hairpin, and still Bekkegaard trying to get away from Ahlberg, but the gap is definitely decreasing all the time, and Philip Bekkegaard has got to try and stay confident, drifts out very wide indeed, but so too does Marcus Ahlberg, and he is still catching Bekkegaard. Bekkegaard is going to have to work hard here on the last lap to stay in front of Marcus Ahlberg. Then there is the last lap board. So it's time for Bekkegaard to really push for this because Marcus Ahlberg is going to be stretching it. A few more spots of rain on the circuit, so it's still pretty treacherous out there as Jenny Nordvang has a spin but manages to recover, still in 4th place. But this is going to be a real test of the powers now from Bekkegaard. Here comes Ahlberg. Ahlberg's going to dive for the lead. Into the hairpin, he thinks better of it. He suddenly realizes that gap was going to shut. They go under the bridge. And Bekkegaard is going to have the lead, but Ahlberg is going to be right down him. It's going to come down the next straight. This is where, surely, Bekkegaard's going to have to do some defensive work to keep Marcus Ahlberg behind him. Down to the hairpin. Ahlberg's going to go out wide. Bekkegaard's going to defend. Oh, Bekkegaard's lost it! No! Bekkegaard's lost it and gone into the gravel. Surely that's game over then for Philip Bekkegaard. Oh, so unfortunate for him. He can't get out of that. And that's going to mean a victory for Marcus Ahlberg, the man who started dead last in this race. He's going to come through for the victory. Marcus Ahlberg wins the superheat here at KNA Varna. Disaster for Philip Bekkegaard. Victory for Marcus Ahlberg. 2nd for Angel Solheim. And incredibly, the lady who started way behind everybody else, Jenny Nordvang, is going to recover to come through in 3rd position. Well done, Jenny. What a tough race that was for everybody in the Cadet category. But you really do have to feel for poor Philip Bekkegaard. That was such an unfortunate end to his race. Battling for the lead, lost control. So easy when you're under pressure. And the checkered flag will come out now as well for the driver in 4th position, the last driver home, and that is going to be Lucas Kangasalo. What a shame, though. What a dramatic race in Cadet, and proof that these guys are still learning. They're still having to make their mistakes under the public eye. There goes Kangasalo over the line, 4th position. Well, what a dramatic race that was. And there are so many unhappy drivers compared to the happy ones. But in conditions like this, it's really, really difficult. Well, what a tough race. Marcus Ahlberg taking the victory then in front of Angel Solheim. Jenny Nordvang in a 3rd position, heroic recovery in front of Lucas Kangasalo. And then a whole host of retirements. You've got to feel for Philip Bekkegaard, who had a winning kart underneath him. And so too did Nikolai Pietras. Theo Sandstrom and Aston Thornborn could have gone further in the race. So too could William Teasdevol, Liam Strand and Kesper Nesset, the last 3, of course, all dropping out on the very first lap of the race. Well, that was one of the most dramatic races, certainly the most agonizing race for a lot of the competitors in the IAME Nordic Cup this weekend, with the treacherous conditions really playing havoc with several of the talents in this field. But you've got to feel for Nikolai Pietras. You've also got to feel for Philip Bekkegaard. Some real opportunities there snatched from them in the closing stages of a very tough race indeed. Well, now the Minis know what's ahead of them because it's a very greasy circuit. There's absolutely no question it's wet tyres all the way, but we're actually getting to that stage where there's actually not as much standing water on the course as the LeConte tyres need to really bite. So there are a couple of moments in this race where they're going to be sliding around all over the place. Oh, poor Nikolai Pietras banging his steering wheel as he returns to the pits. Bitter, bitter disappointment for him. That's certainly going to set us up, though, for a dramatic final later because it's going to shake up the grid somewhat. So we're going to have a very interesting Cadetti final later. We'll come back to them after the drivers' parade at 1 o'clock this afternoon. But nobody can really put any blame at the drivers there. It's a very difficult circuit in these conditions, very tricky conditions, and the drivers are obviously still in the middle of their learning years. So it was always going to be very difficult for them. So now we get ourselves ready then for the mini category. And it is going to be an incredible battle for our minis as they will prepare for action once again. The 104 will start from pole position in a very tough race battle ahead of them. So that appears to be yesterday's starting grid. Not entirely sure why we still have that particular grid, because it's not the same as the grid that we have today. It's actually Espen Moe that will start from pole position for this one, with Ole Smistad in second position of the grid. Then Marcus Borli Rangard in third, along with Lucas Emil Lofshus. Then Vebjørn Danielsen Glend and Adrian Mikkelsen, Magnus Brathen and Robin Panian Sveen, Christian Gether-Gundersen and Oscar Polsberg. Then we'll have Axel Remmen-Hatle, Silas Savarodevlefsen, and then we have Theodor Larsen, Thomas Norway and Julian Dalheim-Lai. Now, for some reason, my grasp of the race is going to be a bit tricky because my timing screen is not working properly, unfortunately. So hopefully that will get fixed as soon as humanly possible. But for the moment, at least, we can still observe what's going on via the monitor. Fortunately, you guys still have the timing screen to the left-hand side of yours, your picture when racing is continued. So we'll follow that as long as humanly possible. But Espen Moe will be lining up his Kart Republic alongside his fellow Kart Republic driver, Ole Smistad. And they will come off the final turn. They'll go through that final hairpin. And boy, oh boy, are they going to have a tough 15 laps in front of them. They're in the two tram lines. Are we going to start straight away? We are! And it's a great start for Ole Smistad. I think he's actually going to beat the pole position sitter Espen Moe to the first corner. He does. And as they drift through the first hairpin, there's not going to be a lot of grip to play with. But side by side again, that's going to be Ole Smistad losing out potentially to the pole sitter Espen Moe, who's now right there in second, trying to dive back through for the lead. We had a spinner in the tail end of the field trying to make out who it was, but I'm afraid I can't see from this point. So as they go under the bridge for the first time, everybody just trying to stay out of harm's way in racing conditions for the first time in very greasy race surface indeed. But certainly for Ole Smistad, it's a great start and moves into the lead. Oh, there's a little bit of nudging as they come off the hairpin. Couple of drivers impeding themselves and two spinners as they go around. I think one of them may end up accidentally getting beached there, which could be a nightmare as far as the rest of the race is concerned for them. Well, everybody trying to get themselves going again. And I think we may still have all 15 karts going. Indeed we do. But out in front, it is Ole Smistad who leads from Espen Moe. Then Adrian Mikkelsen, Lofshus, Rangard, Danielsen, Brathen and Ellefsen doing a great job there. Running up in 8th position off the start. In front of Christian Gether-Gundersen. And then in 10th position at the moment, we have Axel Remmen-Hatle. So through they go on the far side of the course, and at the moment it is Ole Smistad who has got the composure and the confidence to lead this race under the bridge. And still they work their way through. Big slide from the Sony kart, and that's going to be enough for Lucas Emil Lofshus to lose 4th position under the bridge. Very tricky conditions, just about got away with it. So the drivers still going hard as they drop down the hill into the hairpin. You can't imagine how tricky the conditions are here because we haven't got full rain tyres going on at this moment. So not entirely sure why the rain tyres are causing an issue the way that they are. Because obviously the circuit is still damp, but it's not exactly monsoon rain, is it? There are parts of the circuit which are quite wet, but in all honesty, not much of it is going to be doing a lot of work for the wet tyres. And we're in that annoying phase of a racing driver's mode on a circuit where it's not quite wet, it's not quite dry. Adrian Mikkelsen into second position. Good run from Mikkelsen. So that puts Adrian Mikkelsen into P2. So ahead of Espen Moe, and now chasing down the race leader, Ole Smistad. Running a little bit wide on the far side, but well done to Adrian Mikkelsen. He's working very hard here in P2. Looking good as they drop down the hill. Up to the hairpin once again. And it's looking good for Ole Smistad in the lead from Adrian Mikkelsen. So Ole Smistad leading, Adrian Mikkelsen, Espen Moe, Vebjørn Danielsen up to 4th position. Some big challenges as they work their way through. Oh, a big lunge on the inside there from Salisfeld Ellefsen. And making a good overtaking move there in the penultimate hairpin. So that works out quite well. But it's definitely going to be a tricky challenge for the drivers as they continue to work their way further forward. So at the moment, Ole Smistad leading, Adrian Mikkelsen second from Espen Moe, and then Vebjørn Danielsen running in P4 at the moment. But it is that... Oh, we've had an off at the first corner by the look of it. So someone has gone off at turn 1. We've got a cart off the road in the background, trying to make out who it is. But we've certainly had a retirement. It's one of the Paralins that's come off there at the first corner. Can't quite make out who it is, unfortunately. We'll try and pick that up in a short while. But certainly as the drivers work their way under the bridge and then through the chicane, back down the hill to the hairpin. This is the most difficult conditions for a racing driver because the track is not quite dry and not quite wet either. And they have no choice but to be on wet tyres based on all the rain we had overnight. But there's only parts of the circuit where the wet tyres will really be biting. So this is agony for the drivers. They've made all the setup changes for wet conditions, but the track is not really throwing up even any... It's not really throwing up that much spray from the water that's on the circuit. There's not much of it on track at the moment because the circuit is drying out at this point. What the drivers could really do with is a big shower of rain at this phase to really help the tyres gain grip. Meanwhile, Adrian Mikkelsen is charging. He is closing in on the race leader, Ole Smistad. This could be a chance now for Adrian Mikkelsen to go and take the lead of the race as the drivers continue to work their magic through under the tunnel. Under the bridge, the drivers still working hard. Adrian Mikkelsen closing right up on Ole Smistad, putting in a brave face of it as they continue to charge their way forward up to the final hairpin. And Adrian Mikkelsen is looking for his move on Ole Smistad, looking very fast as he comes off the turn. This could be Adrian Mikkelsen going for the lead of the race. He has a think about it up towards turn 1. Holds his moment, doesn't need to rush this. Plenty of time, still got 10 laps to go. But in the wet conditions, if you've got more momentum, you're going to try and push for it. Going over the top of the bridge. This is where Adrian Mikkelsen can make the bid for the lead of the race. And he takes it. Adrian Mikkelsen takes the lead of the race on the back straight. Very good work indeed from Mikkelsen. And just in time as well, because they're about to get to a yellow flag zone. Because we've lost a couple of drivers from the fray. We seem to have lost Magnus Brathen as well. We had already previously lost Julian Dalheim Lai. But it looks as though we're also going to lose Magnus Brathen. In fact, we already have. Brathen's got out of the cart. Adrian Mikkelsen then is your race leader here at Cadet Varna in very difficult conditions. So out of the final turn, and it's looking really strong for Adrian Mikkelsen. He leads here ahead of Ole Smistad, and in third place, Espen Moe, being chased down by Vebjørn Danielsen. 10 laps remaining then for the competitors as they come through at the end of the lap, although it looks as though they've had 6 laps actually completed, so I'm not entirely sure why we've got 10 laps remaining on the board. I thought this was I think this was actually meant to be a 15-lap race, and it looks as though we're going to get 16 laps out of it. So that could be tricky for a couple of the drivers out there on the course. But certainly the official on the main straight was showing that we had 10 laps to go when we've had 6 laps completed. So maybe that's in error, or maybe that's the way it's supposed to be. Oh, big slide in the battle for third position as Vebjørn Danielsen thought he had the line on Espen Moe. Slid in on the inside there and manages to make it work. So it's definitely been an interesting one for the contenders out there on the course. But there is the competition continuing on the way. Well, the board in front of me now shows that it's showing 90 laps. I think we're actually meant to have 8 laps remaining. So it's very interesting working to that sort of condition at the moment, because we've had 7 laps completed here. So it's going to be an interesting one for the contenders as they continue to put on a good show of it. 7 laps currently completed. By my math, we've got 8 laps to go. So when the drivers come through this time by, it's going to be Adrian Mikkelsen, who leads with Ole Smistad in second place. Espen Moe still third. Vebjørn Danielsen all over him at this point. So it's going to be a tricky one as the drivers continue on their way forward. They will complete this lap. Vebjørn Danielsen all over the back of Espen Moe. trying to make the move for third position as Adrian Mikkelsen continues on his way. So still they go forward. So we've had 8 laps completed. And the drivers still putting on a good show up front, but it's so tricky in these conditions when really they need a bit of rain, because at the moment there's not enough rain going down on the circuit for these wet tyres to really work at their best. And the problem you've got is that essentially you're going to need a bit more rain than this to actually do your best work. So they could really do with having a bit more in terms of grip out on the circuit. But Mikkelsen is your leader. Second place, Ola Smistad. And they are chasing down the victory. Espen Moe still in third position. Adrian Mikkelsen going well in the lead. But this is going to be really difficult in terms of grip now for the drivers. Not a lot of rain coming down at this point and not a lot of water still left on the circuit. It drains fast here at K&A Varna. But there are a couple of places on the course where it's not going to be so easy. Right now, we've got the correct number of laps on the board going out to the drivers now. 6 laps is correct. 9 laps completed, 6 to go. Well, the wet tyre conditions obviously causing a very tough race out there then for all of the drivers. But a very exciting mini superheat, that is for sure. 15 laps completed, and Adrian Mikkelsen coming through for the goods then in front of Ole Smistad and Vebjorn Danielsen. The drivers finally completing the race distance. Apologies for any sound issues that we had there at the end of the race. But a fantastic run for Adrian Mikkelsen in front of Ole Smistad and Vebjorn Danielsen, as the victory goes the way of the talented youngster, 10 years of age only, Adrian Mikkelsen, and doing an exceptional job there to guide his kart through the closing stages of a very tough race indeed. And the difficulty with that particular race that we saw was that although it's a wet circuit in various parts of the course, it's not completely wet and sodden through, so the tyres are struggling to bite at this point of proceedings. So Adrian Mikkelsen takes the win then from Ole Smistad and Vebjorn Danielsen. A very good race indeed then between those three. Fourth place for Christian Gether Gundersen in front of Espen Moe and Axel Remmen Hatle, I do believe. Then Silas Severed Elfsen, Theodor Larsen, Robin Panjan Sven and Marcus Pauli Rangard. Thomas Norway, Oscar Polsberg, Lucas Emilofshus, and then Magnus Brathen and Julian Dalham Lai were able to, to finish the race. So now we've got 15 laps of the course ready for the Junior 60s, and of course this is a mixed engine formula. But of course, the IAME World Final ticket is going to go to the leading IAME ticket holder, the leading IAME competitor, I should say, at the end of the race weekend. And so far, that has been Ludwig Granqvist all the way. But coming into this race, it's going to be pretty tricky. And once again, the lap times tell us that it's not really looking good enough for slick tyres. But it's not looking brilliant for wet tyres either. That's the problem, because there's a bit of rain that's still present on the circuit, and there's still a bit of rain that's in the air. But to be honest with you, the tyres that they've got, the LeConte tyres, will only really grip at their best if there's a bit more rain, because at the moment we've kind of got that weird place in between wet and dry on the circuit at the moment. It's not really good enough for wet tyres, and it's not really good enough for slicks either. So the only choice in those circumstances is, of course, wet tyres, but they're not really gripping very well at this point because there's not enough water on the circuit to do so. So we had some showers this morning, but if we're going to have rain tyres, then we need to have more rain in order for the water to actually go through the treads, because at the moment the water's not doing that. It's already drained in the most part off the circuit. There's only really one particularly wet patch on the circuit, and that is ironically under the bridge right to the inside line. That's still particularly wet down there, but the drivers aren't racing on that part of the course. They're coming out wide and filtering to the far side of the course. So there's no rain to be said really on the circuit anymore. It's a bit damp, yes, but it's not really a wet track anymore. But it's still too cold and still too damp for slick tyres. You're not going to get any process, any grip at all for slicks. So essentially, you've just got to wait until hopefully there's a bit more rain to make the wet tyres work, or the sun comes back and bakes the circuit to make it good enough for dry tyres. Otherwise, today is going to be very tricky indeed. It's going to be a racing driver's worst nightmare, essentially. Not wet enough for wets and not dry enough for slicks. So it's a very tough day at the office that we've got ahead of us.
Race monitor is where it works now.
Yeah, is it all right?
Yeah.
Nord in 10th position. Noel Hallis, Kangasalo, and then Adrian Forras in front of Philip Slatlem. So that is the 14 kart grid getting themselves ready for an exciting battle on the circuit once again. And you can see for yourself, there is some rain around the course. It is sort of drizzling in places. But looking at the last two races, the rain is actually moving away from the circuit now. It's still in the air, but it really needs to properly start raining again for these wet tyres to actually get any grip in them. So it's a bit of a tricky one. It will be a tough one on the front row of the starting grid, but there's going to be some tough battles around him for sure, because he'll have good company in the mix for the race battle ahead of him. 15 laps, of course, of this superheat, and the order of this one, of course, determines where they're going to be starting the final from. In both Cadetti and Mini, we're going to have a very interesting starting lineup for their final later, because the races that we've just had have definitely shaken things up a little bit. Whether or not we'll get more rain in time for that or not is very much to be determined. But the clouds overhead suggest that we're not going to be done with the rain today. It just depends on when it falls and how quickly and how ferociously it decides to fall. So it is a little bit tricky to determine how things are going to play out over the course of the day now here at Cadet Varna. And just imagine what it would have been like if we'd had a grid of Masters and a grid of KZs in the middle of all this as well. That would have been absolutely insane in these conditions. I think the KZs would definitely have found a very physical battle ahead of them as a result of all of this. That's what they're hoping for in the IAME Nordic Cup 2025, of course, because we're hoping we're going to have a few more Masters and KZs hanging around and being part of the grid. Be fascinating to see what will happen as a result of all of that. But certainly Varna has given us a fantastic week of racing so far. We're going to continue it and finish it off in good style here today. Just waiting for the final couple of confirmations going into this last race. Just a couple of T's to cross and I's to dot before we can get started with racing. So we're back up into racing conditions then. It's going to be a fantastic one to see how the drivers continue to battle forward. But we are now back to racing conditions. It's going to be a tough one for all of our Junior 60s. No further rain really has fallen any heavier than it was previously. So we're going to see Ludwig Granqvist and Norbert Blazewski on the front row of the grid from Patrick Christiansen and Jack Solomonsen. And then we have Kevin Garib and Jacob Berget from Alexander Frichberg and Dominic Opsahl. Wilton Eckenberg and Liam Nord from Noel Hallin and Nicholas Kangasalo. And then Adrian Forres and Philip Slatlem to complete the starting grid. I really do feel for the Junior 60 drivers in this because this will be the toughest racing conditions they'll have. Consideration for a change to slick tyres or not is definitely not my call, but it's certainly looking like there's fewer and fewer wet patches around the circuit. So when that starts to happen, you start thinking about, well, is it actually going to be faster to take a gamble, especially if you're starting in the middle of the field? Is it worth the gamble to go onto slick tyres? Because it might actually be quicker than being on wet tyres that aren't really getting any water into the tread. So a fascinating situation. There is still a little bit of drizzle in the air, but it's not proper rain. So we'll have to see what happens. But certainly Ludwig Granqvist and Norbert Plazewski having an interesting time of it. Off the first, beneath the bridge once again. Expect a really tight mission for the drivers as they work their way forward on the far side of the course. And they'll work through the S's and drop down to the hairpin again. But again, this is going to be a very difficult race indeed. They could really do with a lot of rain to start falling on the Varna circuit. And it does seem like it's going to any moment now. So it could be very interesting to see how this all plays out for the drivers. But Granqvist, Plazewski, Christiansen and Solomonsen at the front end of the field here, hoping for a clean start in the Junior 60 category. Are we going to get to see a fast and rip-roaring start as they come off the turn? They're in the two tram lines. Are we going to go racing this time by? Yes, we are. And up to the first corner goes the race leader, Ludwig Granqvist, hoping for a good run to turn one. And as they work their way through in the first hairpin, a little bit of running wide, but nothing particularly dramatic. Everybody still facing the same way as they go up the bridge for the first time. And that looks like Christiansen through into second position already. So a good start from Christiansen. And Solomonsen's made a good start as well, up to third position. But will he stay there? He's got a driver to his inside line, taking the position away. So I think we've already had a bit of a shuffle of the deck as up into the lead of the race has gone Ludwig Granqvist. Christiansen is there in second position for the time being, and it's Kevin Garib who's moved up. So Plazewski is now in fourth position. I'm not sure what's happened to Solomonsen, but certainly a few places lost at least from what was initially third position. So Solomonsen having a tough time of it as they continue on their way, and there's a couple of drivers sliding sideways. The 208 of Solomonsen, and we've had somebody go off into the barriers. That is the 206, I do believe, going off the way in the background. Oh, it's the 20, yeah, it's the 206, I think. Going on, no, it's the 200, my apologies. The 200 going clean off, that is Liam Nord. So Liam Nord has gone off the road then and managed to recover down at the back end of the field. But it is Granqvist who leads the way, Christiansen in second place. Then it's Kevin Garib who is in third position. A very solid run from him so far. But Patrick Christiansen is working hard to try and take on Ludwig Granqvist as they go underneath the bridge. This is where Christiansen can really make his bid. And he's forcing the issue on Ludwig Granqvist. Already trying to go for the lead of this race as they drop down to the hairpin. Is Christiansen going to be making a bid on Granqvist sooner rather than later? They're certainly trying to stretch away. Great battle going on further back for fourth position. Behind Garib, we've got Solomonsen, Plazewski and Jacob Berget. And they all want a piece of the action. Dominik Opsahl is in the mix there as well. So some good race battles, but here comes Patrick Christiansen on the back of Ludwig Granqvist down the main straight. Is there going to be another chance to go for the lead here for Patrick Christiansen? He's certainly having a think about it, trying to pop out from the side to try and get up the inside. Christiansen taking a narrower line to get through on the inside. Not going to happen. Granqvist still holds it as they go over the bridge again. So over the top of the bridge, and this could be a chance now for Christiansen to dive in up the inside. He has a think about it, but there's not a way through from Ludwig Granqvist. He's not giving him any space. There were too many incidents yesterday in the battles for the victory for Christiansen to take that big a gamble. Under the bridge, up over the top, through the chicane, and down the drop again to the hairpin. And Christiansen's just going to give Granqvist a little bit of breathing space, trying to close up on him through the hairpin again. Then Garib, then Solomonsen. Dive up the inside, past comes Berget on Opsahl. So Berget is going to try and finish off this move on Opsahl, but he's not going to get there. And it looks like the 244 of Jacob Berget still in the mix there. So Solomonsen is going to try and make his bid for third position in the hairpin, and he's through. But can he finish the move? No, he can't. He opens the door back up again, and Garib gets straight back through into third place. Solomonsen tries again in the left hairpin, and this time he's through. So Jack Solomonsen makes a move, it doesn't work, makes another move, and it does work. So a great battle at the moment from Solomonsen. So Solomonsen leading the battle for third position ahead of Kevin Garib, Jacob Berget. Here comes the move again from Garib, trying to get through on Solomonsen. But it's not going to happen. So a couple of moments then in the battle for third position as the drivers go over the bridge. But Patrick Christiansen is starting to close up again on Ludwig Granqvist. The battle for third isn't over. Garib is still trying to take on Solomonsen. So the third place battle still very close. 5 drivers in it at the moment. Solomonsen, Garib, Berget, Opsahl and Plazewski, who has now fallen to the back of the train. but there's still time for him to make it back. Meanwhile, Patrick Christiansen has closed back up on Ludwig Granqvist. Granqvist is not going to have this all his own way, and there's problems further back. We've got a mechanical issue developing, I'm afraid, for Noel Hallin. Noel Hallin is dropping to last place as Plazhevsky gets the move on Opsal. So Noel Hallin has got a technical issue developing in his Falcon. That's a real shame for him. So Patrick Christiansen sets the fastest lap of the race at 57.6. The rest of the field is still scrapping away behind these two. But I'm afraid Noel Hallin is dropping to the tail end of the field. Has he been able to get going again? I think he has. But I'm afraid Noel Hallin now down at the back end of the field. And that's down to 14th place for him, rather unfortunately. So some real disappointments there, some real problems. Still the battle for third raging between the five drivers, Salomonsen, Garib, Berget, Plazhevsky and Opsal. But the two leaders are still very close together. Patrick Christiansen all over the back of Ludwig Granqvist. They're coming up to the final hairpin once again. And that is now Salomonsen pulling clear as it's going to go 3 wide for 5th. Somebody's got to back out of that. It's going to be Dominik Opsal. Well, that was close. And they're going to go potentially 3 wide again in the final turn as Plazhevsky goes wheel to wheel with Kevin Garib in the 232. As Jacob Berget has got past them both and into 4th position. Great racing. They're still side by side at points on the course. But the battle for the victory is really on between Christiansen and Ludwig Granqvist. Christiansen made the move. Granqvist has got him back again. So the two of them are still sliding around for the lead of the race. Granqvist and Christiansen are wheel to wheel for the victory. Down the drop again to the hairpin. Christiansen fancies his chances on Granqvist. He made a move and then it got straight back through again for Ludwig Granqvist. So now Patrick Christiansen really starting to hunt down his opponent. And the two drivers are having a terrific race of it. It's going to be pretty tricky as they continue to motor forward. Down the straight comes Christiansen, chasing down the 204 of Ludwig Granqvist. So still the battles rage on. Jack Salomonsen doing a good job in 3rd position now ahead of Berget, Plazhevsky, Garib and Opsal. Alex Frickberg is in 8th position, by the way, ahead of Forras and Eckenberg. And then we have Philip Slatlem, Nicholas Kangasalo, Liam Nord and Liam Hallin. But again, the grip is very tricky indeed on this circuit with these conditions. In 5th, then it's Garib and Opsal. A little further back, we've got Frickberg and Forras. Wilton Eckenberg not far away. Philip Slatlem dueling with Nicholas Kangasalo. And then Liam Nord trying to get well clear of Noel Hallin. But the leaders, Ludwig Granqvist and Patrick Christiansen, working their way through the S's. Down to the hairpin once again. Christiansen really putting Granqvist under pressure. This is all about who makes the mistake first. Granqvist has got Christiansen right behind him. Christiansen trying to read the situation as best again. He has to hang back. And Christiansen starting to take some... This could be a chance developing and building up. Granqvist is just going a little bit wider through the turns than his opponent, Patrick Christiansen. It's going to be pretty tricky between these. Getting a little bit impatient now. Sat behind Granqvist. He's got a better run off the turn. Christiansen and Granqvist absolutely at each other's throats here. And you do get the sense that Christiansen is getting a little bit impatient. Sat behind Granqvist. They come off the turn, back down the straight. Along the tram lines over the line. 4 laps remaining for the two leaders. Wait for the chance. Christiansen backs out, goes slow in, fast out, hoping to undercut Granqvist as they go up to the bridge once again. Over the bridge they go, and it's looking very good. If you're Christiansen, will he dive for the inside line? It's not close enough to make the move on Granqvist. Still a good run as now we're in 3rd position. We've got Norbert Plazhevsky. Plazhevsky has worked his way through to 3rd place in front of Salomonsen, Berget, Garib and Opsal. So good determination then from Norbert Plazhevsky to work his way back into 3rd position. So the leaders are at the hairpin again, Granqvist and Christiansen. It's going to be very tight indeed for these two, all the way to the finish. Christiansen having a little bit of a think about it maybe on Granqvist. Oh, so tight between these two. Up to their hairpin, through the right, and on to the main straight one more time, 3 to go. Patrick Christiansen will be wanting to think about this battle now. It's time to start thinking about an overtake on Ludwig Granqvist. He doesn't want to get impatient behind him for too much longer. That's when the mistakes will creep in. Blazewski crosses the line, 11.6 seconds back. They're actually setting personal bests, these guys. But Christiansen senses that a chance might be on. The rest of the drivers are just struggling in the conditions, trying to get the most out of it. Christiansen gets a neat run under the bridge, right up behind Granqvist. This could be a chance, but he decides to hang back through the chicane. He's still got time. Still got plenty of chances left. At the end of this one, they'll have 2 laps to go. But this is really game time now for Patrick Christiansen. He knows that he won't get many chances to get past Ludwig Granqvist, but he will want to seize every one of them. Here's the chance, surely, for Patrick Christiansen going into the next lap. They come off the final turn, down the home straight, 2 laps to go. What will Patrick Christiansen do? Ludwig Granqvist knows he's there and knows he's going to be pushing and stretching him to try and make the advantage count. Out through the hairpin of the first section. Through 3, through 4, over the bridge. Both drivers on the limit. Christiansen's got a good run here. Will he dive for the inside of Granqvist? No, he's not close enough. So out through the hairpin. On the exit, he may get a chance, though. Down the back straight. This is where Christiansen's going to have a look. Into the bridge section, and he's through, but he loses the back end. Oh, Christiansen gets the run and then loses the tail end. Oh, he just caught the inside curve as he was making the move, and that was enough to lose the back end of the Falcon. Patrick Christiansen made the overtake, but he lost it straight away again, and now Granqvist is going to have the advantage for the next few corners. Can Christiansen take it back in the last lap? He's right in behind Granqvist, so he's got to keep pushing. Here we go. Last lap begins, and Christiansen's got to run. Granqvist knows he's going to be there. Christiansen to his left side. Side by side for turn 2. And Christiansen will try and chop back across. Granqvist protects the inside line. Granqvist is going to try and get a switcheroo over the bridge. Up towards turn 6. Side by side. Christiansen's going to try the long way round. Granqvist places into the outside. Christiansen comes back on the switch. Surely he's got him. Surely this is it. Christiansen's through. Granqvist back through on the inside of the tunnel. And now they're side by side on the back straight. Great race in between these two. Down to the hairpin again. Granqvist in front of Christiansen. Christiansen's going to go out wide for a faster run up the hill. Is this going to be enough for Christiansen? Granqvist protects. Christiansen goes to his right. Granqvist has got to hold the inside line. Christiansen's not able to get there. Patrick Christiansen, one last chance. Can he scoot out of the final turn and out-sprint Granqvist to the line? No, he can't. Granqvist holds on. Oh, my goodness. What a great battle to the line. Amazing racing between the two. Christiansen put up all the offenses. Granqvist came back for the defense. Magnificent racing from both drivers. Blazewski in third after a great fight back. What a battle, what a duel for the two victors. Christiansen apparently comes through ahead of Granqvist. Well, that isn't the way I saw it. I thought Granqvist was ahead of Christiansen at the line. The timing screen seems to think Granqvist was in front. It seems to think that Christiansen was in front. I didn't see it that way myself. I thought Granqvist had it all the way. Well, I think that's going to need a bit of a clean-up. Because on the timing screen, they think Christiansen was the winner in front of Granqvist. I don't think it was. I think it was the other way around. Granqvist held onto it for me in front of Christiansen. So a very dramatic end to the race then. Blazewski in third in front of Jack Solomonsen, with Kevin Garib coming through in fifth position, ahead of Jacob Berget, Dominic Opsahl and Alex Frickberg. Noel Hallin worked his way forward in the end in front of Wilton Eckenberg and Nicholas Kangasalo. And then we had Adrian Foras in front of Philip Slatlem. I'm not entirely sure that this order is particularly correct. I think there's going to need to be an adjustment on the timing screens, but wow, great racing all the way in Junior 60, and that battle between Ludwig Granqvist and Patrick Christiansen, absolutely astonishing to the end. Well, that was terrific racing between the two all the way through. Christiansen was giving every move he could get on Granqvist, but Ludwig just had a response every single time. And it was really well held all the way through. Brilliant battles between our two young stars. Ready for the start. Just a reminder to everybody that there is an updated timetable. So do make sure that you're in position at the correct time for your races. Quite important that they're obviously in position ready for their races. But the X30 Junior Superheat is next up, and then we'll have the X30 Superheat. And then after that, of course, we'll be getting ready for the drivers' presentation of the IAME Nordic Cup. at 1 o'clock local time. And then, of course, the finals kicking off at 2.
In old asphalt, there is a dry spots.
There's what?
In old asphalt,
Yeah.
there is a dry spots
Okay.
on there, but the new asphalt is technically mist on everywhere,
I see.
and there is some mist
Yeah.
on the air.
But there's no way it's good enough for dries, but it's not really good enough for the wets either, is it?
Yeah.
Because there's no water really on the circuit anymore.
Yeah.
It's just damp patches. So they really need some rain if they're on wet tyres. But you can't possibly go on slicks in this. No way.
No.
Crazy. It's the toughest conditions for any race driver anywhere in the world.
It is like mist on here.
Yeah. How many drivers will start the senior superheat and final? Yeah, because there were 2 groups yesterday. I don't know if they're all going through because that would be like 35. I don't think there's going to be that many drivers on the race, surely.
We have huge problems with the display boards.
Yeah. All because of the weather. Yeah, can't be helped. It was raining very heavy yesterday. So back into the action we will go, and it's going to be for the Junior X30 contenders. More exciting race battles to come from them. It was very close and very intense racing yesterday. The man who starts from pole position is Joachim Askeland, having had a fantastic run in yesterday's battles. The consistency was what really counted for him. He managed to pick up the first win of the day, but it was staying out of trouble that really paid dividends for him, managing to come home with 2 finishes as well as his victory. That puts him right up at the sharp end, alongside Jonathan Landstrom, who actually came away from yesterday with 2 victories, but problems in the first race meant he had to hang back in the points tally. And then in third on the grid, we have Marie Barryberg, who was ultra consistent yesterday, never really stayed out of the top 6 at any point. And so third position for the grid is very well deserved for her. Alexander Rogstad found himself in 4th position. And then Theo Svensson in 5th, along with Isaac Rimenhatler. Oskar Rik and Adrian Gjerde, and then Andy Alstrin, along with Noah Antonsen. And then Vennedur Ravnas, the sole Icelandic in the weekend, Leon Larsen in 12th, and then with Sebastian Grondalils. Sebastian Grondalils in 13th, along with Theo Hansen. And then Anton Stromtanovic from Linja Jensen, Gustav Berglund, Henrik Bergström, Mikael Ostwald, Christian Alexander Rust, and then Christian Fejelund and Fredrik Flood Engebretsen, who will have to start the race, of course, from the back end of the grid. Now, I don't see Henrik Bergström out there on the course. So everybody else appears to be there. I'm just counting through the amount of carts we have, and I only count 21. I'm not entirely sure what has happened to Henrik Bergström, but certainly doesn't appear to be out on the course. Now, that would be very unfortunate if that's game over for Bergström for this race, because obviously with 21 of the 22 carts, Bergström doesn't even get the chance to showcase what he can do. But certainly for the front end of the field, it's going to be a tough one for Joachim Askelund, leading the field around with pressure from Jonathan Landström, Marie Barry Berg, and Alexander Rogstad will be instantaneous as this race gets underway. And yet again, we have exactly the same issue for the drivers standing outside here beside the start line position. I can see that while the clouds are very thick and grey here, there's no rain coming down from them at this point. So while there are damp patches on the new bits of tarmac, the old bits of tarmac are actually dry. So it's a really crazy situation for the drivers out there. They're all on wet tyres with no chance of getting a lot of grip from this at all unless it starts raining pretty heavily in the first couple of laps. So we wait to see what the battle is going to be like in Junior X30 as the pole position sitter, Joachim Askelund, is going to be on the main straight alongside Jonathan Landström. They come off the final turn. Are we going to go racing straight away? We are indeed. And it's a great start from Askelund. Marie Barry Berg is going to get alongside Landström and to the first corner and get through. So Marie Barry Berg is going to try and get second position as round the outside. Landström tries to hold it, but Barry Berg is through into second position. Landström fights back as Barry Berg is squeezed down to fifth over the top of the bridge. So Landström back in a second position behind Joachim Askelund. Askelund is your race leader then as Rogstad is trying to make a move or two in the first couple of laps of the race as Landström is in P2. Rogstad sliding sideways as they go under the bridge for the first time. Everybody really hoping for a big charge down the straight as they come up to the hairpin for the first time, though it's Askelund that leads the way. Landström in second position ahead of, now that is going to be Rogstad, I do believe, in third place. Certainly it's the energy course that's there in position. That's actually the 363 of Isak Remen-Hadler, would you believe? So Isak Remen-Hadler in third position. A lot of drivers struggling for grip on the first lap. So it's currently Askelund that leads the way. Then Isak Remen-Hadler behind Landström. Fourth place is Theo Svensson. Then it's Marie Barry Berg. Linja Jensen is doing a great job. Linja Jensen in P6, having a magnificent race at the moment. So Linja Jensen lost a bit of time in the first couple of corners, though. Andy Alstrin and Alexander Rogstad getting through by the look of it. Theo Hansen and Noah Antonsen are going well. Sebastian Grondalils is making good progress, as too is Fredrik Flood Engebretsen from the back of the grid, working his magic to charge his way back into contention. Excellent stuff so far. So Joachim Askelund going strong. Linja Jensen just trying to stay in the top 10. Couple of moments there on this lap where things are getting very tricky for grip. Landström and Remen-Hadler having a good run of it. Isak Remen-Hadler going well in third position behind Landström. Some great overtakes in the midfield. But Joachim Askelund leads Landström, and then it is Isak Remen-Hadler. Theo Svensson's got pressure from Marie Barry Berg down to the first corner, and Barry Berg is there on the inside. Marie Barry Berg gets into fourth position. Good overtake from her as she now moves up to P4 in front of Theo Hansen. So that's gone very well indeed. Oh, the timing screen's having a bit of a headache. As up the inside is that Isak Remen-Hadler getting through on Jonathan Landström. I think it was. It is indeed. So Isak Remen-Hadler now up at a second position ahead of Landström. So that is the energy course, moving up at a second place past Landström. Landström completely caught out there. And Isak Remen-Hadler doing a great job to move into P2. So as the drivers work their way through, it's Askelund who leads. Isak Remen-Hadler in second place. Third is Landström. Fourth is Marie Barry Berg. Fifth is the Charles Leclerc chassis. That's the treble 3 ahead of the 383. So that is going to be Theo Svensson in front of the 383 of Andy Alstrin. Then behind him, it is Alexander Rogstad and then Linja Jensen. Then we have the 388 of Noah Antonsen. So a really exciting battle for all the contenders as they work their way forward. Excellent battles from the drivers so far. They're really having a great race of it. Well, for some reason, our timing screen seems to be picking up the lap times, not the race times. So very unusual, but for some reason it's not quite showing the race order. I think the timing screen seems to think it's the warm-up rather than the superheat. Very unfortunate. Right, hopefully that will be corrected shortly. As it is, we'll follow the race continuing on the track. Leading the way, it is Joachim Askelund, then Isak Hadler, then Jonathan Landstrom, Marie Barry Berg. Bit of a slide out there from the treble three of Theo Svensson, but he holds on in front of Andy Alström and Alex Rokstad. Rokstad's going to try and get the move here to go side by side, but it's not going to happen. He is able to hold off behind Andy Alström. Then Linnea Jensen, Noah Antonsen and Theo Hansen in the top 10 from Oskarvik. Then Gustav Berglund and Venedor Ravnas. Fredrik Fludingebretsen is up to 14th in front of Sebastian Grundaliers. And then Adrian Gjerde from Leon Larsen, Mikael Ostfold, Christian Fejelund, Anton Strom-Tanevik and Christian Alexander Rust. So some good battles, but Joachim Askelund is being caught by the man in second, Isak Hadler, who seems to have got the car absolutely bang on setup. Marie Barry Berg, meanwhile, is hustling Jonathan Landstrom for third position. Landstrom goes out wide. That could be the chance for Marie Barry Berg, but he cuts across. No chance for Marie Barry Berg on that particular turn. And this is the difficulty. There's not enough grip in these tyres, these wet tyres, for the circuit now, because there's not enough water on the track. So you're having to make it up as you go. Linnea Jensen going wheel to wheel and going around the outside of the 388 to hold the position in front of Noah Antonsen. So Linnea Jensen able to hold on to it for the time being. But Askelund runs in front of Isak Hadler. And now it is Marie Barry Berg in front of Landstrom. But Landstrom is going to try and make the move into third position up the inside. No, you don't, says Marie Barry Berg. Defends beautifully for third position. So well done there to Marie Barry Berg. Not being intimidated by Landstrom in the slightest. Big tank slapper from Linnea Jensen. Somehow she holds on ahead of Noah Antonsen through the exit of the bridge. That is incredible. Great kart control from Linnea Jensen, and has to do so again round the outside of the hairpin. They're really struggling now. These tyres are going to be screaming at them. Put some water on us, please. But there's no water to be had on the circuit at the moment. So Askelund leads. Second is the energy course of Isak Hadler. Then it's Marie Barry Berg. Jonathan Landstrom, fourth position. Then Theo Svensson, then Alström, Rokstad, Antonsen, Jensen, Hansen, Wick and Berglund. Gustav Berglund actually sets the fastest lap of the race on a 54.728. You do start to wonder in these conditions, is there anybody out there who's going to be brave enough to start thinking about when they're going to go slicks in Senior X30? There might be one or two drivers who think, you know what difference does it make? We may as well make a gamble at this point for Senior X30. Certainly Junior X30, it's out of the question, but you've got to start thinking now that there's a real reduction in grip on wet tyres. Would slicks be the answer? It's a big question. And there is a bit of lack of grip now for Jonathan Landstrom, as through into fourth has gone Theo Svensson. So Theo Svensson now moves up into fourth position behind Marie Barry Berg, but ahead of Jonathan Landstrom. Then it is Andy Alström in P6 ahead of Rokstad, Antonsen, Jensen, Hansen, Wick, Berglund and Venedor Ravnas, the Icelandic driver, just in front of Sebastian Grundaliers and Fredrik Fludingebretsen. Then Adrian Gjerde, Mikael Ostfold, Leon Larsen, Christian Fejelund, Anton Strom-Tanevik and Christian Alexander Rust. Now, what's happened to Isak Hadler? He seems to have fallen away. His transponder had a bit of a hiccup there, because he is still in second place. In fact, if anything, he's reeling in Joachim Askelund. The chance to go for the victory is growing ever increasingly likely for Isak Hadler. And we are going full guns blazing here for Isak Hadler. Looks like he might get a chance here. It's a long old race, this one. 20 laps total. So it's going to be an interesting one for the contenders as they come through. 13 laps remain here. And Isak Hadler has never had a better chance of victory in the IAME Nordic Cup than he does right now in the superheat. Right in behind Joachim Askelund. But watch for Marie Barry Berg. She's the fastest driver on the track right now. Up in a third position, having done a 54.557, going even quicker than both drivers in front of her. So Marie Barry Berg seems to have the pace at the moment. And Jonathan Landstrom really doesn't. He's struggling. He's lost out again, this time to not just Andy Alström, but also to Noah Antonsen. Antonsen's got through past Landstrom as well. So down to the hairpin, and Isak Hadler is right in behind Askelund. Marie Barry-Berg is getting closer to both of them. She's got to be careful. She's faster than both of them, but obviously doesn't want to trip over either in the bid to go for the lead of the race. And now the rain has come. The rain has come here at Varna. It's started to fall. So the rain is now starting to come down. This could be absolutely crucial as far as the race battle is concerned. The rain is starting to come down. It's not particularly heavy, but it is consistent. So the track is going to get wetter. This race could change completely once more. But now that the rain is coming down again at Varna, and it is coming down quite heavy, this is where things can really change hands. And Isak Hadler's gone for the lead and taken it. Isak Hadler moves into the lead in the energy course. Marie Barry-Berg sliding in behind Joachim Asplund in the hope that she can get into second place. But we have a new leader. It's Isak Hadler. And now the rain really is coming down at Varna. It's properly joined us at the right time. But these wet tyres have been overworked big time in the first half of the race. Now they're really going to struggle for grip for the remainder of it. Isak Hadler is your leader in the energy course. Second place is currently Joachim Asplund, but Marie Barry-Berg is right behind him, hoping for a bid to come through. The wet tyres will now finally start to work properly, but after a good 8 laps or so of dry running, it's going to be pretty tricky for them. So this is not going to be the easiest of races for anyone. 8 laps of dry running, or dry-ish running, I should say, on wet tyres will definitely not make these tyres as good as they could be. So now the drivers are going to have to be incredibly patient through every single corner, even on wet tyres now. The fact that they did the first half of the race practically in the dry is going to really make a struggle for these contenders. So with the rain coming down, time for a driver or two to make a gamble on a move, perhaps. This could be where they'll get an opportunity. But certainly for now, Isak Hadler is your leader. Second is Joachim Asplund, and third is Marie Barry-Berg. Up to fourth now is Theo Svensson, ahead of Andy Alstrin, Noah Antonsen, and Jonathan Landstrom. They go down the straight again, and Marie Barry-Berg is definitely starting to hunt down the move on Joachim Asplund for P2. Asplund drifts out wide. Marie Barry-Berg looking for the overtaking move. It's not there yet. Still working hard though. And again, Marie Barry-Berg is slightly quicker than the two drivers in front of her. So it's all going to be about patience for Marie Barry-Berg as to when she starts to make that overtaking move. But this is not an easy circuit to overtake. That's where things are going to be tricky for Marie Barry-Berg. It's all about patience. She may actually drop back a couple of kart lengths and then make another run at it. So Isak Hadler down to the hairpin. This is all about control and discipline for these youngsters in Junior X30 now. This is the toughest race of the week so far in IAME Nordic Cup, because we started in the dry-ish conditions. Now we've got rain in the middle of the race, and they've obviously been on wet tyres since the start, but that doesn't mean the tyres will be at their best. So the drivers have got to work very hard to keep the concentration and keep the focus up. Isak Hadler is your leader. Joachim Asplund second. Marie Barry-Berg in a very strong third. Theo Svensson going out wide. This could be a chance for Andy Alstrin, and he knows it. Alstrin is going to try and get the move on the inside into fourth position. He dives, and he gets the move. Andy Alstrin into fourth position. Good work. Under the bridge come the two leaders. Marie Barry-Berg's actually dropped back a bit now from Isak Hadler and Joachim Asplund. That may still pay off for her as the race continues to play out. Just giving herself a little bit of time to read the situation and adapt to the conditions. And off goes Theo Svensson. Svensson's gone off at the hairpin. Oh, Theo Svensson, game over. And once you're in that gravel, that's it. Your race is done, because you're going to need help to get out of there, and you cannot accept outside assistance. You've got to feel for Theo Svensson. And that is game over in the battle for fourth position as the rain intensifies here at Varna. So Isak Hadler still your leader. Joachim Asplund still all over the back of him. But you can sense that Isak Hadler is getting nervous now, hanging in behind him. Here's Joachim Asplund starting to look for the overtaking moves that could pull off. You've got to be so careful in these conditions. This race is all about instinct now. As further back down the field, Linje Jensen is having a very tough battle with Oskar Wieck as they duel away for position. Again, Isak Hadler just hanging on in front of Joachim Asplund. Marie Barry-Berg's lost a lot of pace, but still holding on to third position for the time being. Asplund with a chance here to really hustle Isak Hadler. But this is patience, this is discipline, this is control as Asplund gets a run on Isak Hadler. Down the main straight, 7 laps to go. This isn't going to be easy. On the far side, a big tank slapper comes in from Joachim Askelin in the hope that he can turn the radius a little bit tighter on Isak Remenhatla. There's nothing between these two. Will Askelin make the dive up the inside for the right-hander, for the left? He does indeed. And Askelin takes the lead away from Isak Remenhatla. So Joachim Askelin gets into the lead on the back straight, but back on the inside comes Isak Remenhatla. There's no grip. Under the bridge, side by side, and Remenhatla gets it back again. Brilliant racing from Isak Remenhatla. Down to the hairpin they go, and still Isak Remenhatla has the advantage over Askelin. What a brilliant race from these two this is turning into now. And it's very much all bets off as the drivers have now just got a race on instinct from this point onwards. Isak Remenhatla going great guns ahead of Joachim Askelin. 6 to go. Again, Askelin will want to hunt down an overtaking move on Isak Remenhatla, but Remenhatla wants to hang on to this victory. This is as close as he's come to a win all week. He knows that Askelin's going to be right there. Askelin will know that the chance is on. Goes for it again, up the inside, takes it back. Remenhatla gets back alongside him on the back straight and returns the move into the bridge turn. And he's going to run out wide. Askelin back on the inside, and this time he has to concede. Askelin is back in the lead. But Isak Remenhatla will not give up. They both drift out very wide. Remenhatla almost pulls level. Oh, goodness me, this is tough stuff. As Isak Remenhatla, oh, and something came off. Something's come off the leader's cart. Joachim Askelin lost something on the cart. I'm not sure what happened there, but something's fallen off his machine. I think it might be, well, I couldn't see what it was, but he's either hit something or something's come off. Wow, that was very dramatic for Joachim Askelin as he came through the hairpin. I'm not sure if something came off his cart or if he's hit something that's come off somebody else's. I was just having a look to see whether it's a chain guard or something. I think it's a bit of the airbox by the look of it. Well, I think that might have come off Joachim Askelin's cart. Now, I don't know whether that's going to be a technical flag offence or not, but that certainly seemed to come off Askelin's cart. Meanwhile, for third, Marie-Barry Berg losing out to Andy Alstrin initially, but Alstrin overcooks it, and Marie-Barry Berg gets back into third position again as Alstrin almost cannons into the back of the Kart Republic. So through the final turn, the drivers come. Alstrin almost into the barriers on the final turn as Askelin continues on through. Askelin in front of Isak Remenhatla. So I'm not entirely sure what the situation is now with that missing piece of kart. I don't know whether that came off Askelin or whether he's hit somebody else's piece, but certainly there's no attempts to get the technical flag out at the moment. So by the look of it, I think Askelin may have got away with that in the lead. Well, now the circuit is getting suitably wet for wet tyres, so any Senior X30 mechanic that was thinking maybe we should gamble and go slicks, they certainly aren't thinking that now. It's wet tyres all the way. Well, it's going to be an interesting one for Askelin to finish this off. Marie-Barry Berg still under pressure from Andy Alstrin in the hunt for third position. So Joachim Askelin still leads here from Isak Remenhatla. Marie-Barry Berg hoping to shake off Andy Alstrin and Noah Antonsen. But into the final 3 laps we go, and Joachim Askelin has got the lead. Andy Alstrin is really hunting down Marie-Barry Berg for third position as they head into the first corner. Marie-Barry Berg still in third for the moment, ahead of Alstrin. But Alstrin really wants a move. As they come off the turn up over the top of the bridge, it's going to be tricky to hold on to. Down the back straight. Alstrin having a think about it, but Marie-Barry Berg protects. No chance for Alstrin to get through there. And there could even be a chance for Noah Antonsen to have a look at fourth position as they go under the bridge. Marie-Barry Berg kicks out wide. Not enough to lose the place, but certainly for Alstrin to get back on her rear axle. The leader's still going through. Alstrin to the hairpin goes through. Marie-Barry Berg tucks back for the inside. They're side by side. Alstrin gets the move. Alstrin is ahead of Marie-Barry Berg now for third position. Barry Berg trying to get back in the mix. And so we go on with 2 laps to go, and Joachim Askelin looks good for the victory here in front of Isak Remenhatla. Marie-Barry Berg is having to move to cover off Noah Antonsen in the fight for fourth position as the rain gets heavier still here at Varna. Well, now it's definitely becoming a tricky one just in terms of raw instinct. Marie-Barry Berg is going to have a real problem here. Fending off from Noah Antonsen. Antonson's going to dive into the inside. And so too is Landstrom. Barry Berg has to concede both of them. Wow, that was tricky stuff for Marie Barry Berg, but Ostrin's now to third. Fourth is Antonsen, fifth is Landstrom, sixth is Marie Barry Berg, seventh now is Theo Hansen, and eighth is Sebastian Grondaliels. What a comeback for him. Excellent racecraft. Meanwhile, Joachim Askeland is about to lap a very stricken and sorry car. Well, up in front, it's been a very tough race for our race leader. Joachim Askeland has definitely had a hard race of it to hold on up at the front end of the field. Oh, and a spin on the last lap under the bridge for Linja Jensen. Jensen spins it on the last lap. That's really unfortunate. She will recover, but drop to the back. But here comes Joachim Askeland. He wins in pouring conditions at Varna ahead of Isak Römenhatler and Andy Alstrin. What a great race. A very tough battle, but Joachim Askeland comes away with a victory. Excellent work. Isak Römenhatler in second and third place for Andy Alstrin. Well, that was very tough racing out there. And all the way to the finish line, the drivers really having to pull out their best, their most toughest of racing instincts as the rain comes out in force here at Cadet Varna. So all the drivers are going to have completed that are still on the track, and it's a very unfortunate and very unhappy end for Christian Alexander Röst, who becomes the last driver home in torrential conditions here. But the victory goes the way of Joachim Askeland, who is looking good for a potential golden ticket to the IAME World Finals in November in Spain. The way things are currently look, he was on pole position for this one. He lost ground initially, but he fought his way back into contention to take back the victory from Isak Römenhatler in the pouring rain. You can see it for yourself how heavy the rain is now here at Cadet Varna. But a fabulous result for Joachim Askeland just as we get ourselves ready for the Senior X30 race. The superheat is coming strong, but it's definitely going to be an interesting one for Joachim Askeland. He now comes through emerging as the victor in fantastic fashion. So Joachim Askeland gets the win in front of Isak Römenhatler. Andy Alstrin in third position ahead of Noah Antonsen. Jonathan Landstrom fought his way for fifth position in the end ahead of Theo Hansen. Marie Barry Berg in seventh ahead of Sebastian Grondaliels, with Oskar Wieck in front of Alexander Rockstad. Then Gustav Berglund 11th in front of Fredrik Flud Ingebretsen, who fought back to 12th. Mikael Ostwald 13th in front of Venedor Ravnas. Adrian Gerde, Linja Jensen, Anton Strom-Tanevik and Christian Alexander Röst. So now there is just one final race to come before we get ourselves into the mix for the challenging race ahead of us. And it is definitely going to be a tough race battle that will see us into the last part of the running. The superheat will be coming through in fantastic fashion as we get superheat for the Senior X30s coming up very shortly. So now we have the toughest race of the day for the wet contenders so far in Senior X30. And this, of course, is the final race before the finals as well, as the marshals are doing their best to try and get rid of some of the excess gravel from various points of the circuit where a driver or two has gone off the road before we go racing. But now the wet tyres are definitely going to get the running they obviously need, because the circuit is absolutely soaked after the rain shower that we now have on the circuit. So this is going to be Vilma Svan and Elina Lee Rolfsen on the front row of the starting grid for the superheat. And this, of course, is the last race that will set the grid ahead of the battle in the finals later on today. It's been perfect sunshine for the Senior X30 drivers up until this point, but not anymore. Vilma Svan and Elina Lee Rolfsen on the front row of the grid for this one. Cornelia Constance Helkrem and Tord Raugstad will be together on the second row of the grid. And then, of course, we're going to have an interesting challenge from Dennis Bjerke, who is in 5th position, along with Alexander Johansson in 6th on the grid. Felix Johannesson will be 7th. Sebastian Svensson will be 8th. Vertti Varnanen, the consistent Finn, will be in 9th position on the grid for this one, with Philip Svensson, a race winner, in 10th position on the grid. In fact, he is, rather annoyingly, he had a race win taken off him when he ended up having a mechanical failure. And then a penalty, I think it was, that went his way later on in the day. So based on the way that things actually played out for Philip Svensson, he did get 2 wins on the road, but he only got 1 win officially, because the second of his wins was then given over to Sebastian Svensson, which means we actually got 6 different winners yesterday officially from the Senior X30 heats, and that's an amazing statistic when we had 6 races. Philip Svensson got the first of those victories. Alexander Johansson got the second. The third went the way of Vilma Svan. The fourth going to Elina Lee Rolfsen. The fifth being awarded to Sebastian Svensson, and the 6th going the way of Dennis Bjerke. Well, it's definitely wet conditions now for the Senior X30 Superheat. So this is where things are going to get very tricky indeed for our drivers. They know exactly what's coming in terms of the threat of the rain that will emerge out on the circuit. So it's definitely going to be tricky for all the drivers now as we work our way around the course, in the hope that it's going to be a very competitive race, but certainly it'll be a very tricky one. Vilma Svan, pole position. 2nd place for Elina Lee Rolfsen, 3rd for Cornelia Constance Helkrem, and 4th for Tord Raugstad. So this is going to be one of the toughest races of the week, and certainly the wettest. I actually went around the circuit yesterday in an X30 in very similar conditions to this. Many thanks, by the way, have to go to the Norwegian Federation as well as X Promotions for allowing that test to happen last night in wet conditions here at KNA Varna. But the drivers are starting to get themselves up to speed in the hope that we're going to have a very tough race of it. So the drivers are looking for an exciting race battle ahead of them, and we're absolutely definitely going to get it. For some reason, we've got a very different starting grid lineup to what we should have in my timing screen in front of me. Now, hopefully, again, that's going to be edited very shortly, because we should have the starting grid for the superheat rather than the aggregate grids of A and B, because it's the superheat that we've got now in front of us. But Vilma Svan will take the position up at the front end of the field for this one. Elina Lee Rolfsen, so consistent over the weekend, and a victory, of course, as well, lining up 2nd on the grid. Cornelia Constance Helkrem has probably been the most consistent driver of anybody here in Senior X30, and lines up 3rd on the grid. Tord Raugstad, not a winner yet, but certainly right up at the sharp end all the way through. So a good chance to go for the victory for him. And so now the X30 seniors are going to go in their 2 lines. And we should have a very competitive grid of karts making their way down the straight. Are we going to go racing the first time of asking? We are! And it's a great charge forward for the 421 Vilma Svan. Straight into the mix, and the drivers get their way to turn 1. Is everybody going to get through in position? It's almost impossible to see. We've got 2 karts off the road already. Make that 3. Several drivers already caused an issue in the first couple of corners then. But all 35 drivers are out there for the superheat. So it is a very tricky start to the race, that's for sure, as everybody tries to work their way through on the opening lap. But Vilma Svan is out in front. Elina Lee Rolfsen in 2nd place. Up to 3rd has come Tord Raugstad. So it's already been a very hectic start to the race. As everybody works their way through, we've got a spinner under the bridge. We have a spin under the bridge. Someone's gone around as everybody just tries to stay out of the gravel. Oh, a couple of big moves in the middle. But certainly everybody just hoping to stay on the racetrack in the first lap. A couple of drivers hoping that they can just keep this together. Not easy to stay on the road at Varna. But at the end of the first lap, Vilma Svan is your leader. Second is Tord Raugstad now, ahead of Alexander Johansson and Elina Lee Rolfsen, who has dropped to fourth position. Up the inside, that looked like Philip Svensson getting the move on Sebastian Svensson. No relation between those two, of course. But the off we had on the first lap looked to me like Krista Purpis. So Krista Purpis is now down at the back. I'm not sure whether he kept going or not. I think the answer to that question might be he did not. Certainly Krista Purpis has not come through. But 35 drivers on one grid is the busiest. We've had a spin up. One of the Falcons has gone around. So Krista Purpis is not the only one to have hit trouble. Dropping down to the back end of the field. I think that might be Vertti Varnanen having an issue on the first lap as well, dropping a long way down the field. So several drivers in the mix there, unfortunately dropping back. But it's Vilma Svan who leads the way from Tord Raugstad. And Raugstad has pressure from Alexander Johansson. Johansson getting through and taking second out of the final turn. So Alexander Johansson into second position, chasing down Vilma Svan. Up the inside for fourth position. There could be a little bit of a nudge there between those two. And it is Philip Svensson getting through on Elina Lee Rolfsen. That was a little bit messy. But they managed to get away without incident as Tord Raugstad tries again to get the run on Alexander Johansson, and it doesn't work out. A lot of side-by-side going through the hairpin, under the bridge again. And the top four remain as was. A couple of drivers running a little bit further down the line under the bridge. Getting a little bit squirty through that particular part of the course. And it looks like Alexander Johansson is now really trying to take on Vilma Svan. Two previous winners this week. Oh my goodness, big lock up there from Vilma Svan. 3 wheels on the deck and 1 wheel in the air as he goes through into the braking zone. The drivers are still trying to make up as much time as they possibly can to make up an overtaking move. Not easy to pick where the moves are going to come from in this race. Senior X30 very competitive now with all the drivers trying to find their gap, trying to find their rhythm on a circuit that keeps changing every lap. It's more akin to powerboat racing now than it is to karting, as the track conditions are changing every lap. And that's Johansson going wheel to wheel with Vilma Svan for the lead of the race on the back straight. Is Johansson going to finish that move off around the outside? He's done it! Amazing from Alexander Johansson. Picks off the move, and now Tord Raugstad gets through past Vilma Svan as well. So Vilma Svan down to third position behind Tord Raugstad and the race leader Alexander Johansson. Careful guys, 1 or 2 moves that have gone wrong could end up in the gravel. You've got to be so precise, you've got to be so careful. And we've got a yellow flag, somebody off at the hairpin by the look of it. So somebody skated right off the track at the hairpin. Can't quite make out who it is, but we will have somebody dropping all the way down the field. So Alexander Johansson is the leader from Tord Raugstad. Drivers battling in the final turn. Lots of big charges as drivers are mixing it wheel to wheel. Lots of great battles in the midfield. So who is it that's dropped all the way down to the back of the field? Well, we've lost Krista Purpis. He didn't go any further than the first lap, unfortunately. But we've had a spinner as well. That looks like Oscar Spora has had a problem and has got going again. So there is Spora in the 432. He's been able to get out and recover the kart again. So Oscar Spora recovers down to the back. Meanwhile, Alexander Johansson is your leader. Second place, Tord Raugstad. Third is Vilma Svan. Fourth place, that looks to me like Philip Svensson. It is. And then William Svensson in the LGK is in fifth position. No relation, those two. It's the differences between Philip Svensson and William Svensson. Sebastian Svensson is right in the mix there as well. It's a very popular name in Sweden, of course. Svensson is basically Smith in Swedish. So through they come. Very good battle as they continue on their way through. Alexander Johansson, Tord Raugstad in second. Third place for Vilma Svan. Elina Lee Rolfsen and Cornelia Constance Rue Helkrem have lost some position. Where's Sebastian Svensson? Svensson has lost some ground by the look of it. So Sebastian Svensson, no he hasn't. He's just had an issue with his transponder, that's all. So Sebastian Svensson is still there in fourth position. I thought he might have been the latest name to skate off the road, but in fact his transponder is just having a little bit of water run through it. So that's obviously made it a little bit more tricky for the people around him to gauge where he is. He's currently in 6th position, Sebastian Svensson. So Johansson is the leader, then Raugstad, then Svan, then Philip Svensson, then William Svensson, then Sebastian Svensson. Then we've got Max Andersson in front of Elina Lee Rolfsen, Cornelia Constance Ruhr-Helkrem, and then in 10th place is Marius Barryberg in the DAP colours. So a very tough race now in Senior X30. This is not going to be easy for the contenders to deal with the situation in front of them. So slippery, the conditions here. As the drivers are battling away, that's Vilma Svan dueling away for the lead of the battle for 3rd position. Currently going wheel to wheel with William Svensson and Sebastian Svensson. And they are mixing it up in the run behind for 3rd position. Sebastian Svensson finds himself in 5th place, I think. So Alexander Johansson there. So it's currently Vilma Svan, William Svensson and Philip Svensson who are battling away for 3rd position. Tord Raugstad on his own in 2nd place. Vilma Svan losing a bit of ground. Still they run around hoping for a good run. Not going to be easy to see how it all plays out here. But it will be a tough race battle. 4.62 and 4.25 dueling away together. That is Dennis Bjerke and Max Carlsen. What a tough race this is for Dennis Bjerke. All the way down in 15th position. That is not where he wants to be at all. We've had a spin up. We've had a spinner in the penultimate hairpin. Now that is Theo Thomason Ada, who has lost the cart and gone around. Oh, we're going to wheel off. We're going to wheel off on the main straight. That is the 446 that's got off there in front of us. So that is Jennifer Olsen. Jennifer Olsen has lost the rear wheel. Not sure what happened there, but Jennifer Olsen's wheel has come off right in front of us here on the main straight. So it's game over for her. But thank goodness everybody's okay. So a big moment for Jennifer Olsen as Tord Raugstad continues on in 2nd place behind the race leader. And that kart is still dangerously close to the race circuit, so they've got to be careful on the main straight, especially seeing as how if one kart can go off there, then another kart certainly could. So Alexander Johansson leading the way from Tord Raugstad. 3rd place for William Svensson now. Vilma Svan is down to P4. We've got Philip Svensson, who is in 5th position at the moment, trying to find a way ahead of Wilma Svan. In fact, he's done it. So that is Philip Svensson through. Oh, has somebody gone off again? You can always tell because there's a rumble when a kart, or some part of a kart at least, hits the barrier. So I think somebody's made contact with the barrier and hopefully continued. But certainly the race lead is Alexander Johansson. He leads here in the X-Brit, running a good race up in the front. Then Tord Raugstad in the Lando Norris chassis. Then it's the Tony kart of William Svensson, who runs in 3rd position. Then it's Philip Svensson ahead of Vilma Svan. So Vilma Svan struggling in 5th position ahead of Max Andersson, Elina Lee Rolfsen, Sebastian Svensson, Marius Barryberg and Harold Matheson. Problems then recently for Cornelia Constance Ruhr-Helkrem. So Cornelia Constance Ruhr-Helkrem has now fallen to 14th, just ahead of Dennis Bjerke. Very tricky conditions here. Everybody really struggling to get the most of it at the moment. So tricky in the wet here, as the drivers are just struggling to find the ultimate grip. Alexander Johansson is not far away from lapping Theo Thomason, the way that the pace has kind of gone his way. And I'm delighted to say that the digiboard appears to have started working again. So that's good news. Tells the officials where they are in the times, but also how many laps they've got left to run. So that'll help out a lot. 10 laps to go here of the 20 laps of the superheat. And Alexander Johansson is your race leader. Look at the spray out there. It's so difficult. As the rain continues to come down here at Varna, it's now constant. It's not a monsoon, but it's certainly constant rain here at Varna, and that's going to make things very treacherous indeed. Tough racing in Senior X30. But here comes the battle for the lead out of the hairpin, as Alexander Johansson in the X-Brit is still having a very solid race. He's got to be careful lapping Theo Thomason as Thomason gets out of the way. Meanwhile, William Svensson has got right up to Tord Raugstad. The battle for 2nd place is on then. So William Svensson could get a run here for 2nd position. And that's when the wet conditions really do sort out the weak from the strong, because some race drivers can really adapt in the wet conditions very well indeed. And William Svensson certainly looks like he's able to do that in battle with Tord Raugstad. So some good battles going on all around the course. But certainly for Alexander Johansson, he's got himself in a bit of a rhythm. William Svensson trying to take on Tord Raugstad for second position. Fourth place currently is Philip Svensson, then Vilma Svan. Now, looks like we've got some good battles going on just on the outskirts of the top 10 here. Theo Thomason is just being instructed to get out of the way and let the leaders go through, which is exactly what he does. But now William Svensson's got into second place. He's got ahead of Tord Raugstad. So William Svensson is now P2 ahead of Raugstad. So we've got Alexander Johansson leading the way. Second place is William Svensson. Third is Tord Raugstad. And in fourth position it is Philip Svensson in front of Vilma Svan, with Max Anderson now trying to chase him down. There's all sorts of battles going on further back. There's Alina Lee Rolfsson, 477 going past the pits. And that is just in behind Max Anderson, but ahead of Svensson, ahead of Marius Barryberg, and now ahead of Niklas Dottensven. So some good battles all around. Now Alexander Johansson's transponder appears to be having a bit of a headache. Hopefully that's going to return to the top of the table very soon. Some great battles between the drivers in the top 10. A lot of great overtakes have been taking place over the last few laps. But Alexander Johansson just skating his way around this course, and skating really is the word, because he's got to be so patient on the throttle. But it looks like the 6 different winners streak is finally going to be ended, and that's a kart off the road at the hairpin. We've got a kart off the road in the hairpin. Not sure who it is that's gone, but certainly we've got someone off at the bottom of the hill, dropping out of the race then. So we've obviously lost a few drivers now. We've lost Krista Purpis, we've lost Jennifer Olsen, and now we've lost another driver. I'm just trying to make out who it is that's gone. I think Lucas Fossa was out of the race a short while ago. Either that or Fossa has already been lapped. But certainly for a few of the drivers, it's getting pretty treacherous out there on the course. So at the hairpin, it's now clear. Johansson through in front of Svensson, and then in third place it is Tord Raugstad. Some serious battles going on in the middle of the field as Theo Thomason is still motoring on, but has got blue flags and has really found traffic in a terrible part of the circuit. There's a lot of shuffles of the deck now, as several drivers are really struggling to keep things in perspective up at the sharp end of the field. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, comes in for William Svensson. He does a 55.467. And that is obviously very important, because William Svensson is in second place trying to chase down Alexander Johansson. The gap is 3 seconds, and he's gone 0.4 of a second quicker several laps in a row now. So he may just have time to catch up to the race leader here. But it's not going to be easy with 6 laps remaining to make up 3 seconds at the rate of 0.4 of a second per lap. It is achievable, but very tricky it will be, that's for sure. As the 495 has a moment, spins around. That is Felix Johannesson. Johannesson was very good indeed in the dry. In the wet, it's an absolute nightmare for him right now. So Alexander Johansson is leading the way, but William Svensson is catching him in the Tony Kart chassis with the Ward Racing insignia. Not a bad team that Joachim Ward pulls off, does he? Fantastic to see. But it's really going to be tricky to see how the drivers continue in the mix here, with the final few corners of the lap getting wetter by the minute. Several drivers finding an opportunity here to gain some ground. Others are just looking for a little bit of grip somewhere along the course. Now William Svensson is still in second place. There's Tord Raugstad in third. Fourth position behind them, that is Philip Svensson. And a real big tank slapper for William Svensson, who is going to get his transponder working again, I hope, very shortly. And back into second position. But he's the fastest driver on track, and he's gaining big time on Alexander Johansson. He just went 0.3 of a second quicker than him in sector 2 alone. He knows that a win could be on here. 4 laps to go, and the gap has come down to 2.4 seconds. It's doable for William Svensson, but he's really got to focus. This could come down to the very last lap between William Svensson and Alexander Johansson in the lead of the race, and off into the barriers. Sideways goes one of the Tony Karts. That is the 480 going sideways. That is Ina Karina Rostad. So she gets back on the track, drops to the back of the train, but at least she keeps going, despite the scary moment there going off the road. Meanwhile, William Svensson has not given up on the victory ahead of Alexander Johansson. Johansson is leading in the X Brit, but William Svensson is catching him. Has he got enough time? He's running out of laps, that is for sure. And with just 3 laps to go now, it's all down to William Svensson. Can he catch up to the race leader? As they cross the line, the lap times are quite significantly different. Well, Johansson did a 55.7, so too did William Svensson. So they are even at 2.5 seconds with 3 laps to go. Alexander Johansson knows he's got to push in the last 3 laps or William Svensson's going to catch him. So a good battle all the way through. Lots of good hustling in the midfield as well. Great to see how everybody is going to try and find a little bit more momentum in the closing stages. A little bit of an incident there in the final turn, as we've got Theo Thomason accidentally tripping a couple of drivers up there. I think it was Thomas Grondaliels who ended up causing a little bit of a melee as well. I don't know whether he was the instigator or whether he was in the middle of a victim's gambit there. 2 laps to go for Alexander Johansson in front of William Svensson. So there is Alexander Johansson going through, having done a 55.759, 55.225 for William Svensson. He takes half a second out of him in that lap. The gap's down to 1.9 seconds with 2 to go. William Svensson hasn't given up. Over the bridge, and they've got some slower carts in front of them. This could be crucial. Alexander Johansson is about to reach traffic under the bridge. So there is Johansson going under the bridge. Behind him there is William Svensson, only 1.9 seconds back on the previous count, but down to the hairpin. Look, there's 2 slower carts in front of them. This could be it between Johansson and Svensson. Svensson's got a lot more confidence than Johansson at that point of the course. This is going to get pretty scary as William Svensson charges forward to try and close up on Alexander Johansson. But these 2 drivers are going side by side for the position. This is Sporer and Johannesson. Alexander Johansson goes through in 55.8. Svensson, 55.3. Takes another half second out of it. 1 lap to go, and there's a 1.5 seconds between them. If Johansson gets caught out by the traffic in the wrong place, then Svensson could steal the victory away. They are shown the blue flags. They've got to get out of the throttle. Well done. They have managed to get out of that before Johansson came through. I'm not sure if Felix Johannesson is going to be quite so compliant. But certainly for the moment, Alexander Johansson doesn't have to worry too much about one of them. The other one, he may do. It's getting tight, but he does make the move. And that, I'm afraid, is very much the race won, because poor William Svensson is going to get caught in the wrong place lapping them. So Alexander Johansson has been able to dodge the danger. Out of the final turn he comes. William Svensson is going to cross the line just behind him, but Alexander Johansson takes the victory. He wins it. Well, the checkered flag missed him. I'm afraid the checkered flag missed Alexander Johansson coming through, but he does take the win. So Alexander Johansson getting the victory in front of William Svensson. Now the question is, because they missed the checkered flag, will William Svensson know that he has taken the flag? And more to the point, will Alexander Johansson? They may still be racing the first couple of karts. Everybody else will be slowing. I'm just keeping an eye on it, but certainly for the time being, I think Alexander Johansson and William Svensson are treating it as if they haven't seen the checkered flag. So they just want to be mindful. Well, Johansson knows that the race is over, so too does Svensson, so it's okay. Well, the checkered flag comes down then for Alexander Johansson. He gets the win in front of William Svensson and Tord Raukstad. 4th place for Philip Svensson in front of Vilma Svan and Max Anderson. Elinor Rolfsson ahead of Marius Barryberg, Niklas Dottensven and Max Bostrom. Harold Matheson 11th in front of Dennis Bjerke, and then Sebastian Svensson 13th ahead of Joachim Matheson. Max Carlsen and Cornelia Constant Roa Helkrem. Isak Abramsen, Ina Corina Rostad. Elias Hagen finishes up in 19th ahead of Kenneth Arjnes. Then it is Verti Varnanen in 21st ahead of Linus Harnell, Amelie Hornseth, Thomas Grondaliels, and then Jonas Berglund. Ella Lachtema in front of Konrad Bergheim Hansen, Jonathan Tangen Solvag, William Lundbo, Oscar Spora, and then Theo Thomason Aid. Felix Johannesson was a lap adrift, and then Lucas Fossa retired from the race, as did Jennifer Olsen, as did Krista Perpis on the very first lap. Well, big drama then. Big rain showers here at Cadet Varna as well. But fortunately, everybody has come through in safe condition. So that's it for the superheats. The only 5 races left in the IAME Nordic Cup 2024 will be the finals. In 25 minutes, we will have the driver's presentation on the main straight. So do stick around and listen for further announcements, folks. Otherwise, here at the IAME Nordic Cup 2024, now we've had the B side. It's time for the A side when the finals come out. We've had the starters. Now time for the main course. So just a note to inform you all, folks, the driver's presentation will now be taking place at 1:20. That is 1:20. So the driver's presentation will take place at 1:20. That is to give the officials and the marshals a little bit more of a break. But yes, the driver's presentation will now take place at 1:20 local time. Attention paddock. Can we please have the drivers representing Finland, make their way please to the dummy grid. If you can please make your way to the holding area. The drivers from Finland, please make your way forward to the dummy grid. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are commencing IAME Nordic Cup drivers presentation. Great to see all of the contenders making their way onto the main straight. Of course, doing the best they can to hide and shelter in the rain. 4 nations represented in the 2024 IAME Nordic Cup in fantastic fashion. And it's great to see them all here. The first nation, of course, represented is Iceland, with just one competitive driver in the entire weekend from Iceland, Venador Ravnas. Great to see Venador taking part in Junior X30, of course, this weekend, and having a very solid time of it as he runs over the sharp end of the field. The second nation is Finland. Great to see the Finnish representative. Just a handful of drivers from Finland here for this fantastic event. We have a few more drivers in the mix from Sweden. Great to see the Swedish contingent. Svenska is once again represented strongly in an international X30 competition. And then, of course, we have en masse the team from Norway. The host nation with so many fantastic competitors on the starting grid. Norway really has got a plethora of drivers. I'm going to be spending a lot more time talking to the drivers from Norway than I am from any other country, to be perfectly fair. But we have got a fantastic crop of drivers to make their way forward. Are you guys all coming for Iceland, Sweden and Finland? Good, because if you're from Norway, you're over there, mate. They've just walked straight past their home nation. Love it. Right. So all the drivers getting themselves into positions. Yeah, that's Norway, mate. You're literally standing by the flag of Norway, then that's Norway. That's where you need to be. Honestly, ask a bunch of drivers to line up on a start-finish straight, and they can't do it. Ah, well, at least we're enjoying the slightly wetter conditions now than they were. Not entirely sure what we've started doing now. Norway seems to have separated themselves from the fray. I think you all need to be in the same line. I think you need the same line as everybody else. We've now made 2 lines. So you want to go back over to the side. There we go. We've made 2 lines here. I'm not quite sure how we've done that. But we have got all of the competitors represented here from the different nations. So let's have a word then with a few of our competitors from the different nations as they are all formed up on the starting grid. Great to see everybody here. Just under 100 drivers for the first ever IAME Nordic Cup for X30. The last big championship of this kind, of course, to be held on the KNA Varna circuit was back in 1998. And that saw a now infamous battle in karting between Sweden's Joachim Fried and a young Finn by the name of Kimi Räikkönen, who kind of went on to do a few good things in his motor racing career. So this place does have a decent reputation for garnering amazing talent in karting. There have been some fantastic competitors over the years, and this circuit really does provide some incredible talents. So I'm going to have a chat with a few of our competitors out here on the starting grid. First and foremost, to Iceland's Venador Ravnas. How amazing is it to be just the sole competitor from your host nation, Venedor. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, it's quite fun that I'm the only driver from Iceland, and yeah, not very many Icelandic people have gotten this far in motorsport. They're mostly in motocross and rally.
So to come through in karting on a tarmac circuit, it's very new for Icelandics. This is obviously a big chance for you as well, because this could be the start of a very long journey in motorsport.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about either coming to Formula 1 or GT, and I want to drive Le Mans 24-hour, and yeah, just trying to get with this race and just trying to get in the world final.
Well, considering the difficult conditions you've had to put up with over the course of this weekend, I think that's good preparation for the Le Mans 24 Hours one day. What's it been like driving the Varna circuit in the dry and in the wet?
It's been fun. I really like coming under the bridge and coming out in like 100 kph plus, and yeah.
Very exciting stuff. We wish you all the very best for the final later today. Venedor Rabnas for Iceland, ladies and gentlemen. A very impressive competitor. And great to see Iceland, only represented by one driver, but still very welcome to be here. Here's Finland, a small team on the grid for Finland. I'm going to have a quick word with Ella, actually, because Ella was the first one to turn up. See, that was what was so good about it. Ella, what's it been like driving at Varna this weekend?
It's good, but unfortunately, I'm sick, so it's been really hard to drive because it needs so much strength. So I'm sick, so it's really hard.
So you're recovering from illness while driving, but the circuit here at Varna is very physical, so that must have taken quite a lot out of you this weekend.
Yeah.
So what can you tell us about what it's been like going through the motions of such a competitive field in Senior X30?
I don't know.
You've had a lot of good competition out there, a lot of drivers to compete against, but it's very close. In qualifying, I think the whole field was separated by a second and a half. How difficult is it to stay at the front when you're trying to get those last tenths of a second?
It's really hard because the gap between of 10 best drivers is really small, and because I'm sick, it's really hard to get that good lap. And but it's possible when you just drive.
Enough. Well, and we know that you're also competing this year in the Champions of the Future Academy as well, so that's obviously a big opportunity, but these events are obviously giving you a good chance to put your platform out there. Has it been a strong start to 2024 for you in terms of building up the interest?
Speed is very good, but we have a lot of technical problems with the car, and last time when we were in Spain, Valencia, our exhaust pipe broke and everything like that, so we have a lot of bad luck.
Okay, well, hopefully the good luck is going to come around on the way for you, Ella. Good luck for it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Team Finland. Great to see them all here. Oh, we've got a few. I'm actually going to pop our head round. I'm going to have a word with Verti as well. Verti. Oh, come on. You can say a few words for me in English, Verti. It's very. Ella was telling us how competitive it is in Senior X30. You've just had the wettest race I've seen on a kart circuit for a long time. It looks pretty tricky out there.
Yes, very hard. First corner. Mitä vittua?
Could you see anything when you were going in through that first corner? It must have been so tough.
Yeah, I don't see first corner.
I think the grip out there was changing from lap to lap out there. Was the circuit actually getting faster on the wet tyres, or were you finding it was very difficult just to hang on?
Yeah. Yes.
For representing the competition that they have done here in the IAME Nordic Cup 2024. Every single driver in the competition gets to take one of those home with them. I'm going to make sure it goes back in the bag. Otherwise, I don't want to be accused of stealing. There we go. I'm going to put that back again. That's fine. So we've got a vast contingent, obviously, from Sweden, from Finland, and from Iceland. But then we come to the most monstrous of race teams. We'll come to them in a moment. We'll talk to them in a moment. Let's have a quick word with Jennifer Olsen, actually. Jennifer, it's been a very competitive race week. So many drivers fighting up at the sharp end, but you've had it tough in the dry and in the wet. What's it been like through the week?
Tough.
So in the last race, you lost a wheel. What actually happened on the main straight?
I came out a little too wide, and then I just spun, and it lost.
So because you spun, it was so ferocious, it actually made the wheel snap off. Goodness me. Okay, so in terms of the setup here, what's been the key ingredient to get the car to go as fast as it can around this circuit? What's been the key?
I think it has been a lot easier for me to find around attack and nej.
You've had a lot of good drivers to race against. It's been very quick, very close out there.
Yeah, it's been very good drivers, and Wilmer is really fast and he's a good Swede.
Is there a little bit of friendly rivalry within Team Sweden? You want to try and beat these guys and be the best Swedish driver out there?
I don't think I can manage. They're really good.
That wasn't the question I asked you, but that was very diplomatic an answer. Well done, Jennifer. We've also got Elias Hagen here. We've got Oscar Sporter in the mix there. You guys obviously want to give us a bit of a chat as well. Elias, how have things been?
Huh?
How have things been over the week?
Oh, so bad. Just atrocious.
Well, you were competing up in the top 6 at one point yesterday, so it was looking pretty fast at one point.
Yeah, it's the weekend we have been pretty fast, but unfortunately we have had a lot of technical issues, so we haven't really had the opportunity to start at the front in the superheat. And of course now when it's raining, it hasn't been so great as well.
But what's been really good is that everybody at Falcon Team Sweden has really been pushing, and you've got an amazing group of people behind you all.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody in the team is helping each other, and we, pushing each other forward and trying to get the best result as we can as a team and as individual drivers as well.
Fantastic. We're going to get excited for that final later on. Thanks very much to Team Sweden. Thank you very much, guys. I think everybody else will keep the pressure on because we've got a lot of Norwegians to get through. Well done to the guys from Sweden. Vilma Svan's happy I'm not talking to him. There we go. I might come back to one or two of you in a moment just to keep the pressure on. Let's see. Oh, now we're into the array of a very long team. It's Team Norway, ladies and gentlemen. Yay! Team Norway, there's hundreds of them. Obviously, with us being in the host nation, check it out. We've got so many fantastic drivers here from Team Norway. Who is up for a word with the people in it? This is the bit that they're always frightened by. They always want to see, oh, well, let's have a quick word with Sebastian. Sebastian Grondalil. So let's have a quick chat with you. Sebastian, it's been an up and down week for you personally, but certainly for the event. You've really been enjoying yourself out here on a circuit that you know very well.
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about what the setup has been like in the dry compared to the setup in the wet.
Well, you need to have a lot of grip in the wet, so yeah, more grip, I guess.
And it looks like it's really tricky in racecraft in the wet here because you don't have a lot of room to play with. So what's the magic ingredient to try and make overtakes in the wet?
Well, send it, I guess.
Love it. That's a great answer. Thanks, Sebastian. Just send it. I love it. That's absolutely the way these guys do it. Thank you very much, mate. We'll continue down the line. Who else can we doorstop and have a quick word with? They're all quite frightened about the prospect. They're all... see, when you nominate each other, that's when I go for you. So try not to be that person. Let's have a quick word with Marie Barryberg. Come on, Marie. You've got experience of this now, being in Europe as well as much as you have. It's been a very competitive weekend here for you. You've been up at the top 5 pretty much all the way through. What's it been like fighting up at the front in both the dry and the wet?
It's been hard, yeah.
So what's been the tricky part in terms of setup, trying to find that little bit extra?
That it's raining and it's drying up and raining in, yeah.
So how much more of a challenge is this circuit when it's raining compared to when it's dry? It must be a very different racetrack to drive on.
Yeah, it's very hard, yeah.
Are you having to be a little bit more patient, or do you have to be quite aggressive in the wet?
You have to be kind of aggressive, yeah.
Fair enough. Got all your rivals here who are trying to muck you up.
They think I'm not so good in English.
They think you're not good at English. Okay, shall we test them then, Alina?
Yes.
There you go. You see, now they're not laughing anymore. I love that. We'll test your English in a minute. This particular circuit, Varna, it looks really difficult in the wet. I mean, in the dry, it's a real driver's challenge, but it almost takes on a different character in the wet.
Yes, it's very hard to drive here. Like in Sweden, it's a very different way to drive. So here you have to switch like the driving.
Fair enough. I mean, it looks... No, that's fair enough. Fair enough. No problem at all. Thanks very much, Alina. These guys, to be fair, a lot of them didn't know this was going to be happening, so a lot of them are being very brave in stepping up to the plate. I want to have a quick word with Frederick, actually, if you're up for that. Frederick, you had a miserable day yesterday after such a fantastic run in qualifying to get pole position, but the day was really cut short for you. What exactly happened in that first race?
me and Maria got we bumped into each other, and I spinned around, and someone else hit me, and then I got pushed into the barriers, and my foot got stuck in between the cart and the barriers.
So obviously on medical advice you had to miss the other 2 races, but it looks like it's okay this morning. You were in the fray making up places in the superheat, so it looks like you're back to your best again.
Yeah, I hopefully we can get some more positions in the final.
Well, no, it would be fantastic to see you fight back to the top 10, Frederick. We wish you all the best for that. Good luck with it. Who else can we frighten on the way before they get to there? I'll tell you what, this man is absolutely confident. I knew as soon as I was doing the driver's parade I was going to have a word with Torg. Torg, it's been good to see you up at the sharp end of the field, but it's very evenly competitive. You have to be really strong to stay consistent in a field where 10 or 11 drivers can win races. What's it been like trying to stay at the front?
Not so easy. Yep.
See, I know he's putting this act on for me, because when we talk to each other in the paddock, he talks a lot more English than this. No. Yes, you do. You know yes, you do. You're doing fine. What's going to be the really tough task going into the final? What's going to be the real special part of this setup to make that work?
Keeping up with Alex and Svensson. They're going to be really hard to get past.
Okay, that's a nice little bit of secret ingredient there to have. Thank you very much. We'll watch out for these 2 then. We'll keep an eye on them. No. I'm very tactful with who I doorstop all the way through. So, hello, young man. It's tricky conditions here. The rain has been very heavy over the course of the last 18 hours or so. How has that changed the behavior of the circuit?
No, it's quite different from what I'm used to, because it's not so much rubber on the line. So when you try to, you can go different lines. You can go tight or wide and cut in. So it's
nothing he's saying is wrong. Why are you laughing at him?
Okay, it's quite hard to get it correct, because the line is
this sort of level of karting that brings together all the national drivers from X30, from Sweden, from Finland, from Norway together in one big event. What's it been like to kind of come out here and do something a little bit bigger?
Yeah, no, it's been interesting. Something different, as you said. Yeah, it's fun. Seeing the track is with so many people and quite competitive level. It was pretty close in qualifying and the races, so it's interesting to see.
And does knowing that there's an IAME World Final ticket on the line make it a little bit more intense?
Yeah, not for me personally, because I've had such a bad luck, but maybe for my friend Marius or the people towards the front, maybe a bit more nervous for the final.
Well, you never know. It could be the mother of all accidents into turn 1 and you skate your way through. You never know. It's racing. Never give up, mate, right?
Yeah, we'll see.
Thank you very much. I think we'll give... Yes, we'll give you guys an opportunity to soak in the moment. So this is the moment where everybody can obviously now get their pictures of their drivers in the driver's parade. So will all the drivers please turn to face the outer side of the track. This is the moment when everybody can get their cameras out and greet all of the drivers from their individual nations. Great to see you all, of course. So everybody turn around to face the cameras. This is the bit you've all been waiting for. Mums, dads, team, engineers, sponsors. This is where you actually get to have a proper picture with all the drivers. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to give everybody a name check, because everybody here is very important as part of the race. So for each of the individual nations, for Iceland, can we please hear it for Venador Ravnas, the one and only driver from Iceland. Great to be seeing him here as a very important part of our event. And great to see him, hopefully going to be the first of many in the future, we hope, to represent Iceland in this fantastic event. And can we please have a big round of applause for the 4 drivers from Team Finland: Lykkis Kangasalo, Ella Lahtema, Vertti Vaananen, and Niklas Kangasalo. Well done to the guys from Finland. All very welcome. Great to see you all as part of the fantastic event here in the IAME Nordic Cup. Don't worry, Team Norway, I am getting to you. It's going to take a while, but I will get to you, do not fear. There is a fairly sizable entry, of course, from Team Sweden, but we are going to welcome all of the drivers from Sweden. Theo Sandström, Aston Thornborn, Liam Nord, Ludwig Granqvist, Jack Solomonsen, Noel Hallin, Kevin Garib, Wilton Eckenberg, Alexander Flickberg, Jonathan Landström, Henrik Bergstrom, Gustav Berglund, Oskar Wick, Theo Hansen, Andy Ahlström, Max Bostrom, Elias Hagen, Vilma Svan, Max Carlsen, Isaac Abramson, William Svensson and Oskar Spara, Jennifer Olsen, Jonas Berglund, Linus Arnell, Max Andersson and Sebastian Svensson. Team Sweden, ladies and gentlemen! A big contingency from Team Sweden. Great to see them all and very deserving of a place here on the IAME Nordic Cup grid. And now, this is the bit that's going to take quite a while and it could get quite noisy because, of course, it is the home nation that we're about to discuss. So, the drivers representing Team Norway. Nikolai Pietras, Liam Strand, Angel Solheim, Jenny Nordvang, William Tisdevol, Marcus Alberg, Kasper Nesset and Philip Backegaard in the Cadet class. In the Junior 60, Patrick Christiansen, Adrian Foras, Norbert Plashevsky, Jacob Berget, Philip Slatlim and Dominic Opsal. That was your cue, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, absolutely. In the minis, Espen Moe, Marcus Bordi-Rangard, Axel Ramanhatla, Magnus Brathen, Julian Dalhamley, Norbert Plashevsky, Thomas Norway, Silas Savrad Elefsen, Robin Panian Sven, Vebjorn Danielsen Glend, Christian Gether Gundersen, Adrian Mikkelsen, Lucas Emelofsus, Oscar Polsberg, Theodor Larsen, and Ole Solle-Schmistad, the minis! And the X30 juniors, Leon Larsen, Anton Stromtanavig, Linje Jensen, Christian Alexander Öst, Christian Fejelund, Mikkel Ostvold, Fredrik Flud Engebretsen, Sebastian Grundalils, Theo Svensson, Marie Barryberg, Adrian Gierda, Isaac Remenhatla, Joachim Askelund, Noah Antonsen. The list is a bit difficult to get through. Alexander Rockstad, your competitors in X30 Junior, ladies and gentlemen, for Team Norway. And finally, but by no means least, the X30 Seniors. Tor Rockstad, Niklas Stottersven, Thomas Grundalils, Christoph Perpis, Konrad Bergam-Hans, Philip Svensson, Jonathan Tangen Solvag, Marius Barryberg, Harold Mattison, Kenneth Arsnes, Joachim Mattison, Amelie Hornseth, William Lundbo, Lucas Vossa, Alexander Johansson, Cornelia Constance, Roa Helkrem, Dennis Bjarke, Theo Thomasen Eid, Elena Lee Rofsen, Ina Kadina Rostad, Felix Johannesson, and that is your lot. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Norway in the X30 Seniors! I have a feeling I have named every single driver in the list now. If I haven't, I apologise. I'll make sure we do it in the finals. But ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand to your IAME Nordic Cup class of 2024. A huge congratulations to every single one of you. Thank you so much for supporting our first IAME Nordic Cup, brought to you by X Promotions. We cannot wait for the next event. But now, drivers, we know that with the rain being as it is and the finals coming up, you have a race to prepare for. So thank you very much indeed. Please now go and get yourselves ready for the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, the IAME Nordic Cup 2024 drivers. If you would like a team photo of the nations, you are more than welcome to do so on the grid for the next few minutes. That is perfectly okay. If Team Norway want a photo, if Team Sweden want a photo, if Team Finland want a photo, or if you want to do the one and only man from Iceland, Venadur Ravnas, getting an Iceland team photo, you are allowed to do so for the next few minutes. So that is your opportunity. Otherwise, enjoy the finals. Thank you very much indeed. Let's race! Nordvang going wheel to wheel with Philip Bekkegaard. But it is going to be Nikolai Pietras who leads us round. Second position for Angel Solheim. Not a bad run at all for the contenders. Jenny Nordvang still just about hanging on in front of Philip Bekkegaard. But the conditions, as you can see, are very tricky for our Cadet drivers. This is actually the wettest conditions that the Cadet drivers have so far faced. So it's going to be an interesting one to see who comes through as the victor in fine style. But this is basically the very nice B-side to the A-side events that we're going to have later that will award us 4 IAME World Finals tickets. So on the hairpin, going well at the moment. The leading driver is still Nikolai Pietras. Here comes Philip Bekkegaard going wheel to wheel with Jenny Nordvang in the fight for third position. He has to bail out of it as he runs in close proximity. Very close behind Nordvang, but not going to get into contact. Fifth position, Liam Strand doing a much better job aboard the Praga on this occasion and looking so much more confident in fifth position. A good run from Liam Strand at the moment. There's also a great little battle going on for sixth position. That's Marcus Olberg dueling with Aston Fornborn. And then we have 3 drivers in tow behind. That is Kasper Nesset, Theo Sandström and William Tiesdevol. Looks like we've had an issue for Lucas Kangasalo, but he's still going strong. The battle for second place definitely heating up with a lot of spray on the circuit thanks to the rain shower that hit the circuit just a little while ago. But this looks like the sun coming out now to stay here at Varna, so it could well be a drying circuit for the remainder of the day. And that will certainly make the tactics very difficult for a couple of the drivers in the upcoming finals. Certainly the Cadetti race definitely taking a very exciting turn now. Nikolai Pietras has got a bit of an advantage, but we saw earlier on it wasn't easy for him to take the dominant force. There was a little bit of a mistake from him in the superheat. He won't want to make the same mistake in the final. As Philip Bekkegaard is putting Jenny Nordvang under pressure. Nordvang is actually going very well under pressure here. Really starting to make a good run at Angel Solheim. This could be the run for second place from Jenny Nordvang. Full of confidence on the run to the first corner. Thinks against the move though. Backs out of it. Waits for another chance. Marcus Olberg's having a good race, and so too are Theo Sandström and William Tiesdevol battling with each other to the first corner. Marcus Olberg with the fastest lap of the race now as he tries to close up on the top 5. Liam Strand is the man in 5th position at the moment behind the trio battling over second place. But Nikolai Pietras definitely has a good lead as they go under the bridge, and that's Jenny Nordvang side by side going for the move on Angel Solheim. And she has to bail out of the move for the moment, but it's certainly putting under pressure Angel Solheim. The battle for second place now raging as Jenny Nordvang is getting much more confident behind the wheel. 3 wide as they come off the hairpin. And Solheim just hangs on to second position in front of Nordvang and Bekkegaard. But now these 3 are really squabbling. Bekkegaard now going for the move on the inside of Jenny Nordvang. Nordvang's got pressure on, but up through the inside goes Bekkegaard. So Philip Bekkegaard into 3rd position, now trying to take on Angel Solheim. Philip Bekkegaard definitely going for it. Jenny Nordvang looking for a move as well on the far side. And these 3 carts are squabbling away over second position behind our leader, Nikolai Pietras. So they can't afford to lose too much time to the leader just in case there's a slip up. And here comes Marcus Olberg in 5th position, closing up on them as well now. 4 carts in the duel for second. Jenny Nordvang goes for the inside line, goes for 3rd position, goes for second, and actually drops back into 4th position again behind Bekkegaard. Watch out, because here comes Marcus Olberg. They go under the bridge, and all 4 of them are going to slide their way through, side by side. Bekkegaard and Solheim. And Solheim just hangs on a second for the moment. Bekkegaard is going to have to try another trick. They go down to the braking zone for the hairpin. Can all 4 of them knit through? Yes, they can. Bekkegaard, what an undercut. Brilliant move from Bekkegaard. Excellent racecraft. And now Jenny Nordvang has a look at Angel Solheim. But Philip Bekkegaard into 2nd position. Great racing from the Lando Norris chassis. So Nikolai Pietras leads the way. Bekkegaard now 2nd, and now here comes Jenny Nordvang side by side with Angel Solheim. Watch out for Marcus Olberg. Olberg is going to try and creep into this battle as well, as Jenny Nordvang has to bail out of the move on Angel Solheim for 3rd position. Solheim still holding on to 3rd for the moment, but Jenny Nordvang getting much more confident with every lap. So she has a chance again to get the move done here on Solheim, and she dives for the inside line, and she's through, but on the exit runs wide, and now Marcus Olberg is going to take the position as well, is he? No, not quite. So Bekkegaard in 2nd, 3rd is Angel Solheim, 4th is Jenny Nordvang, and 5th place Marcus Olberg. A great squabble between these four. There's a great battle going on behind them as well. That's Liam Strand trying to fend off from Ashton Thornborn. So Ashton Thornborn really now closing in on Liam Strand. So they're having a good battle for 6th position. Philip Bekkegaard now comfortable for the moment in 2nd place as Jenny Nordvang gets a run on Angel Solheim. They're going to go side by side. And Solheim makes sure that Jenny Nordvang can't get the move, but she gets the switcheroo on the inside. Jenny Nordvang takes 3rd place. Good racing from Nordvang. So Jenny Nordvang very calculated in the final turn and moves her way to 3rd position. Good racecraft there from Jenny. So up into 3rd position goes Jenny Nordvang, and now Angel Solheim's going to have pressure from Marcus Alberg behind. Marcus Alberg is looking for the move to get into 4th position himself. Has a look, tries to look for the inside of Solheim. Comes from too far back, has to wait. But out in front, Nikolai Pietras looking very good in the lead of this race. 2nd position for Philip Bekkegaard. But now that she's into 3rd, Jenny Nordvang is starting to put a little bit of pressure on the man in 2nd, Philip Bekkegaard. Bekkegaard making a couple of errors here and there. But it's enough for Jenny Nordvang to start to put a little bit of a freight train move onto him. Good work from Pietras in the lead. Bekkegaard, Nordvang, and here's Marcus Alberg trying to go wheel to wheel with Solheim. Solheim not going to let that one get away so easy. Into the final turn, and is there going to be a bid now from Marcus Alberg coming off the turn? A little bit faster off the hairpin perhaps, not quite. So Marcus Alberg still hunting down the number 10 of Angel Solheim. A really close battle. Aston Thornborn, by the way, has managed to get through past Liam Strand. That's the battle for 6th position sorted for the moment. Then Kasper Nesset, who has lost a bit of ground. And then it's Lucas Kangasalo. Oh, and a little bit of a run wide. That's Bekkegaard getting the battle with Jenny Nordvang. Nordvang got the move and then had to concede it again. So Jenny Nordvang really pushing in 2nd place to try and get ahead of Bekkegaard as Solheim runs side by side with Alberg. And Solheim holds the move. Great racing, great duels between these two pairs of drivers as Jenny Nordvang is determined to get to 2nd position if she can to put pressure on Philip Bekkegaard. Bekkegaard still hanging on for the moment, but here's Marcus Alberg trying to go wheel to wheel again with Angel Solheim. Solheim holds on to it for the moment. 4th position, just hanging on in there. A little mistake as she shakes her head. She knows she's got nobody to blame but herself, but she's got to learn. And she's side by side with Solheim, and Marcus Alberg gets into 3rd position off the final turn. A great run there from Marcus Alberg. 3 laps to go. Tough racing here in the Cadetti category. Nikolai Pietras is your leader. Philip Bekkegaard 2nd. Then Marcus Alberg in front of Angel Solheim. So it's a really impressive run of form that has seen these guys continue their progression. But it has been absolutely stellar up front from Nikolai Pietras. He is a long way in front of Philip Bekkegaard, and he's just taking his time, holding his nerve. He doesn't have to push. He just needs to keep it on the island. Bekkegaard 2nd. 3rd place for Alberg. He's got a bit of a gap now between. Bekkegaard is about half the length of the back straight behind him. And that is a gap of about 3 seconds or so. But it's certainly going to be a pretty tough mission to finish this off for Nikolai Pietras in very tricky conditions. Don't forget, in the previous race he was out in front and he made an error when he was on his own. So Nikolai Pietras is not done yet. He just needs to bring it through these final few corners to finish this lap. Then he'll have one more. Just keep it cool, Nikolai. Keep it nice and tidy. Don't overdrive. And it should be all fine and dandy for Nikolai Pietras. Through the right, just take it easy, don't push too hard, just keep it nice and tight in the closing stages. Through the hairpin, keeps it nice and smooth, that's perfectly acceptable. Up the crest one more time, and Nico Pietras is not far away from finishing the job. In through the penultimate turn, just keep it tidy, keep it tidy. Alberg is pushing Bekkegaard to the final few corners, but in the IAME Nordic Cup 2024, the Cadetti champion is going to be Nikolai Pietras. What a victory! He bounces back from the disappointment of the superheat. Now he is the Cadetti champion of the IAME Nordic Cup 2024. What a result for Nikolai Pietras! Amazing! The champion of Cadetti in IAME Nordic Cup 2024. A great drive from Philip Bekkegaard in 2nd position. A great run from Marcus Alberg in 3rd. They can be very happy with what they've achieved there. Unfortunate for Jenny Nordvang, who could easily have fought for the victory. She's ended up out of the race, unfortunately, on the last lap. She'll be devastated, but she has learned so much in these 12 laps of racing, and she deserves the credit for working so hard. Pole position in qualifying, and fought her way forward after such a tough race battle. She's been a worthy adversary to all the others out there. But a victory for Nikolai Pietras, who is now the Cadet champion in the IAME Nordic Cup 2024. And the celebrations can begin for young Nikolai Pietras. He comes through as the first driver home, and he is so happy. What a tough week it's been here at Varna. In the dry, in the wet. It's been a very difficult race of it, that's for sure. So the victory is well and truly completed and clinched for Nikolai Pietras. Such a fantastic race for him as he has come through after such a hard week of very tough work indeed. Full credit to Philip Beckegaard in second position and to Marcus Ullberg in third place. They can be so happy with the week that they have achieved here. As the sun comes out over KNA Varna, it's the perfect welcome party for the Cadettes after a very tough 12 laps of racing. The pressure is off now, it's all done, and the week is over for the Cadettes, the youngest competitors in our paddock. But these young men and women have been extraordinary all the way through the week, and they absolutely deserve the plaudits when they have come home after such a tough race week. So we're just looking to see when the celebrations can begin, as the mechanics and officials are obviously greeting the drivers home. That bank over at the top of the hairpin is getting very full of spectators who want the best seat in the house for these battles in the opening laps, of course, on the run to the back straight. But it is wonderful to see the hard work of Nico Pietras. He's been so impressive over the week, and what a great race to end the week with so many great battles. Nico Pietras, the winner. Philip Beckegaard in second. Marcus Ullberg in third. Fourth position, of course, going the way of Angel Solheim in front of Aston Thornborn and Liam Strand, Kasper Nesset, Theo Sandström and William Tisdevol. Very sadly, we had Jenny Nordvang retiring from the race. Lucas Gangasalo did cross the line in the end, by the way, in 10th position, but a lap adrift from the leaders. So very unfortunate for Jenny Nordvang, but she will be back, I'm sure. And next year in the IAME Nordic Cup, she'll be a very tough opponent. Now begins the serious competition of getting drivers to the IAME World Finals. The first ticket will be for the winner of this race, the winner of the IAME Nordic Cup 2024 in the minis. And this is going to be... So let's see which of our minis is going to come through as the winner. It's been a very long and very tough week. They've worked incredibly hard to get to this point, from the qualifying on Friday, from the qualifying heats yesterday, to the superheat this morning. This afternoon is the race that calls it all. And the winner of this race, don't forget, will be getting a ticket to the IAME World Finals in Spain in November. So let's see which of our talented drivers is going to come through and get the job done. They come off the final turn. Are we going to go racing? First time of asking. They're in the tram lines. Let's race at Varna! Good start up to the front from Ola Solis-Mistad. Espen Moe gets a good run as well. It's a little bit tricky going down to the first corner, but everybody's kept it on the straight and narrow. Through the first couple of the corners of the hairpin, they work their way through on the far side. There's a little bit of spray to contend with, but everybody's made it over the bridge. So it's a very competitive start. Ola Solis-Mistad is your leader up at the front end of the field for the moment. Espen Moe still there or thereabouts in the top three. It looks like a very good start for Adrian Mikkelsen. Mikkelsen, third position at the moment as they work their way through. Under the bridge they go. And in second position, that is the fast starting 117. That is a very good start indeed from Axel Remenhatla, I do believe. Well, we're getting to see Vebjorn Danielsson moving up. Oh, the leaders are gone together in the hairpin. Off goes Vebjorn Danielsson. Is that, no, wait a minute, that's the 151, isn't it? I think that is Ola Solis-Mistad. Ola Solis-Mistad has gone off in the gravel. Oh, Ola Solis-Mistad has gone off at the gravel trap in the hairpin, and it's game over for Ola Solis-Mistad. What a disaster. In the first lap of the final, devastating as now Adrian Mikkelsen goes into the lead, Espen Moe into second place, and into third position it is Marcus Bordi Rangard. But devastating for Ole Solismistad, and also Theodor Larsen has gone off on the first lap as well. So that's two drivers retiring on the first lap of this final. That is so unfortunate, and poor Ole Solismistad. Such a great week up to this point. And we've got a spinner off at the top. We've got a spinner off at the bridge. That's another driver gone, I do believe. So we've had another driver disappear from the fray. I think that's Christian Gether Gundersen. So Christian Gether Gundersen has gone off there at the tunnel. So that's a third driver going off the road. It's very difficult in these conditions for the minis. So by my math, we've only got 11 drivers in the long parade. And that means that we've got 4 drivers missing in total. So Adrian Mikkelsen leads, Espen Moe, Marcus Bordi Rangard, and Lucas Immelovshus in the Sodi. Then Vebjørn Danielsen, Silas Severed Elfsen, and then Robin Panien Sven. Julian Dalham Lees done an amazing job to get up to 8th place. Then Magnus Brathen. We're side by side for second. That looks like Lofshus trying to get through there. Oh, sorry, that's side by side for third, I should say. Lofshus pressure from Lucas Immelovshus. So through they go again, out through the hairpin. Vebjørn Danielsen looking pretty hungry there in 5th position as well. He wants to move his way further forward as the drone catches the action from the drivers going over the bridge. And it's going to be very tricky now to see which drivers are going to get the benefit of the greasy conditions. The track is drying out now. But of course, because there's water on the circuit, Lucas Immelovshus has made a perfect launch to get back through into 4th position. That was really well executed on the air and manages to work his way back in front of Vebjørn Danielsen. That was brave, really brave from Lucas Immelovshus, but he worked it out perfectly. Took the line up the inside line in the blind apex of the bridge turn and manages to get it done. So down the straight they go again. 11 laps to go in this final because they get 15 laps of the minis. Good battle to the first corner. Everybody just trying to stay out of trouble in what is a very tricky race circuit in the wet conditions. Mikkelsen leading, Moe in second. Big wobble from Marcus Bordi Rangard in third. This could be a chance for Lucas Immelovshus, the Sodi driver, definitely getting closer as a result of that twitch on the bridge. And up into 6th position further back. That's a good overtaking move from Robin Panien Sven. Gets the move on Silas Svedit Elfsen. So through they go at the tunnel, and Lucas Lofshus is going to go for it. Lofshus is into 3rd place. Another brave move in exactly the same place from Lucas Emil Lofshus and gets into 3rd position. A great job from a good run from Espen Moe, 2nd place. He's in a good position there, out fast. And that means, of course, that with everybody on wet tyres, drying out this quickly is not necessarily a good thing because it means that the grip is going to disappear in the closing 5 laps of the race or so. But how much drier will the circuit get? That's the real question. At the moment, we've still got a fair amount of spray on the circuit, but it is getting smaller by the lap, the spray. And you do start to wonder, is a consideration to slick tyres on the horizon? You don't know whether that's going to happen in Junior 60, Junior X30 or Senior X30, sorry. But there is a potential for it. Now that the rain has stopped and the circuit is drying out quickly, you never know when that change is going to come. Certainly for the moment, Adrian Mikkelsen has a comfortable advantage in the lead here. 2nd place for Espen Moe, looking so smooth. And Lucas Immelovshus has been very confident in 3rd position. He's actually closing in on Espen Moe, so this could be for 2nd place. Lucas Immelovshus definitely starting to gain some ground here, just taking it nice and easy. Tricky to see where it's all going to come together. But certainly for the moment, Espen Moe under some pressure from Lucas Immelovshus. Then there's a battle for 4th position kicking on. This is getting pretty hectic now, side by side between these two drivers. Vebjørn Danielsen and Robin Panien Sven. Panien Sven has got plenty of confidence now. So Robin Panien Sven looking good here, as Christian Gether Gundersen is just trying to catch up to the toe of the field again. But the fastest man in this race now is Lucas Immelovshus. He really is putting pressure on Espen Moe. Espen Moe still running strongly in 2nd place, but Lucas Immelovshus is going to try and make the bid on the inside under the tunnel. Oh, goodness me. Oh, that was brave from Lofshus. He sensed the chance on Espen Moe, thought better of it. He'll get another chance, I'm sure. So Lucas Emilovsus really starting to pressure Espen Moe up to the hairpin. He'll have another look at it. Working his way through. The Sodi kart driver's got plenty of time still. We have got a full 6 laps remaining as Adrian Mikkelsen comes through. Plenty of time to make the bid. Off the final turn, and again Penny and Sven is side by side with Danielsen Glind. Excellent work between these two. And Vebjørn Danielsen holds it for the moment. But Lucas Emilovsus is going to try a trick or two to try and get on terms with Espen Moe. This is looking good over the top of the bridge. He's currently third, but he could make a bid for second as he goes along the short stretch up to that long sweeping left-hander. Not going to make the bid there, but he gets a faster exit. He's down the back straight. Could this be the moment for the Sodi kart driver going under the bridge through the double left? He waits. Not going to happen there. Very close indeed for Robin Fanny and Sven, though. He had to think about the move there on Vebjørn Danielsen. So Vebjørn Danielsen, P4, still hanging on to it. They go back up the crest one more time. This is really exciting stuff. Down into the hairpin they go again. Vebjørn Danielsen still hungry for the podium positions, but he doesn't want to let Robin Fanny and Sven get the move. He's made a mistake on the exit, though, and that's Robin Fanny and Sven getting through in a P4. Good run from Robin. Run, Robin, run. He's going to get away in 4th position, trying to get well clear now of Vebjørn Danielsen Glind. But this isn't done yet by any means at all. He's going to have a lot of pressure now. But Robin Fanny and Sven wants to get away from Vebjørn Danielsen. But look at Lucas Emilovsus in the Sodi kart, right in behind Espen Moe in the Kart Republic. They're going to go underneath the bridge again. Is this going to be a move up the inside? Not in the first apex, almost in the second. Oh, Espen Moe is holding on for the moment. Very good racecraft from both men. Lucas Emilovsus challenging hard to get the overtake, but Espen Moe is not cracking under the pressure either. Very close quarters stuff between them. Meanwhile, out in front, Adrian Mikkelsen has got this race on a silver plate at the moment, just keeping it nice and tidy in the lead. But check out the battle from Espen Moe. Lucas Emilovsus is going to have him on the run here. Tightens up behind him in the slipstream, going up to the first corner again. Lucas Emilovsus is going to go the long way round to hope that he can get a better, faster line off the switch to go up the top of the bridge. He's definitely looking hungry. Espen Moe's going to have to defend in a minute. They've got 4 laps to go, but Lucas Emilovsus feels like he's got a chance to come through on the switcheroo. They're going to be side by side. This is going to be the chance, surely, for Lucas Emilovsus into the double right-hander, left-hander coming through under the bridge. He can't quite get there. Oh, Espen Moe is proving to be such a tough man to overtake. Lucas Emilovsus is everything he can to get through. And Espen Moe is just holding his nerve. Up the crest again. To the hairpin. Take your time. Still plenty of opportunities left to come in this race. It's going great for Adrian Mikkelsen in the lead. No pressure at all for him in the lead of this race. Guiding things in his own way. But Lucas Emilovsus is putting so much pressure on Espen Moe for second position, as Adrian Mikkelsen becomes the first driver in the race to lap the circuit in under 60 seconds, 59.8. And I'm looking around the circuit and I'm not really seeing any spray coming out of the tyres anymore. So maybe not for the Junior 60 race, but potentially for Junior X30, they may start to consider slick tyres. I would say it's still pretty much wet tyres at the moment and probably will be for the next final. But Junior X30 drivers and mechanics have got to be considering, would slicks be a sensible decision? It's getting there. Adrian Mikkelsen just taking it nice and tidy through the penultimate hairpin. Lucas Emilovsus is still threatening to make this move on Espen Moe. He's not going to get there yet, but they've got to be careful because right behind them, you've got Vebjørn Danielsen, who's back into 4th place ahead of Robin Fanny and Sven. Adrian Mikkelsen goes through in a 59.702. Totally confident. 2 to go. 2 laps remaining here in the IAME Nordic Cup final for Mini. And is Lucas Emilovsus going to get the opportunity to get through here on Espen Moe? Out through the S's of the first sector. Side by side over the bridge. Lucas Emilovsus side by side with Espen Moe. Wheel to wheel. But Espen Moe holds it again. Very good recovery from Espen Moe. Lucas Emilovsus really putting him under pressure. They go to the double left-hander under the bridge. Is there going to be enough space? Lucas Emilovsus commits. They go side by side. Espen Moe still holds it. Oh, great racing still. Down to the braking zone for the hairpin. There goes Lucas Emiliosus. He gets them over the inside, but Espen Moe takes it straight back. Oh, close between them. And again, Espen Moe is able to defend valiantly. But watch out, boys. Now you've got Vebjørn Danielsen and Robin Pannian Sven behind you. Last lap, meanwhile, for the leader. Adrian Mikkelsen looks like he's going to Spain in November. A great battle for the podium behind him. The four drivers are still squabbling away for the final two spaces on the podium. But it's going to be a fantastic end. Espen Moe hanging on in front of Lucas Emiliosus. They go over the bridge again as Adrian Mikkelsen is on the back straight for the last time. He goes under the bridge. Adrian Mikkelsen having a great run. These battles are still going on for second. Lucas Emiliosus is going to try one more time on Espen Moe. He's going to try. He's side by side out of the bridge. He can't get there. Espen Moe hangs on. One more time down to the hairpin. Can Lucas Emiliosus go for it? He thinks against it. He's going to try and get a faster run off the turn. He can't get there. Meanwhile, at the final turn, it's all about the man who's going to Spain in November. He wins the IAME World Finals ticket. Adrian Mikkelsen wins the Nordic Cup for Mini. What a run for Adrian Mikkelsen. That's 3 wide for second. Off the line. It's going to be Lovshus. Lovshus. Oh, what a fight. All the way to the line. Lucas Emiliosus and Robin Pannian Sven end up on the podium after an amazing last lap battle. What an amazing finish. Lucas Emiliosus fights to second, Robin Pannian Sven into third. What an amazing end to this incredible IAME Nordic Cup mini final. But there was no doubt after the first couple of laps who was going to Spain in November for the IAME World Finals in Valencia. His name, Adrian Mikkelsen. Absolutely crushing defeat of the opposition. What an amazing race for Adrian Mikkelsen. And he is the first of our IAME Nordic Cup winners that will take a golden ticket to the Cattodromo Lucas Cadero on the first week of November. He'll be there racing for Norway in the World Finals. What an amazing result for Adrian Mikkelsen. A terrific victory, but what an amazing battle all the way to the finish line, and an amazing podium for Lucas Emiliosus and as well for Robin Pannian Sven. They totally deserve their run to the top three. That was an absolutely magic result. But the man going to Spain in November is Adrian Mikkelsen, the winner of the IAME Nordic Cup Mini Final 2024 here in Varna. An absolutely sensational finish to a very tough race indeed. Drying conditions on a wet and greasy track. But Adrian Mikkelsen didn't look back, got himself into the lead, stretched away a gap, and just held on and kept his nerve throughout, while the battle behind him raged in fantastic fashion. Second place for Lucas Emiliosus in front of Robin Pannian Sven. Espen Moe and Vebjørn Danielsen, great effort from them, just missing out on the podium. In vanguard in 6th place from Silas Severald Elfsen. Thomas Norv in 8th position from Magnus Brathen and Julian Dalham Lee. Oscar Polsberg, Christian Gether Gundersen, and then sadly the 3 retirements, Axel Remen Hadler. Ole Solle Schmist out on the first lap, such a shame. And Theodor Larsen also dropping out from the fray. On the podium. In 3rd, Robin Pannian Sven. What a fight from him. In 2nd place, the tiger of the weekend, Lucas Emiliosus. And the victor, Adrian Mikkelsen. And the scenes down in pit lane are properly jubilant now as the boys are celebrating a fabulous, fabulous result and a victory for Adrian Mikkelsen. Get ready to get on a plane to Spain, Adrian. You're going in November to take on the best IAME drivers in the world. What an amazing result for Adrian Mikkelsen. Such a celebration there will be for this. I guess it's time to start booking hotels and car rentals in Spain. If you've never been to the Cattodromo Lucas Cadero in Valencia before, oh boy, you're going to enjoy yourself. It's a wonderful place, in a wonderful location as well. It's one of my favourite cities in the world, Valencia. And Adrian is going to get a proper taste of it for a glorious week in November. So that is the first of our 4 IAME World Finals golden tickets given away. The next one is going to go to the leading IAME driver across the line in Junior 60, which is likely to be the winner of the race, the way things have played out this week. The man who's in pole position is the man who has won pretty much everything there is to win in this competition so far in Junior 60. That is namely Ludwig Granqvist. But a great celebration from our minis at the end of a very tough race week in the IAME Nordic Cup. I can't wait for the podium celebrations later. That's going to be amazing to see everybody enjoy themselves in such a fine method. But it really has been fantastic to watch. So 2 down and 3 to go. The proper celebrations coming in now for the drivers after a very tough race week. Well, the winner is Adrian Mikkelsen in front of his 2 main rivals in that one. Lucas Emilovshus in his Sodi kart, and a brilliant charge on the last lap from Robin Panayan Sveen. So now we go into the Junior 60, and it's going to be a really exciting battle for them because we've got a lot to do and a lot to discuss in the Junior 60 race coming up. The superheat competition is going to be a close one. Ludwig Granqvist and Patrick Christiansen will be together in that race on the front row of the grid. Then Norbert Plashevsky in third, along with Jack Salomonsen. And then we'll have Jacob Berget and Kevin Garib, along with Dominik Opsahl and Alexander Frickberg. Then we have Noel Hallin, Wilton Eckenberg, Niklas Gangasalo, Adrian Forras, Philip Slatlem and Liam Nord. And of course, with this being an open category, the driver that goes away with the IAME World Finals ticket will be the leading IAME X30 engined driver to cross the line. And the way things currently stack up, that's the man on pole position, Ludwig Granqvist. So looking at the tyre choice going into this race, I think that's a very sensible decision. They're all on wets. However, the way that this race circuit is drying out quickly, is this going to be the last race that will need wet tyres? Are we going to see a drying line enough for slicks? Could somebody decide, I'm away back in the field anyway, let's take a gamble? You never know. There's a World Finals ticket on the line. So there could be a few drivers in the tail end of the field to think, you know what, it's worth a risk. Let's roll the dice. But certainly at the moment in Junior 60, wet tyres seem to be the only option. But for how much longer? The sun is now out over the Varna circuit here in Norway. It doesn't look as though we're going to get any more rain for the finals. So it's going to be an interesting challenge to see who makes the best of these conditions, because I can't tell you just how quickly the circuit is actually drying out here. There's only one really monstrous wet patch on the circuit, and that is just under the bridge to the inside line. But none of the drivers have really been going to the inside line. They've been hanging it out to the outside to get the better racing line. So it could be very interesting to see how it goes. Our clerk of the course had 167 on the board. Don't tell me we've got 167 laps around Varna. That really is going to be a long race. I have a feeling that that was a message given to one of the previous drivers in another race rather than the way it's going. Well, clerk of the course is basically giving me the maybe hand gesture. It's difficult to tell because with the track is definitely no longer monsoon, but is it slick? That's the other big question. It's very tough to tell at the moment. Oh, there's a dry patch looking on the main straight. And it's the same conversation that we had earlier on. The old tarmac is essentially dry now around the circuit, but the new tarmac still has patches of dampness to it. So how much of a gamble is it to then consider when you go for slicks? Certainly the Junior 60s are all on wets, and I would probably say that was sensible. But if you're a Junior X30 racer or a Senior X30 racer and you're starting outside the top 20, you might want to see how big your gambler's shoes are to fit into, because it could well be the gamble that takes you to Spain. Well, the constant weak battle that continues between Ludwig Granqvist and Patrick Christiansen is going to renew. They've been at each other's throats pretty much since the start of qualifying. But there have been a few other drivers that have had a knock on the door. Norbert Plashevsky has been very quick over the course of this week, as too, of course, has Jack Salomonsen, who is there in fourth on the starting grid. There's a few drivers that could cause an upset in this final. All they've got to do is get under the skin of Granqvist and Christiansen at the start, and then all of a sudden, this race is not quite so easy to predict anymore. We're just waiting for the final command, and then when the drivers are released, they will get themselves up to speed. 3 races to go in what has proved to be a very successful and very exciting IAME Nordic Cup, the first time it's been run, and we can't wait for the return. 5. So there are 3 more IAME World Finals tickets to give out. We already have given 1, and that is to the youngster Adrian Mikkelsen in the mini final. But in the Junior 60 final, it will be given to the leading IAME driver across the line and 4th. So unless something ridiculously dramatic happens in this particular final, then it looks as though the winner of this race is going to be the leading IAME driver, and will go through to the World Finals in Valencia on the Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero circuit in Chiva, just a few miles out of the city centre of Valencia on the first week of November. And for those who are Formula One fans, you'll get the chance, if you take a little bit of time in the middle or the end of that week, to walk the old street circuit of the Valencia Formula One circuit, where Fernando Alonso won his final Grand Prix on home soil for Ferrari in 2012. You can just about still walk the remnants of that circuit. I've done it a few times in the past, and it's fascinating to observe. Wet race start is the observation. So it has been declared a wet race start, which means, of course, that the drivers will be on wet tyres. So that takes the choice out of their favour. But what it does mean, though, of course, is that that obviously means that the junior and senior X30 drivers will be studying this race circuit like a hawk. They'll be looking at it to try and figure out when is it going to be dry enough to make the switch to slicks. We're certainly not that far away from it at the moment, by the look of things. I certainly didn't see that much spray coming off the tyres at the end of the mini-final, and I don't think we're going to see any spray at all in Junior 60. So that could be very interesting off the start. But certainly the battle now in Junior 60 is going to be between the 4 drivers up at the top end of the field. They will renew their battle. Ludwig Granqvist, Patrick Christiansen, and then the 2 men behind them, Norbert Blazewski, and of course Jack Solomonsson. There's plenty of other drivers to try and take the battle away from them, of course, but those are definitely the 4 favourites going into this race. They've been the form players for the entirety of the week in Junior 60. Watch out, though, for Jacob Berget and Kevin Garib. They will not want to bow out of this race without silverware. And, of course, Alex Flickberg and Dominic Opsahl, who will share the 4th row of the grid together, are definite candidates to cause an upset. Noel Hallin will want a little bit of revenge for the superheat. Wilton Eckenberg will be in that mix as well. Nicholas Kangasalo, Adrian Forras, Philip Statham and Liam Nord are the following drivers in progression. So for the record, there are just 4 drivers. I originally said there were 3, but there are only 4 drivers in this grid that are not racing on IAME engines. They are namely Wilton Eckenberg, Philip Slatlem, Adrian Forras and Dominic Opsahl. They are all on TM racing engines. But obviously with Junior 60 being an open class, they are allowed to race whichever engine they choose. So of the 10 drivers who are on IAME, they are the 10 drivers that will be bidding for the World Finals tickets. Here we go then, rolling start. They'll get 2 formation laps of the course. And as we can see, everybody is out on the course on rain tyres. But as everybody can see, there's no spray coming up off those tyres anymore. So this is going to be fascinating. And a very important race to watch as well. So the Junior 60 final will go under full conditions with everybody on wet tyres. There is still a massive damp patch under the bridge, and I think that's probably one of the reasons why we've decided to make this a wet race start. Oh, one driver going straight off under the bridge into the wall there. I couldn't quite see who that was, but certainly one driver kicking out very wide and actually nudging the barriers on the way through. I think that might have been a Cosmic. So going off into the wall there. So I couldn't quite make out who that was. I wonder if that was actually Nicholas Kangasalo. I think it was. So Nicholas Kangasalo just bouncing off the wall on the first of the 2 formation laps. So the contenders still getting themselves geared up and ready for the start. It's going to be a very interesting race, this one. The Junior 60 category drivers getting themselves ready for an exciting battle out on the Varna circuit. Lights on the starting gantry, so all is going according to plan at the moment. And they formed up on the grid quite early, I have to say, on the back straight. So it's going to be a fascinating duel for position as they run in close proximity. So who is going to take away the ticket to Spain? Ludwig Granqvist, Patrick Christiansen. And then, of course, the challengers behind Norbert Blaszewski and Jack Solomonsen. Jacob Berget, Kevin Garib, lots of big talent on this grid. And it's going to be a very competitive race over 17 laps of this Varna circuit. Whoever emerges victorious of the IAME engine drivers is going for a week in Spain to challenge the best IAME X30 drivers in the grid, the Warriors. So they come off the final hairpin turn, get into the tram lines. Are we going to have a good start? Looks like a couple of drivers are out of position, but we are racing, and off we go. Granqvist and Christensen to the first corner. It's a brilliant start from Norbert Blaszewski. I think he's actually split the two of them as they work their way through. Has Blaszewski got himself in a second place? Yes, he has. Great start from Blaszewski. So he's up in a second position, already challenging Ludwig Granqvist as they go over the bridge for the first time. And it is Granqvist leading, but Blaszewski is not going to back down. He pushes his way through in a second position, and there's a terrific start in the middle of the pack. Who's that charging his way in a third position on the first lap? That was an almighty comeback from Patrick Christiansen, who'd had a slow start and now finds himself back in a third place once more. Great work from Christiansen. So as they work their way to the hairpin for the first time, everybody just trying to stay on the racetrack. They're able to do that with not much of a difficulty at all. And as the field works their way through, it's going to be tricky to find grip now. The circuit is still very damp in places, but on the majority of the circuit, it's looking dry. So out in front, Granqvist is your leader. Second is Blaszewski. Third is the 218 of Patrick Christiansen. Then we've got Solomonsen, Garib, Berget, Friedberg, Opsahl, Hallin, Eckenberg, Slatlem, Forrest, Nord and Kangasalo. Ludwig Granqvist taking an early lead. No problems at all for him at the lead of the race. There's a great battle going on for fourth position though. Three drivers in the midst of the battle. Oh, that was a very brave move to get up the inside from Jack Solomonsen. He gets the move there on Kevin Garib. So into fourth position goes Solomonsen, and I don't think he was the only one to make a move either. That looked to me like Jacob Berget was getting through on the inside of Kevin Garib under the bridge. So some great overtakes. Oh, that's very tough on the inside line further back. That's Opsahl. So Dominic Opsahl makes the move there on Alexander Frickberg. And Opsahl finishes the move on the way up the hill. That was very well taken by Dominic Opsahl. So there's racing very hard indeed everywhere you look. Now Patrick Christiansen is going to try and work here with Norbert Blaszewski to close up on Granqvist. This could make it a three-way battle for the victory. So Patrick Christiansen is doing his best to close up on Ludwig Granqvist by working with Blaszewski. So as Blaszewski and Christiansen are starting to chase down the race leader, we could be in for an absolutely amazing fight here. Christiansen is definitely playing the long game as they go under the bridge. Tough pressure. Blaszewski still second in front of Christiansen as they chase Granqvist, the leader. Fourth place though, Salomonsen in front of Berget, Garib, Opsahl, Frickberg, Noel Hallin and Wilton Eckenberg in top 10. So now this is where Patrick Christiansen is really going to start to work with Blaszewski. Blaszewski goes a little bit wider than he'd like. So this is going to get interesting. Hang on a minute. The clouds are coming back over Varna. We may well end up with some more rain after all. So it's going to be a tough one. There's Salomonsen working his magic in there with Garib and Berget. So it's going to be an interesting challenge as the carts continue on the far side of the course. And it's going to be a side-by-side for second place. Christiansen's going to get his run. And he gets there. Christiansen in a second place then, past Norbert Blaszewski. So Patrick Christiansen gets into second place. He doesn't want to hang around any longer. He's had to work hard to get there, but now he's going to be charging after Granqvist. And no surprise, because he is actually lapping the circuit quicker than Ludwig Granqvist. So Granqvist versus Christiansen is going to be a battle royale for the ages here, up the crest. And Granqvist leading into the hairpin. Granqvist going well. Christiansen second. Blaszewski third. Very close in behind us. Salomonsen has got pressure from Berget and Garib. Opsahl has dropped the rest of the field, by the way, and the battle for 10th position is raging as we've got a great fight going on between Eckenberg, Fordash, Slatlem, Kangasalo and Liam Nord. Great to see everybody in the hunt for positions. Nobody really slacking back. We've got great overtaking moves all the way through this field and a proper challenge from everybody. That is the kind of race we wanted to see. Christiansen and Blaszewski are starting to chip away at Granqvist. How hard does Granqvist dare to push? He's done a 54.8 on the last lap. Christiansen did a 55.0. So Granqvist slightly quicker. But the more you push, the more you wear out these tyres on a drying circuit, and the less grip you're going to have later on. So it's going to get tricky. Up the crest. Granqvist still out in front. Christiansen not far away. Brzezowski not far away either. Fourth place is a three-man bout. Solomonsen, Berget, Garib. Seventh place for Upsal, and then the rest of the field essentially are in a long line for the battle. We've got Hallin, Frickberg, Eckenberg, Forras, Statham, Kangasalo and Liam Nord, and they all want a piece of this battle. And this is an important battle to win from 8th down to the back, because even though it's not for the victory this time next year, it could well be. So Granqvist leading calmly in front of Patrick Christiansen for the time being. Brzezowski just trying to stay in touch on the back straight. They go under the bridge again. That dry line is definitely getting drier and drier. And this is going to be a real problem on the tyres, because they're all on wet tyres, don't forget. They may have been given a fresh set of wet tyres, but rain tyres on dry circuits do not last long. So they're going to become very difficult to control. Christiansen seems to be handling it a little bit better than Granqvist on this lap. So Granqvist is still your leader, but Christiansen is definitely eating up the road. They come off the turn. Granqvist crosses the line. His lap time was a 54.8. Christiansen's just done a 54.5. He's gained 0.3 of a second on him in this lap alone. And we got 3 wide coming up towards us. Goodness me, the battle for 10th really is intensifying. 3 drivers battling away. That is Kangasalo, Eckenberg and Forras having a terrific midfield squabble. Important to remember that there's not just victories being fought here. There's personal battles in the midfield as well. And it's great to see some proper action all the way through it. So Christiansen is still hunting down Granqvist. He's got plenty of time. We'll have 10 laps to go at the end of this one. So there's so much more still for the drivers to do. They don't have to panic too much yet. Look at how quickly Christiansen's gone onto the back of Granqvist. Now we're going to have 10 laps of battling between these two for the victory and the ticket to the IAME World Finals. Only one of them can get it. 10 to go. Game on. Christiansen has caught Granqvist by half a second on this lap. So now it's time to see if he can actually take him on. Patrick Christiansen, fastest lap of the race. Here he goes on the tail of Ludwig Granqvist over the top of the bridge and down to the hairpin on the back straight. So now we're going to get to see a real duel for the victory. Under the bridge, Granqvist and Christiansen still stretching away. Third place, Brzezowski, trying not to fall into the clutches of Jack Solomonsen, and that's Jacob Berget in 5th position ahead of Kevin Garib. So they're still dueling away. That could be a place on the podium later on. Look at Christiansen hustling Granqvist, hustling him as they go through the final couple of quarters of the lap. Christiansen's not going to do anything silly. He's just going to sit on Granqvist's back bumper the whole way. Nudging him down the straight. Just so you know, I'm here. I'm not going to let you get away, matey. Great battling from 8th downwards as well. Great to see these drivers really putting on a show. Looks like we could see an overtake into turn 1, perhaps from Noel Hallin. I have to say, one of the drivers of the race is Nicholas Kangasalo, the Finnish driver, 8th position at the moment. He's just set the fastest lap of the race, and he's gone from the back of the grid to 8th. Really good work from Nicholas Kangasalo. He's had to work hard to do that as well. He's been very patient through this week, and he's really brought out his A game in the final. This battle for third just will not cease either. We've got Brzezowski falling ever closer to the clutches of Solomonsen and Berget. So Jacob Berget is putting moments he can, but Christiansen is definitely starting to get racy behind him. Great work from Jack Solomonsen, though, in 3rd position, having worked, caught and passed Brzezowski. Excellent work, and now it's time to see what Jacob Berget can do. Can he get through on Norbert Brzezowski now? Well, Christiansen has actually lost a bit of time there to Granqvist. He got a little bit of a mistake on that particular lap. So now he's got to get back some of that momentum he's lost and work his way back onto the back bumper of Ludwig Granqvist. He's got to have a little bit more faith, a little bit more confidence in what he can do. Oh, look at this squabble for 12th place coming down the main straight. 3 cars still very close together. That's Eckenberg, Nord and Slatlam. And as we keep saying, it doesn't matter if you're racing for 1st or if for 10th or even for 12th position. You've got to win that battle. You want to make sure you're still racing against your opponents and pulling off some good moves, because it might be for 12th today, but in 6 months' time, that could be for 5th. A year's time, it could be for the win. So you always want to win that battle. Christiansen all over the back of the man in the lead of the race, Granqvist. He's managed to catch up with the time. Oh, those clouds are starting to look ominous overhead. And with a race full of slick tyre conditions with wets on the kart, to then have sudden rain, that's going to be a very tricky situation for the drivers to cope with. So down the straight the drivers go once again. Up over the top of the bridge. Christiansen has not given up on Granqvist, but he isn't lapping as quickly as him anymore. Another new fastest lap for Nicholas Kangasalo, who's now in 7th place. He's actually chipping away at Berget and Garib. So it could be an interesting race continuing to develop here. But Kangasalo has definitely found some pace now and is looking to continue to stretch away from the drivers behind him and start knocking on the door of the top 6. This is great work from Kangasalo. There's 3rd, 4th and 5th going through the penultimate hairpin. There's Garib, and there is Kangasalo. Great work from the Finn. So Nicholas Kangasalo is definitely looking to put some good pressure on in the closing stages of this Junior 60 final, Side by side over the line. We saw 2 karts going through there together. And that, of course, was Garib and Noel Hallin, I do believe. Excellent racing wherever you look on this circuit. Everyone's putting on a good show. Right, Christiansen has now caught back up to Granqvist. They go over the top of the crest, through the chicane, and down to the hairpin again. Can Christiansen start to go for the move? He doesn't want to leave it too late, but he's still got 4 laps to go at the end of this one. Granqvist has done the hard work to get back on terms in the lead of the race, and Christiansen's knocking on the door. This is such a great battle between these two now. Christiansen's done the hard work to eat up the road. Now they go over the line. 4 laps to go. Granqvist versus Christiansen. Shades of Fried and Räikkönen all over again here at Varna. They go up out of turn 4, over the top of the bridge. And look at how close Christiansen's getting. Will this be the first big move for the overtake? He wants to catch Granqvist out. He doesn't want to be predictable. He wants to come up with a move that Granqvist isn't ready for. Under the bridge. Through the double left. Up over the top of the crest again. Up through the chicane. Christiansen hunting, waiting for the maneuver. Ticking time down, putting Granqvist under so much pressure. But can Ludwig Granqvist cope with it? Christiansen's right there. Nudge under braking again. Christiansen getting alongside. Granqvist saying, what are you doing? You know perfectly well what I'm doing. I'm turning up the heat. Down the straight. 3 laps to go. It's going to be tight now for these two. As Granqvist and Christiansen battle for the victory and the ticket to Spain. There's a lot on the line here. Only 1 ticket to give away. And it will only go to the winner. Granqvist and Christiansen both want it. If I'm the man in 3rd position, Jack Solomonsen, I'm keeping myself as close to the leaders as possible because you never know what might happen. 3rd position could be a perfect place to be. Lundqvist, Christiansen, down to the hairpin. The big move is going to have to come soon from Christiansen, but where's he going to place the car? Granqvist getting a little bit defensive. Christiansen getting closer. Now it's going to be the battle for the victory, surely, between these two, as Christiansen senses that the time is running down. There's only 2 laps to go. Somebody's got to go for this. 2 to go. Here we go. The fight for Spain begins. Both of these drivers want to be at the IAME Warriors final in Valencia in Spain, and only one of them is going to get there. Will it be Ludwig Granqvist? Will it be Patrick Christiansen? Both drivers working hard. Christiansen's doing all the chasing. Granqvist is doing all the defensive tactics on the back straight. For the battle for 3rd, that's still pretty racy. Solomonsen 3rd from Blazewski and Jacob Berget. Christiansen all over. Ludwig Granqvist going down. He's got a good run. This might be it. Granqvist defends. Christiansen tucks back in. Granqvist moves across. And now he's going very defensive. Christiansen to his right. Tuck back in for the switch. But Granqvist holds the kart in exactly the right place. Both drivers giving everything they've got. 1 lap to go. The fight for the victory begins now. Granqvist and Christiansen weaving this way and that way. Last lap. What can Granqvist do to hold on from Christiansen? Christiansen makes the bid into turn 2, and he's there! Patrick Christiansen steals it in turn 2. Oh, what a move! Can Christensen hold this now? Granqvist dives back for the inside, takes the lead back again. Granqvist back in front. Christensen all over him. Down the back straight, round the outside. Christensen back in front. Granqvist comes back again. They've swapped for the lead 3 times in 1 lap. Now we've got Christensen on the ropes, trying to take on Granqvist. He's only really got 2 more chances. Up the crest. Granqvist defends, covers. Christensen's got to be tactical here. Slow in, fast out. Looking around to try and see where he is. Christensen's looking. Can Granqvist get onto it? And hold on, it's going to be Granqvist. Ludwig Granqvist wins in magnificent style. An amazing finish. What a fight. All the way to the death. Ludwig Granqvist hangs on from Patrick Christiansen. The fight of the week. They battled for the lead and they swapped the lead 3 times in the final lap. Absolutely extraordinary. What a race for the ages. You have got to give a big hand to Patrick Christiansen and a big hand to Ludwig Granqvist. What a show they gave us. Absolutely amazing. Give them both a huge round of applause. What an amazing race from the 2 absolute stars of the show. Patrick Christiansen and Ludwig Granqvist gave as good as they got. What little heroes these Junior 60 kings are. But the man you're ever going to see in a Junior 60 race final. And there were 2 very determined racers. They both wanted to win. They both led on the last lap more than once. And it was an incredible fight. But the victory goes the way of Ludwig Granqvist. Full credit to Patrick. However, he deserves every bit as much praise as Ludwig Granqvist. And I tell you, that is not because of his talent. Patrick Christiansen has absolutely worked so hard to get that victory to come his way. He just misses out on this occasion, but do not fear. He will be absolutely extraordinary in the future. That's incredible bravery from Patrick Christiansen to take the lead essentially 3 times on the last lap. Absolutely amazing how he fought for that. But Ludwig Granqvist, there can only be one winner. And in a race as close and as furious as that, it is always going to be tough on the driver who doesn't quite get the job done. But what a battle. I'm very impressed with both drivers. Either one of them deserved to win that. But in motorsport, annoyingly, there can only be one winner. And that is Ludwig Granqvist. I think it's very, very impressive to see just how close the battle was out there. But despite the fact that it was 2 Norwegians battling away for the victory, the Finn, Nicholas Kangasalo, did such an incredible job in that one to go from the back of the grid, essentially, to P6, fighting his way forward, and set the fastest lap of the race as well. Over a second faster than any of the other drivers in the field. Absolutely extraordinary from Nicholas Kangasalo. And that should not be ignored either. Absolutely incredible display from them. But that could actually be one of the stats of the race, because if Nicholas Kangasalo can go a second quicker than the 2 men fighting for the victory on a drying track, are we starting to flirt now with slick tyre conditions? That is going to be a massive gamble for anybody in Junior X30 who wants to roll that dice. Especially when you consider that the track looks pretty much slick to me, but there are ominous clouds still overhead here. So it's not done, it's not decided, and it's definitely not an easy gamble to make. There are still some interesting patches on the circuit that are a little bit damp, but would those go away with a couple of laps on dry tyres? This is why I'm not a racing driver. I just wouldn't be able to know how to make that decision. But of course, these kind of decisions do have to come from the driver and the mechanic in good consultation. They have to figure out, what's going to be the best choice for me. And I think it's fair to say that this circuit is no longer clear-cut as to what you do. So I have just been informed and have been told that the reason why the result of the race ended the way it did for Nicholas Kangasalo is that there was only one driver in the Junior 60 race who decided to roll the dice and go for slick tyres. I wonder if you can guess who it was. Yep, it was Nicholas Kangasalo. Charged his way forward on slick tyres to P6, made the gamble, made it work. A second quicker than everybody else on wet tyres. If that isn't a threat enough to a daring strategy, I don't know what is. But this could be the moment for the Junior X30 drivers to make the switch to slick tyres, or at least some of them. It's certainly going to be a fascinating battle at the end of a very tight race. So we have just 2 races remaining then, and they are going to be the races that will give us a battle royale for the final tickets to give away. So we're going to get to see a fantastic charge forward after what has already been a very close battle all the way. So now we're going to see a very competitive grid, that is for sure. Joachim Askeland will start this Junior X30 race from the front end of the grid. Alongside him is going to be Jonathan Landstrom in the AD Motorsport machine. Third place for Marie Berryberg. Very confident in these conditions, I'm sure. Isaac Remenhatler charging into a strong position for 4th on the grid for this. Then Alexander Rockstad alongside Andy Alstrin. Noah Antonsen and Oskar Wijk in the 4th row. Then Theo Svensson and Adrian Gerda. And then we have Theo Hansen and Sebastian Grandaliels from Venador Ravnas, the sole Icelandic driver in the mix, along with Mikkel Ostvold, then Leon Larsen and Gustav Berglund, with Linje Jensen, Anton Strom-Tanevik, Fredrik Fluding-Bredsen, Christian Alexander Öst, Henrik Bergstrom and Christian Fejelund making their way to the grid. Now what we really need to do is zoom in on the drivers in position to try and figure out what tyres they are on, because this is where we really get an interesting luck of the draw. That looks like a whole bunch of slicks to me. So everybody deciding, do you know what? I think this is about the time to start thinking about slick tyres for this race. Obviously, they get a fresh set of tyres if they have one spare to run with for the final. But it's definitely going to be fascinating to see how things are going to progress in this race. And the question is 1 second faster than the wets in a race like that enough of a decision? I don't really know what the maths is for an engineer. Is it worth making the gamble for slicks or not? And of course, there are still some fairly hefty clouds overhead here at Varna. If any one of those break over the circuit in the middle of the race, that gamble for slick tyres suddenly makes you look like a fool when you could have looked like a genius. So it's a very difficult thing to get right at this point. That's the difficulty with motorsport. You can only roll the dice and hope that it was the right choice. But certainly up at the front end of the field for the 2 drivers on the front row of the grid, Joachim Askeland and Jonathan Landstrom, 2 wins apiece, and now only one of them can triumph in this fantastic fight. But of course, there are 20 drivers behind them who want exactly the same result. So this is going to be so difficult to call. So many talented drivers in Junior X30 here in the IAME Nordic Cup 2024. The wind has picked up, which probably doesn't help the calm of the engineers making the decisions either. Because with the wind comes the threat of more potential rain showers. They are still ever present, and the clouds are moving this way. The amount of sunshine we've had over the last race and a half does kind of give us a little bit of comfort that maybe slicks was the way to go. But if anybody thinks, well, that rain cloud's going to break, I'm going to stay on wets, thank you very much, they could end up looking like the genius. Never before this week will the heart rates of the engineers and the mechanics have raced as heavy as this. This is exactly what makes it such a difficult sport. Get it right and you're a hero. Get it wrong and you're a zero. But it's such a fine line between those 2 outcomes. So Joachim Askeland and Jonathan Landstrom together on that front row of the starting grid. Marie Berryberg upholding the honours, not just for the Norwegians, obviously, but also for the female contingent here. 3rd position on the grid for her. 4th place on the grid is the very talented Isaac Remenhatler, who's pretty much transformed his weekend in the second half of it. He was on the door of the top 10 for most of it, but his brilliant performance in the last superheat to challenge Joachim Askeland has shot him forward into the 2nd row of the grid. So this is going to be a very tough Junior X30 race. And don't forget, the winner of this race is going to Spain in November to represent their nation in the Warriors final of the IAME World Finals 2024 on the Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero circuit in Valencia. It's a big honor. And of course, in the IAME Warriors final, it's a very different kettle of fish to, say, for example, the AFIA World Championships. Anybody can get into the FIA World Championships if they pay the fee, rock up with the right conditions. In the IAME Warriors final, it's very different. You have to earn your place there. You have to be successful in your national and regional competitions. You have to win a ticket to get there. You can't just rock up and buy your way in. You have to be there on merit. You have to be one of the best in the world. And the only way to do that is to win a competition as intense and as tricky as this one. The tension starts to build over the Varna circuit. All these youngsters obviously working so hard up to this point through qualifying, through the very heats that they had yesterday, through the superheat this morning. All the hard work and the preparation, the testing prior to this, all of those hours, all of that patience, all of that calm discipline, and it all comes down to 22 laps in fact, of no holds barred and very tough racing. One of the physical challenges, the most physical challenges they will ever have had up to this point on a circuit like this for 22 laps, when the weather is not giving us a clear indication as to what it's going to do for the final race of their week. This is going to be such a tough battle, such a tough mission for all of the contenders out there on the course. And it really isn't easy to predict how this is going to go. So many great talents on this grid. Joachim Askeland, pole position, definitely merited after two great heat wins. One in the heats yesterday, one in the superheat this morning. Jonathan Landstrom has fought his way back into contention after a bit of a trip up in race one. But two brilliant victories yesterday have kept his position up at the sharp end of the field. Marie Barryberg, very competitive. So too is Isak Remenhatler. But let's go racing. The drivers venture out. It's time to get the Junior X30 final show on the road. So watching the drivers come through, it looks like pretty much everybody has decided, you know what, this is a dry track now. So everybody I can see is on slicks. This is going to be a fast final for the Junior X30 contingent. They've just got to hope that it doesn't rain. Even that damp patch under the bridge is looking pretty dry now, although it could still catch one or two drivers out. They've got to be very patient on these formation laps. So the grid looks like this. Joachim Askeland pole position, Jonathan Landstrom P2, then Marie Barryberg, Isak Remenhatler, Alexander Rokstad, Andy Alstrin, Noah Antonsen, Oskar Wick, Theo Svensson and Adrian Gere on the top 10. Then Theo Hansen, Sebastian Grandaliels, Bernardo Ravnas from Mikael Ostvold, Leon Larsen and Gustav Berglund, Linje Jensen and Anton Strom-Tanevig, Fredrik Flud Engebretsen, Christian Alexander Rust, Henrik Bergström and Christian Fejelund. There is the grid in full then. Askeland, Landstrom, Barryberg, Remenhatler, Rokstad, Alstrin, Antonsen and Wick. Outside the top 10, where Theo Svensson and Gere complete it, Theo Hansen and Sebastian Grandaliels are waiting in the wings. 13th is the only Icelandic in the entire weekend, Venedor Ravnas, with Mikael Ostvold, Leon Larsen and Gustav Berglund. 17th for Linje Jensen, 18th for Anton Strom-Tanevig, then Fredrik Flud Engebretsen down in 19th, qualifying pole, of course, Christian Alexander Rust, and then Henrik Bergström and Christian Fejelund. This is going to be a tough race to predict. Everybody on slicks, but it's not perfect out there. So this is going to come down to patience, aggression, discipline, control, calm, and of course, speed. Out of the final turn, Askeland on the inside, Landstrom on the outside. Are we racing? We are! Let's race for the final of the Junior X30 in the IAME Nordic Cup 2024. Askeland gets a perfect start. Marie Barryberg through in a second past Landstrom as everybody else tries to fix their way through the first couple of corners. Couple of damp patches found. One or two drivers sliding around. There's a problem at the back. One of the Intrepids is breaking down. It's all gone wrong for somebody at the tail end of the field. We've got a kart coming to a stop and breaking down. It's one of the Intrepids. So that's very unfortunate, but out in front it is Askeland who leads the way. Oh, big incident. Two karts going off the road there. And it's become a four-kart incident under the bridge. Oh, goodness me. Well, immediately the drivers race to the aid of the drivers' red flags instantly. Wow, goodness me. It's been a tough old race there, and I'm afraid 4 karts are involved in that one. But fortunately, despite how ferocious it looks to me as though all 4 drivers are okay. Well, as if the tension wasn't big enough going into this race, we've actually got 5 drivers out of the race before it even completes the opening lap. Wow, this is tough stuff. What an emotional roller coaster this is turning into already in the Junior X30 final. As all the drivers bring themselves onto the starting line. Now it's time to identify the karts that were involved in those incidents. So 1 kart out of the race already is Henrik Bergström in the Intrepid. He had the mechanical problems. So very unfortunate indeed there for Henrik Bergström. And now we've got to try and identify who the other drivers are based on who is there at the side of the road. Well, I think that's Berglund is one of them. So very unfortunate, but I think that's the Sjöberg Racing Team kart of Gustav Berglund, the Birolart driver. So he's out of the race. Now I wonder, they might just be able to get some of these karts restarted, you know. They're going to try their best, I think, to give it a go. So, well, it looks to me, because we've had, hang on a minute, because we've had the red flag on the first lap and we didn't complete the first lap, I've got a feeling that this is going to be a complete restart. So if that's the case, then the difficulties of the first lap are basically got rid of. So this race can obviously restart in the original grid positions. So that means, of course, that Joachim Askelund is going to retake his position on the front row of the grid alongside Jonathan Landström. Marie Barry Berg will be back on the second row alongside Isaac Remen-Hadler and so on. But we are going to have a few drivers missing, sadly. So we've got one of the Paralins involved in that one as well. Trying to make out who it is from a distance, but it is a bit tricky. Well, that kart is motoring around. So we've definitely got a Falcon out of the race and a Birolart out of the race. Obviously, we've got poor Henrik Bergström out as well, the Intrepid with mechanical problems. So cruising back to the pits, it's the Paralin that was involved in the incident. That is the 338. So that is very much, sadly, game over. Oh, well, no, they're going to try and bring it back to the start line. That is the 338 then of Adrian Gjerda. And Adrian Gjerda is hoping, well, I've got a kart that works. I'm going to try and start this race. So Adrian Gjerda thinks that this race isn't over for him. As for the 2 karts that are being recovered, one of them is Gustav Berglund, and another one is a Falcon, but there were 2 Falcons involved in the incident earlier on. So I'm not entirely sure who the other one is, but thank goodness the drivers involved in the incident are okay. Well, that was a pretty scary moment for both drivers. Now, that's a Falcon being lifted onto the recovery truck. Henrik Bergström is desperately trying to get his Intrepid restarted in the hope that he can bring the kart back to the pits, but it doesn't look as though he will. Bergström really is trying his hardest to get this kart push started. He's looking like an okay driver as he goes down the hill. But I'm afraid it's not going to happen for Henrik Bergström. That's so unfortunate. So we've got several karts out of position, so they obviously need to be put back into their original positions. This doesn't exactly help the calm, does it? It only increases the tension for everybody around the circuit who are already sweating quite considerably going into these final races of the day. So we've definitely had Gustav Berglund involved in that one. I'm trying to make out which of the Falcons it is that got caught up in the incident, because we had 2 Falcons involved in that, actually. Well, the mechanics are coming back over to assist their drivers, which they're perfectly entitled to do, of course. Now, who is the other kart involved in that incident? Well, we've certainly got Bergström involved in it. I'm trying to make out which of the Falcons is missing from the fray. I think one of those is... Well, there is Henrik Bergström out of the race with mechanical difficulties, but I think they're going to try and get this race restarted for him, because it is a fresh restart. So with it being a fresh restart, provided that you can get the kart together, they're going to try. Maybe they can get him started from out of the pits, perhaps. But we could also do with finding out the identity of the drivers that were involved. Certainly Gustav Berglund was. There were 3 other drivers involved. 2 of them were in Falcons. I'm just trying to count how many karts we've actually got on the starting line here as well. That will tell us a little bit about it. So we've got 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 18, 19 karts. So there's only 3 missing now, actually. So one driver that was involved in the incident was the 377. So that is the Falcon of Theo Hansen. So Theo Hansen was originally part of the incident, a bit like Gjerde was. But both Adrian Gjerde and Theo Hansen have managed to get their karts started again by the look of it. I wonder if the other kart involved was Andy Alstrin. So Andy Alstrin, who of course was fighting up at the sharp end of the field. Unfortunately, Andy Alstrin does not appear to be up amongst the top 6. So that is bitter disappointment for Andy Alstrin. I think it was him that was involved in that incident, because I don't see his Falcon on the grid, and I do see Theo Hansen's. So that is bitter disappointment for both Gustav Berglund and Andy Alstrin, particularly for Andy Alstrin, who of course was starting in 6th on the grid. So will not be able to take up his original position now. Well, it looked pretty horrific, but Andy Alstrin seems perfectly okay. Maybe a cut or a bruise here or there, but mostly just enraged that his journey comes to an end after such an incredible week for young Andy Alstrin. He kind of got on with the job very quietly leading up to this point, and then managed to put himself into a very competitive position right at the end, which is rather unfortunate now that he no longer gets to participate. Well, the mechanics are on the grid, getting the drivers ready for the restart, and it is going to be a fresh restart because we had the red flag on the opening lap. So it's definitely going to be pretty exciting out there for all of the contenders. Tough to see how everybody is going to be feeling going into this race, with obviously a very ferocious start, and now all of a sudden it's all gone back to a reset position here on the starting line. It's got a bit of a feel of an IAME Euro Series final about it, actually, with all the drivers on the starting grid rather than in the holding area. But obviously we are left with 19 very nervous drivers. Scrub that, make it 20, because it looks as though the mechanics have done the job they need to do for Henrik Bergström. So Bergström is wheeling his Intrepid back into position. So I don't think this IAME Nordic Cup final is over yet for Henrik Bergström. Looks like he's going to get another crack at this. And I tell you who else is going to have another go at it. It looks like Gustav Berglund is not out of the game yet either. They are pushing his kart back into position as well. So obviously, as long as you can get started again and you get the approval from the clerk of the course, then there's no reason why you can't get your kart ready for racing. So it looks like the only driver who's going to be plumb out of luck here, rather understandably under the circumstances, is Andy Alstrin. Look, here comes Gustav Berglund running up the pit straight Jensen Button style to get himself back into the race again. So this is a very dramatic turn of events, but I guess, you know, with it being a fresh restart, as long as you can get back into your original grid position and get back into the race, there's no reason why you can't compete. So the Birilat is back in place, the Intrepid is back in place. So how about this for the ultimate get out of jail free card? Get these guys playing Monopoly, they'll be the luckiest men in the board. Because Henrik Bergström and Gustav Berglund have been thrown a lifeline here. Thoughts have also got to go out here to Theo Hansen, who of course vaulted over the top of Andy Alstrin in that incident. Andy fortunately is okay, a little bit worse for wear, but he knows of course that when a kart lands on top of you, you're not going to take the restart. So as long as he is okay, we wish him all the very best, and we hope that in 2025 there's a fight for the IAME Nordic Cup title with his name on it. However, the rest of the grid is going to be rather nervous and rather intrigued about how their progress is going to be going into this last race. But the formation lap is about to begin once again, and it is a fresh restart. So all the drivers have got to be in position, and all but one of the drivers is in place, and that last position is Theo Hansen, so he's now got to get back into his kart in the hope that they've repaired it enough to go racing. So this could be an interesting formation lap, because I've got my eye on at least 2 or 3 karts that were involved in the incident on that first lap, who might not have a kart that's in the correct shape. So we've got to keep an eye on the likes of Gerda, on the likes of Theo Hansen, most likely on Gustav Berglund, and probably on Henrik Bergström as well, because all four of them are going into this race rather tentatively. So the drivers moving themselves a little bit further forward. There is, of course, going to be a gap on the starting grid, and that gap is for 6th position, where Andy Alstrin's car should have been. But obviously the race, sadly, has to continue without him, and we really hope that Andy is okay and just bitter about the result rather than bitter about any injuries he may have received. I just hope they're not particularly long-lasting and just merely trivial. So the formation lap is about to get underway then in what is now a particularly anticipated Junior X30 final. The Senior X30 drivers are all chomping at the bit to get themselves ready in position as well, of course. And they've got a longer wait than they would have liked as well. That can get in a driver's head sometimes as well. You've got to be very disciplined in situations like this. So the engines fire up again, and we're going to go onto the formation lap for the second time. The Junior X30 drivers, oh, we got a problem for the Charles Leclerc chassis. The Charles Leclerc chassis is not getting away. That's Noah Anderson. Noah Anderson struggling to get the kart started. This is terrible bad luck for Noah Anderson on the restart. So Noah Anderson is struggling to get that kart underway again, I do believe. No, sorry, it's the treble 3. So that is the treble 3 in difficulties. So that is the treble 3 struggling to get the kart moving again. And that is pretty catastrophic as far as the battle is concerned. So that is Theo Svensson desperately trying to start his kart. The engine is on, but Theo Svensson may have to wait now for the rest of the field to come through. This is a real problem for Theo Svensson. He's essentially going to have to wait for the whole field to go past him and then rejoin them. So Theo Svensson, they did get his engine started, but there he is. He's got to wait for them all to go past. And then he'll join in at the back of the field. Are we going to get a clean start from the remainders of the field? We do, and we're off and racing, and Theo Svensson can join them at the back. So we're into the battle now for the Junior X30 final. And again, Marie Barryberg has launched herself into second place ahead of Jonathan Landstrom as the rest of the field squabbles for position in the background. Over the bridge, several drivers battling for position on the back straight. And now Jonathan Landstrom is putting pressure on Marie Barryberg to get back into second place. 22 laps of the course to come. Joachim Askeland is still your leader. Then Barryberg, then Landstrom, then Isak Remen-Adler. They go down up to the hairpin one more time. That's a much cleaner start. Everybody's kept it together this time. And there's a lot of determination from a few of the drivers who are trying to charge their way forward. Good start from Linja Jensen. She's made up a lot of places on this opening lap. And it looks like Henrik Bergström's having a much better race of it so far. We've got a kart that's right at the back end of the field, having dropped all the way down. It's Venedor Ravnas. So Venedor Ravnas in some trouble, and I think Mikael Ostvold is in difficulties as well. So I'm not sure what's happened to the Icelandic driver Venedor Ravnas, but he certainly looks like he's out of this race. That's very unfortunate indeed for him. As down at the back, there is some damage to the side pod of the 312. That is Mikael Ostvold. So Mikael Ostvold is going to continue, but Venedor Ravnas is not. And there's a spinner at the back. That's Theo Hansen. Theo Hansen has gone off on the back straight. So Theo Hansen is going to have to rejoin on the tail end of the field as Joachim Askeland has got a huge advantage over Marie Barryberg on the second lap. So Askeland is going well. Oh, and that's Landstrom losing ground on the inside line. So that's really held him up. And now Alexander Rockstad is going to try and make his bid for third position. There are still parts of the circuit that are patchy with dampness. So it's not going to be easy as drivers try and make overtaking moves that are never going to happen. Askeland has a huge lead now over Barryberg as Rockstad goes for second. Alexander Rockstad in a second place past Marie Barryberg. What a race Rockstad is having. Alexander Rockstad charges through to second place. Marie Barryberg in third. Fourth is Landstrom. Fifth is Isak Remen-Hadler. And diving up the inside, that's going to be Landstrom making the bid on Marie Barryberg. Barryberg has to concede the place. So as they go back up the hill, Rockstad is through in a second place, and now he's leading the charge. Further back, we've got some real talent. Rockstad in second. Third is Landstrom. Fourth is Barryberg. Fifth is Isak Remen-Hadler. And coming up to sixth position, we've got an amazing charge forward. That is Larsen, Jensen, and Flud Engebretsen tucked up behind Noah Antonsen. We've got some amazing charges back to prominence in the dry conditions as Isak Remenhadler tries to take on Marie Barry Berg, and he's there. So Isak Remenhadler gets through and up into 4th position behind Jonathan Landstrom and ahead of Marie Barry Berg. Alexander Rokstad has disappeared in 2nd place, trying to charge after Joachim Askeland, and Rokstad is pushing hard here. Alexander Rokstad has got a race-winning cart underneath him as far as he's concerned. Isak Remenhadler gets on the inside of Landstrom and through. Isak Remenhadler gets the position. Landstrom goes for it, can't make it back, and so drops back in. Noah Antonsen P6. Linnea Jensen's going beautifully in 7th place. Then it is Fredrik Flod Engebretsen in 8th position. 9th is Leon Larsen. 10th is Oscar Wiik. So some terrific battles in the opening stages of this race then, as Venedor Ravnas is the only retirement, sadly, as up the inside, Leon Larsen battling away on the back straight with Oscar Wiik. But it's going great for Joachim Askeland and Alexander Rokstad in the lead of the race at the moment. They are well clear of everybody else. They've got clear track in front of them, as Askeland is dangerously close to lapping Mikkel Ostwald. And Alexander Rokstad is really settling into a rhythm here. Well, this has shaken things up dramatically. Joachim Askeland crosses the line. 46.6 for him. Rokstad, 46.2. My goodness. Alexander Rokstad is lapping almost half a second a lap quicker than Askeland. So Joachim Askeland is leading, but Rokstad is reeling him in big time. Half a second a lap is approximately what he's gaining as Fredrik Flod Engebretsen gets the move on the inside there of Noah Antonsen. Great run from Fredrik Flod Engebretsen. That's up to P6. He could make the podium with this kind of pace. What a comeback this is from so many drivers. From Rokstad, from Jensen, from Flod Engebretsen. A lot of drivers are taking full advantage of the slick tyres and working their way forward. We've had another off by the look of it. I think it's Theo Hansen. Theo Hansen has gone off the road for the last time. So I'm afraid Theo Hansen is out of it, as Rokstad gains another half second on Joachim Askeland. Oh, this is going to be a tough fight for the victory, as Rokstad has his heart dead set on the win. Well, at least Mikkel Ostwald is getting out of the way of his fellow racers. He gets out of the way and doesn't cause too much of a headache, as Fredrik Flod Engebretsen is really starting to make a pressure cooker. He's up to 5th position now. He's got ahead of Marie Barry Berg. Fredrik Flod Engebretsen driving angry after missing most of yesterday. Should have started from pole position. What could he do? He's now right up behind Jonathan Landstrom. And he's also got Remenhadler in the mix there. So Landstrom in 3rd. Remenhadler is in 4th place, but look at Fredrik Flod Engebretsen in the Tony car. He's going to try and get him alongside the 80 energy course on the main straight. And Joachim Askeland sets a new fastest lap, and he needed to. 45.8 compared to Rokstad on a 46.0. Those clouds are starting to get ominous overhead now as well. This is getting tricky now for the contenders. I think the rain could well appear before the end of this race, and that really will make this a bit of a lottery. This could be one of the toughest races the juniors have ever faced. Askeland, Rokstad, Landstrom, Remenhadler, Flod Engebretsen, Barry Berg, Andersen, Jensen, Larsen and Wiik. Great racing all the way. Oscar Wiik looking pretty good behind Leon Larsen in the CRG. Good race battle between those two for 9th position. Not a bad race either between Linnea Jensen and Noah Antonsen for 7th position. Linnea Jensen has come alive in this race and finds herself now firmly in the top 10, as once again Henrik Bergström has got problems in the Intrepid. Well, it looks as though those problems are long going then for Bergström. Isak Remenhadler is now the fastest driver on the track. A 45.6 from him. Jonathan Landstrom, a 45.7. This race is not over. Joachim Askeland leads the way, but he's not going to have it all his own way for long, the way things are currently looking for Alexander Rokstad. And Landstrom has picked up the pace now, so too has Remenhadler, and he's being pressured by Fredrik Flod Engebretsen. This isn't over yet for a long, long way. 13 laps to go, and there could still be a few stings in this tail. 22 laps of the Varna circuit. You really have to work hard if you want to win here. And Joachim Askeland is in front with a decent gap at the moment of 2.1 seconds. But Alexander Rokstad is pushing. So is Landstrom. So is Remenhadler. So is Fredrik Flod Engebretsen. Engebretsen is now the fastest driver in the race in 5th position. Pushing very hard. He's got ahead of Marie Barry Berg, and problems for Isak Remenhadler. Isak Remenhadler in big trouble. Oh, Isaac Remenhatler falls out of the top 5. Something's gone wrong there. And so Isaac Remenhatler now finds himself down the order. Just in front of Oscar Wijk now. So that's definitely a headache as far as they're concerned. Linja Jensen is having a terrific race. She's now chasing down Marie Barry Berg. Linja Jensen in P6 ahead of Antonsen, Larsen, Isaac Remenhatler and Oscar Wijk. Then it's Edwin Gjerda and Sebastian Grondeliels. Theo Svensson, Gustav Berglund, 14th ahead of Christian Alexander Röst. Then Henrik Bergström, Anton Strom-Tanavik, Christian Feerlund, Mikael Ostwald. And we have 2 retirements, Theo Hansen and Bernardo Ravnas. So the battle is still raging on. It's been a very tough race out there for all of the contenders. It's been a very tricky one, but it's not over yet. Alexander Rogstad still has an interesting time of it to come. So Rogstad is pushing hard on the main straight, trying to work his magic to try and close that gap down. 45.4 compared to 45.5. It's very even Stevens between the two. But Marie Barry Berg going a little bit quicker than Landstrom on that last lap. Looks like we got a battle into the first corner as well. That's Isaac Remenhatler getting through on the inside of Leon Larsen to get himself back into the mix. But now we're going to have to see what Fredrik Flud Engbetsa can do to take on Marie Barry Berg. Battling for 4th position, those two, just in behind Jonathan Landstrom. Has Joachim Askelund done enough in the first half of this race to give himself that breathing space on Alexander Rogstad, who was out of the bullet like a gun? Absolutely amazing. Down the main straight again, Rogstad closing up on Askelund, then Landstrom, Barry Berg and Flud Engbetsa. And Linja Jensen, so impressed with her race pace today. A fantastic end to the day for a few of the Junior X30s up at the sharp end. Everybody in the top 6 deserves a medal in this one. They really have worked hard for it. But has Joachim Askelund got enough in the tank to fend off from Alexander Rogstad? The battle between them at the moment, 2.4 seconds. But Jonathan Landstrom is the fastest driver on the track at this moment. So what can we do in the lead of the race? If you're Joachim Askelund, just keep driving on in the hope that this is going to be enough of a gap. It's certainly a decent sized gap for the moment. Rogstad fighting through to 2nd place definitely helped Askelund out. But now they've got a race on pure pace. It's going to be tricky from this moment on, that's for sure. But Askelund has got himself a good position. Not going to be easy to keep the pressure cooker up. Askelund, Rogstad, and then Jonathan Landstrom, who's managed to get a bit of a gap now between Barry Berg and Fredrik Flud Engbetsa. Got to see where the opportunity is going to kick in now from Fredrik Flud Engbetsa, starting to really hustle Marie Barry Berg. Down to the hairpin, can't quite make the bid on the inside line there. Has another chance up the top of the hairpin. Can't quite make it happen on that occasion as Mikael Ostwald has got an issue in front of the leader. So Mikael Ostwald has come out of the pits, I think. So it's going to be, little bit of an issue there between Barry Berg. Barry Berg coming into contact then, unfortunately, with Fredrik Flud Engbetsa. And that's really held up Marie Barry Berg. Linja Jensen through into 5th place. Marie Barry Berg down to P6 and having to recover the speed again before Isaac Remenhatler gets back on the scene. Very unfortunate for Marie Barry Berg, who comes off worse in the incident there. Fredrik Flud Engbetsa is now going to try and hustle Jonathan Landstrom. But that could be the last bit of a battle we get in the top 5 now, because the top 5 drivers are very full of... Rogstad really pushing now! Rogstad's caught up to Askelund to a certain degree. I wonder if Askelund's losing time on the tyres. Askelund comes through. What's the lap time? 46.8 compared to a 45.7 for Rogstad. Askelund's had a real problem on that lap. So Askelund lost a second to Rogstad on the last lap. I wonder if that was trying to get past the back marker, Mikael Ostwald, who now gets well out of the way and lets everybody go through. But that has not helped out Joachim Askelund's calm. And now Alex Rogstad thinks, you know what, I can beat him. I can catch him. I've only got 6 laps to go, but I can make this work in my favour. Askelund has got to keep the faith here. He lost a lot of time on that last lap. But now with 6 laps to go for Joachim Askelund, Rogstad is only 1 corner behind him. Askelund's got to keep the faith here. Across the line he goes. A 45.5 compared to a 45.2. Rogstad finds 3 more tenths. Rogstad will be driving so hungry. Rogstad over the bridge behind Askelund. The gap between them now is 1 second. It's all going to come down to how much time Rokstad can gain in the final 6 laps of this race. As Gustav Berglund comes through past my position, battling away with Bergström. The 3:06 in the mix there of Christian Alexander Rust and Anton Stromtanovic. Great race battles everywhere you look. But Askeland has got to try and keep this together. He's only got 1 second over Alexander Rokstad. Can he hang on to this? It's going to be tricky in the closing stages. Askeland still pushing. So too is Alex Rokstad. Askeland does a 45.2. So does Rokstad. No, 45.1 for Rokstad. So the gap is now 1.0. Rokstad has got to push, but so too has Askeland. Askeland's got to try and hang on to this. 5 laps to go. And if he can make up 2 to 3 tenths of a second per lap, then Rokstad is suddenly a contender for the... So this is really going to be tight as Jonathan Landstrom now gets the fastest lap of the race. A 44.8 for Landstrom. He's going to run out of time to catch them, but he'll be right on them by the end of this race if he keeps that kind of pace up. So Joachim Askeland is running out of time here, but fortunately he's also running out of laps to get clear of Rokstad. He doesn't have to stay too far ahead of him. Just a second or two will do. Askeland does a 45.1, so does Rokstad. They are even on pace, and this is all that Askeland needs to win this one. Careful, disciplined, calm, smooth, controlled. That's what you've got to do to win this race. Joachim Askeland is doing everything he can to finish the job, but it's not easy when you've got Alex Rokstad breathing down your tail. It's going to be a tough one for Rokstad to lose when he can lose it by so little. A very unhappy Sodi driver down the straight. That's the 3:03 of Anton Stromtanovic, who's not happy with Christian Alexander Rust's racecraft on that lap. But Alex Rokstad is still going for it with everything he's got. Can he get Joachim Askeland? 2 to go. It's running close. It's running out of time now. The gap is down to 9 tenths of a second. I think that's going to be too much for Rokstad to catch Askeland. 9 tenths of a second is a decent enough gap for Askeland. All he needs is 2 average laps, and that surely will be enough. Rokstad is catching, but he's not catching fast enough. Askeland did a 45.3. Rokstad did a 45.0. 2 more laps like that, and he's just going to miss out. He really needs a big mistake from Joachim Askeland to win this one. I think 9 tenths of a second is okay. So the battle is going to continue raging all the way through. It's going to be a tough battle all the way to the finish. It will be a very tricky one. Wins the Junior X30 final. He's going to Valencia. Joachim Askeland, what a week! He has been so calm throughout this entire process. And now Joachim Askeland wins from Alexander Rokstad and Jonathan Landstrom. What a victory for Joachim Askeland! That was so tight all the way to the finish. And now Joachim Askeland can drink in the feeling. Some amazing fight backs in this race. 2 massive drives in that one from Fredrik Fludenbrechtsen, who came all the way to 4th from 19th on the grid. That is incredible. And also to Linja Jensen, P5, ultimately her best drive of the week, just in front of her good friend Marie Barry-Berg. But what an amazing victory for Joachim Askeland. The Norwegian star is going to Valencia to compete as an IAME warrior. What an amazing result for Joachim Askeland. That was such a tough race to win as well. He had all the pressure of Rokstad and Landstrom breathing down his neck throughout. But did he budge? Budge he did not. Joachim Askeland triumphs in very tough circumstances on a drying track with slick tyres. The circuit really came to him at the end there. But that was never going to be easy. And Joachim Askeland definitely made it look tough. But he absolutely deserves the victory in fine style. He becomes the winner of the first IAME Nordic Cup for Junior X30. And he takes the ticket with him to Valencia on the first week of November to become a true IAME warrior. We'll see him in the IWF. An amazing race in Junior X30. Such a tough battle Full credit to those who made it to the flag. Commiserations to those who did not, particularly, of course, for Theo Hansen and for Venedor Rabnas. They will be back for more in the future, and we cannot wait to see them on the grid again in IAME Nordic 2025. But there can only be one winner in a very competitive field of Junior X30 drivers. The winner on this occasion is Joachim Askeland. And now, of course, there is just one race to go. The Senior X30 final and the competition to see who will race for their nation in the IAME Warriors final in Valencia. Attention paddock, attention paddock. If anybody has found an iPhone or has anybody come across an iPhone, it belongs to one of the organisers. Please return it to the registration office as soon as you can. If you have spotted an iPhone near you that is discarded, please return it to the registration office. It is very important. So if you can do that as quickly as possible. If you have found a discarded iPhone, please return it to the registration office. Thank you very much. And so we come to what I can only describe as the Battle Royale. The Senior X30 fight is going to be prolifically good. It'll be a very tough race, that is for sure. We've had 6 different winners from the 7 races leading up to this, and the man on pole position is neither of these drivers. Tord Raugstad, who has been so consistent and so calm over the course of the week, finds himself in pole position alongside Alexander Johansson. Elina Lee Rolfsen, third on the grid from Vilma Svan in P4. Then Philip Svensson alongside Dennis Bjerke. William Svensson will line up 7th on the grid alongside Cornelia Constance Ruhr-Helkrem. Then Max Anderson in 9th place and Marius Barryberg to round out the top 10. Just a place ahead of Sebastian Svensson. Then Max Bostrom in 12th position from Niklas Dottensven and Verti Varnanen. Then Max Carlsen alongside Harold Mattison, Felix Johannesson and Joachim Matheson, Jonas Berglund, William Lundbo, Isaac Abramson, Kenneth Arjnes, Elias Hagen, Ina Karina Rostad, Conrad Bergheim Hansen, Amalie Hornseth, and then we have Krista Purpis lining up 27th on the grid alongside Ella Lachtema, Thomas Grandal Eels, Linus Hanel, Jennifer Olsen, Jonathan Tangan Solivag, Oscar Spora, Theo Thomason Ada, Lucas Fossa, and that is your lot. 35 drivers battling for supremacy in what promises to be a very tough race indeed. It will be on slick tyres on a dry track, but that doesn't mean it's going to be any less tricky to negotiate. There are still a few damp patches around the circuit here and there, so that's obviously going to be a bit of an interesting one in terms of the negotiation of the battle out in the circuit. Just one kart to recover, that of Theo Hansen, who was obviously out of the circuit onto the bridge, as of course was the Sodi kart of Venedor Rabnas. So time to see how this one remaining race is going to play out. The Senior X30 final. 35 drivers battling for supremacy, and this race will send one very fortunate but also very deserving race driver to the Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero on the first week of November to compete amongst the Warriors in the IAME finals. This is such a prolific competition, one of the toughest to get into in motorsport. Those that haven't made it will get their chance again in the future. But certainly here at the IAME Nordic Cup, this is the last chance for the remaining 35 competitors to venture forward to Valencia. The 3 drivers that have made it so far, Adrian Mikkelsen, Ludwig Granqvist, and of course, our Junior X30 winner, Joachim Askeland, are now about to be joined by a 4th contender. Who is that going to be? Will it be the pole sitter, Tord Raugstad, who, if he wins his first race, will win the entire competition? Second position, of course, alongside, it's going to be a tough one for Alexander Johansson, who drove beautifully in the wet this morning, but it's not wet anymore. Can he sustain this position on the front row of the grid. Elina Lee-Rolfsen has been the most consistent driver of anybody out there other than the pole sitter Tord Raugstad. And a win yesterday definitely sets her up for a chance to go for the victory. But don't count out the Swede Vilma Svan, fourth on the grid, fastest in time qualifying, and certainly ever present at the sharp end of the dais. Fifth position for Philip Svensson and sixth position for Dennis Bjerke, two drivers who have already tasted the spoils of victory in Senior X30 this week. But will that be enough to set them up for a charge for the victory? This is so tough to call. Looking through this starting grid, I can see about 12 drivers who have what it takes to win. It is not going to be easy to call a victor in Senior X30's final. William Svensson lining up 7th on the grid was very good indeed this morning as well. As to all week has been Cornelia Constance Ruehelkrem. She's been very, very fast over the course of the week and has always been in contention. But will this final be her shining moment in the sunshine? 8th position on the grid. Max Anderson and Marius Barryberg have had a very tough week of it, but both have shown the speed that it takes to win. Will they get their chance in the final? It is tough, it is brutal, but now the waiting is over. Senior X30 is about to get underway. The drivers get themselves ready in position. For Tord Raugstad, the entire week has been building to this moment. It's going to be a very tricky situation for them all. But Tord Raugstad, from pole position, has a really tough mission on his hands. He has yet to win a race all week, but his consistency and his smooth and fluid race pace has been enough to get him to the pole position for the race that counts. For Tord Raugstad, this is the moment he's been waiting for. Alexander Johansson, though, second position, has been mighty in the wet, but is mighty in the wet going to be enough to win the whole competition now that we're back on slicks? Elina Lee-Rolfsen, Vilma Svan, Philip Svensson, and all of the competitors just in behind them are also going to have a very tough race of it for sure. But now that the rain has gone in time for the final, we're going to have 35 very hungry racing drivers, and they are all prepared for this moment. This is where the talking stops and the hunt for the victory begins. This is where it all gets particularly serious. Now we've got Tord Raugstad, Alexander Johansson, Elina Lee-Rolfsen, Vilma Svan, Philip Svensson and Dennis Bjerke. Then it is William Svensson, Cornelia Constance Ruehelkrem, Max Anderson, Marius Barryberg, Sebastian Svensson, Max Bostrom, Nicholas Dottensven, Verti Varnanen, Max Carlsen, Harold Matheson, Felix Johannesson, Joachim Matheson, Jonas Berglund, William Lundbo, Isaac Abramson, Kenneth Arsnes, Elias Hagen, Ina Karina Rostad, Konrad Bergheim Hansen, Amalie Hornseth, Krista Perpus, Ella Lademar, Thomas Grundalils, Linus Harnell, Jennifer Olsen, Jonathan Tangen Solvag, Oscar Spora, Theo Thomason, Ida, Lucas Fossa, and that's it. Can the 35 drivers give us a great race? I'm sure they will. Let's race at Varna! Tord Raugstad gets the perfect start as they head to the first corner and leads no problem at all in front of Elina Lee-Rolfsen. She hits second position. Great start for her, followed in by Philip Svensson. And there's a proper cluster as they work their way over the bridge for the first time. But everybody's just about got through without incident into the hairpin for the first time. Can everybody keep it together without flying off the road? Yes, we've got a clean start. Now under the bridge for the first time. Elina Lee-Rolfsen holds second in front of Svensson. And there's problems further back as William Svensson has made a terrific start. Up into fourth position through the hairpin for the first time, and everybody's keeping it nice and planted as they work their way through. No incidents on the opening lap. So out in front, Tord Raugstad has got the lead he wanted. Can he disappear? Rolfsen is second, Philip Svensson is third. Then it's Sebastian Svensson in fourth position ahead of William Svensson, Vilma Svan, Max Anderson, Dennis Bjerke. Alexander Johansson's dropped all the way to ninth. A very tough start. Whoa, Sebastian Svensson almost goes into the barriers over the bridge. He really is pushing it hard. And that's Philip Svensson through in a second position. So Philip Svensson gets through past Elina Lee-Rolfsen. Rolfsen's got to try and keep it together as she runs in behind Philip Svensson. Down to the hairpin, up to the braking zone. And Rolfsen, oh, big slide from Svensson. Whoa, he nearly went into the gravel. Goodness me. Oh, there has been an incident down at the bottom though. Yellow flags. Yellow flags as we've got an off down to the hairpin by the look of it. And that is one of, that looks like William Svensson to me. It's the 431. That's William Svensson. William Svensson has gone off the road and he's out of the race. So William Svensson, who was right up at the sharp end, is now out. Disaster for William Svensson. Game over for him, and there's yellow flags down at the hairpin. But up at the front, it's Tord Raugstad who leads it. Then Rolfsson, then Svensson, then Sebastian Svensson in front of Anderson. Very close fight at the top end of the field for the top 5. Still they battle away. Yellow flags down at the hairpin, so no overtaking. It's going to be a very tricky one as the races continue on their way through. But out in front, it is still Tord Raugstad, looking like a fairy tale winner here. 19 laps gone, 19 laps to go, sorry. Rolfsson is second. Red flags, red flags. We've got red flags on the course. So the race has been stopped. Not entirely sure what it's for, but the race has been red flagged. Well, looks like we've got another incident to look into then by the look of things. Philip Svensson had just taken the fastest lap of the race up to that point. But we seem to have lost Ella Lachtimar as well as Max Bostrom and Isaac Abramson. So 2 incidents there by the look of things. As, William Svensson has got himself back onto the racetrack a lap down and now parked it on the main straight. So I'm not sure what that means for the continuation of this one. But certainly we've got a couple of interesting incidents happening now up in the mix of racing, because we've got a red flag. The race has been stopped, and we seem to have 3 drivers not circulating. That's Ella Lachtemar, Max Bostrom, and Isaac Abramson. But looking in front of us, William Svensson has got going again. How did you overtake me, says Tord Raugstad. I didn't. I got lapped, but I've brought the car back onto the main straight. So the red flags are out here at the Senior X30 final of the IAME Nordic Cup. And we've got a couple of drivers, I think, to attend to after an incident on the course. So that's why we have red flags in Senior X30. A very dramatic end to the first couple of laps of racing. And obviously there is a protocol that needs to take place as a result of that. So the Senior X30 field are brought back onto the main straight again. And we now just wait for the protocols to be adhered to, as the drivers will obviously continue with their race in short process. But we have obviously got 2 drivers off the road at the hairpin, I believe, and that is Isaac Abramson and Max Bostrom. So I think that's the incident that we are under red flags for. But certainly a very tough race in Senior X30. And of course, because we have completed 2 laps of racing, I don't think that's going to be enough of a reason for a restart. So they are, I think, going to take their positions on the grid again in the positions they're currently in. So that's obviously going to be pretty dramatic, but it means that Tord Raugstad is going to be in the lead of the race in front of Elina Lee Rolfsson in second. And then in third place, it is going to be the Charles Leclerc driver, Philip Svensson, ahead of the fast-starting Sebastian Svensson on his LGK. Then Max Anderson, Vilma Svan in sixth from Dennis Bjerke. And then it will be Alexander Johansson in 8th position in the X-Brit. 9th place will be Niklas Tottersven. And then in 10th position, it is going to be the 425 of Max Carlsen, just ahead of Verti Vanenen. And then we will have in 12th position Kenneth Arsnes. Harold Matheson 13th ahead of Jonas Berglund. Ina Karina Rostad is making up good places, up to 15th position already. Then we have Elias Hagen moving forward, up into 16th. Joachim Matheson. Thomas Grandaliels has had a fantastic start, moving all the way to 18th. It's not been a great race so far for Marius Barry Berg, all the way down to 19th at the moment. 20th position is Conrad Bergheim Hansen. It's not been a great start either for Cornelia Constance Rura Helkrem. 21st at the moment for her. Then Linus Harnell, who has made a great start, 22nd place. William Lundbo, 23rd from Felix Johannesson. Then Oscar Spora, who's up 8 places. 26th is Krista Perpis, and then Amalie Hornseth in front of Jennifer Olsen. Lucas Fossa, Jonathan Tangan Solivag, Theo Thomason Aida, and then William Svensson, who managed to recover his kart after going off the road at the hairpin on the anti-penultimate corner of the course. And then, of course, we have Isaac Abramson, Max Bostrom, and Ella Lachtemar, who are the retirements of the race up to this point. Well, for any of those drivers who had a poor start, who were rather hoping that this red flag would give them a lifeline, that is not going to be the case, because the drivers are going to be restarting in the positions that they were in after the second lap. So it's not going to be a full restart. It is going to be the positions that they were in after 2 laps of racing. So it's definitely going to be an intriguing one for the competitors, especially, unfortunately, for those who have lost a lot of time off the start, because they're not going to be able to get back into their original starting positions. Instead, they will obviously find themselves in the positions they were in after 2 completed racing laps. That's particularly bad news for William Svensson, of course, who has now got to go into the race from the back end of the field. Looks as though we've got a driver rejoining after an incident earlier on. That is the 400. I think that's Bostrom trying to get back into the race with a fresh front fairing. So that could be interesting if that is going to be allowed to occur. But certainly Max Bostrom feels that after only 1 completed lap, he will be able to rejoin in the similar manner to which William Svensson did. But by my math, even if Bostrom takes the restart, he's going to be 2 laps down, because obviously he didn't complete, well, he completed 1 lap, I suppose, but he didn't complete the second lap. And technically speaking, I don't think Svensson did either, because they called the red flag just as he came back onto the circuit. So both of those drivers are going to be at least 1 lap down. So that doesn't make things particularly easy for them to suss out. But we're in a very interesting situation now, because a couple of the drivers are going to be sussing out what they're going to do now for the final. I see a couple of teams actually deciding they're going to change tyres, or at least change pressures of tyres. Now, that is a very interesting tactical decision. Of course, we are under red flag conditions, so as long as they stay within the regulations, they can obviously make the adjustments they need to. There's a couple of drivers here who definitely need a pat on the back before we go any further, though, in Senior X30. A lot of drivers making massive headway off the start. Some really big gains off the starting grid, and it's worth picking up on a few of these stories, because in 2 laps, we've had several drivers make up a lot of positions, namely Sebastian Svensson, who made up 7 places off the start. Not a bad run either for Kenneth Arsnes, who made up 10 places off the start. You've got to hand it to Ina Kurik, completion of 22 laps. So we're going to have 20 laps when we restart to complete this final, but it is not going to be easy for any of the drivers in the conclusion of this race. At least the circuit is now bone dry, so there's not going to be any debate as to whether we need wet tyres or not, or whatever. So that's not even a consideration anymore. Varna's still up there in the top 10 as well. It is going to be very tricky, but we've got a very tough race ahead of us. A lot of stiff competition coming in this final. There will be 20 laps to go when we recover and when we return to race battles again. But the race looks like, on pure pace, it's going to be between Tord Raustad, Alina D. Rolfsen and Philip Svensson. frantic work going on the kart at the very back of the grid. That is Max Bostrom, who was one of the two drivers getting involved in the incident on the first lap. I think the other driver was Isaac Abramson, who had that incident on the opening lap. The medical teams are obviously doing their protocols and their checks to make sure that Isaac is okay. A little bit of a strange incident on the run down to that hairpin, but obviously at least the medical teams are doing what they need to do, and obviously protocol must be followed and adhered to the letter, so we need to just allow the officials and the marshals to go ahead with that process. So the race official, race director, just grouping the drivers over for a quick conference before the race begins again. I think only some of them have heard that request, but certainly a fair few of them in conversation. I can't even begin to imagine what the tension must be like for the drivers, particularly in the top 5, knowing how difficult the first couple of laps were, but to be thrown a lifeline again, because if you're someone like Elina Lee Rolfsson, who was in second place but had a big gap to Tord Raugstad, this is very much a get-out-of-jail-free card for her, because the opportunity to then have another attack at Tord Raugstad in the early phase of the race has just been presented to her. Conversely, for Tord Raugstad, he probably thought on the beginning of the third lap, well, this race is won. I've got about 8-9 kart lengths, and that's going to be very difficult for everybody to catch up to me. Now, all of a sudden, it's been reset, and it's going to be a rolling start in single file, and that's going to be very tricky for him to hold the pressure cooker open on. But then for everybody else, there is a big opportunity here for Philip Svensson, for Max Anderson, for Sebastian Svensson in the LGK, for Vilma Svan in the Falcon, for the Falcon Racing Team Sweden squad. For so many drivers in this field, this gives them an even bigger opportunity to move forward, because it's essentially a fresh restart, but in single file formation. And not only is it single file formation, but it's also with 2 laps less of race time. So this does affect quite a bit in terms of the race strategy, because obviously we've had 2.5 laps of race time put at the front end of the field. You've got to feel for William Svensson, who obviously had that off at the gravel, managed to get the kart going again, but obviously now has to watch as the whole field not only passes him, but they're actually all going to be 1 lap ahead of him because of the time it took him to recover, which is the same problem that befell Max Bostrom. So they're trying to restart his kart and get it repaired again in time for the race. But they're already going to be a lap down. They must be praying for rain now, because that's really the only way they're going to have a factor in this race again in some way. The only other piece of news that I can give you is that I mentioned that Ella Lachtimar was not on the completion of the first lap because of her earlier illness that she told us she was having. She actually decided not to take the start of the race because it's unfortunately got the better of her in the lead up to this final race. So we can only assume that she needs to work a little bit more on that, get well soon, and hopefully Ella Lachtimar will be back to her best when she returns to her European campaign in the Champions of the Future Academy, and also, of course, in the mix for the IAME Series Finland. So the drivers are being positioned in their single file formation. This is so frustrating if you're William Svensson and Max Bostrom, because obviously they'll not only have to go to the back of the queue, but they'll have to basically pull a Ken Miles in order to get back into this race. They'll have to overtake the field once and then do it again if they want to win this race. So in 20 laps of Varna, I'm afraid that is not going to be possible unless something unbelievable happens over the course of the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. But that doesn't mean it's not worth fighting for. Every race you can learn something. Every race you can test the machinery and also test yourself and try and figure out where you can make the best gains. And there's also a little bit of bragging rights, a little bit of pride. You want to try and figure out where you would have finished, how well you would have been in those situations, because it's all those little elements that really give you a proper talking to in terms of your mindset as a racing driver. Well, we kind of need to get this race started relatively soon, because those clouds overhead are threatening to become a subplot in this final. We've already thrown a lot of moisture on the circuit. We'll do it again if you don't get this race hurried up. And that could be a real problem for these Senior X30 drivers. But of all the contenders in the week, they are the ones who are best placed and most experienced to cope with it. Not that they want to have that problem midway through a race in the Senior X30 final. So obviously the reason that we are no longer, we are not starting the race particularly quickly is because we're ending up having a, just a double check on protocol. There are a couple of people who need to be returning to their position fairly quickly. And obviously once everybody has reset to their original positions, then we can race. The beauty of being in Norway, of course, is that you only get 2 hours of darkness, so we could probably keep on racing until about 1 o'clock in the morning if we really needed to. Not that we're going to have that problem, of course, but there's enough sunlight to make it work. Okay, so one of the drivers obviously deciding that they needed to shed a little bit of weight before they got back into the race again. That is literally the only detail I'm going into on that one. I'm not really going any further with that story. I want to keep my job, thanks very much. I want to continue on with IAME Nordic Cup in 2025. All I'll tell you is that the driver is a few grams lighter than they were before they came into that restart. And it's probably best I don't embarrassing them by mentioning them by name, but they know exactly who they are. So this restart is going to be a fairly frenetic one and a properly frantic one as well, because we've got drivers up and down the length and breadth of the grid, some of whom have already made about half a dozen to a dozen places on the grid, and some of them who have gone in the reverse direction, because there's a fair few drivers who have really struggled on this first start. I mean, for particular notice, the likes of Marius Barry Berg and Constance Cornelia Røe-Helkrem, it's going to be a very tricky one for those two, having already lost a fair chunk of places. They're going to need to really get their heads down to make up the time lost. So this is where things are obviously going to be very tricky on the restart. The banks are flooded with spectators. They really are going to be in for a spectacular show when we restart. And obviously we're going to go from the end of the second lap in that order. So the drivers will obviously get a restart at the correct time. I think we're just making sure everything is A-OK in terms of protocol now, because obviously we are just double checking.
Mic pick. Thanks.
So obviously before we can go racing again, the medical teams have to be returned to their correct position. That is why we're waiting at the moment. So we obviously have to make sure that everybody is okay and in the correct positions on the grid. Here's Max Bostrom, who's gone for another jog to return himself back to the grid once again. And I think on the distant horizon, I see Isaac Abramson. So I think Isaac is okay, which is very good news. If that is the case, I'm certainly seeing on long range the cart that was involved in the incident, and I think that is Isaac Abramson, having had a little bit of a tumble. So at least the medical teams have done what they needed to do to go over the protocol. So all we really need to do now is reset the medical teams to their original positions so that we can legally get into the race once again. Once that's all been corrected, we will go back into the race action. But I think a lot of drivers want to make this happen sooner rather than later. There is a bit of a wind now, and those clouds are ever threatening. You don't want to get yourself into that debate before we go racing again. Are a lap down, so they're going to be back into the race, but from their point of view they're literally just trying to find their feet in terms of the remaining pace of the rest of this race. But it's going to be a tricky one, that's for sure. Well, fortunately, folks, we have now got the ambulance back into its original set position, so we are about to get restarted then for Senior X30. The process is very simple. We will start behind the slow boards into what will become officially lap 3. So after the race gets underway again, we will be under the slow boards. So the drivers will obviously be essentially still in race conditions, and I'm afraid to say that it looks as though we are going to go into this race without Max Bostrom. Very unfortunate indeed, but it looks as though the hard work they have tried to get the kart started again, they are running out of time to go racing, which is very unfortunate, but I think they're going to just try one last try to get him into the race. But it looks to me as though it's going to be a very losing battle. Well, I think they're going to try with what they've got. Essentially, they don't have any other alternatives. They go into the race. Hopefully, it's going to be good enough. They've got a new front fairing on the kart, which they're allowed to do because they've been given permission to basically have a new front fairing to continue to reset the race. But both William Svensson and Max Bostrom are going into this race a lap down, don't forget, because they only completed one of the 2 laps that we ended up racing in before we went to red flags. Unless, of course, they count William Svensson crossing the line at the end of the red flag as completing a second lap. If that's the case, then Svensson will be on the lead lap. But we'll only really find that out when we go into the snowboard procedure. It'll depend on how many laps they are judged to have completed. But the race is going to start under slowboard procedure. So essentially, the leader of the race becomes the pace car, and then they will go around for 1, potentially even 2 laps under the slowboard proceedings, and then we will have a restart as if it were yellow flags around the course. So it's not going to be a full restart on the 2 rows of tram lines. It's going to be single file under slow boards that we will get the restart underway, and it will be in just a few short moments time, because now we were only waiting for the ambulance to be put back into its original position, because what you have to take into account is that when the ambulance is needed, obviously the medical team and resources are there to do all of the checks that they need to do, and if a driver is needed to be referred to further treatment, then the ambulance needs to wait in attendance for the additional transport to be arranged, and then, only then, once the ambulance is put back into its reset position, which it is now, can we restart. So that was the only reason we were waiting. We obviously had to make sure that the safety protocols were adhered to first and foremost. This is a rather unique way to try and get the chassis back into its position for Max Bostrom's crew. They are determined for him to take up the start, and they're trying to bend the chassis back into well, essentially they're trying to bend the chassis back into a cart shape rather than into a banana shape, which I assume is the position it was in. So they're really trying every trick in the book to get Max Bostrom back into this race. And I have to say, it's a Herculean effort if he manages to complete the race. And I think that's going to be one of the stories of this Senior X30 final, which will, of course, be overshadowed by whoever comes through for the win. But if they manage to get to the end, I'll be a very impressed man indeed. So once again, folks, the race will be getting underway very shortly indeed, and it'll be under slow board procedure rather than the staggered 2 rows of tram lines. It'll be single file under slow board proceedings. So essentially we will go into lap number 3, and off we go into proceedings now. So Tord Rogstad will lead the race. Elina Rolfsson in second in front of Philip Svensson. And I am informed that there is only going to be 1 warm-up lap. So it'll be 1 warm-up lap only. But the drivers are going around, obviously, under what is deemed to be slow boards. Now, they do have to go rather quickly to warm their karts up. But the drivers are obviously going into this race rather quickly, I have to say, for Tord Raugstad. They're actually not going to give the mechanics much of a chance to get going again. So they may well end up having to do 2 laps around the course. And we're waiting to see, because obviously everybody's still coming around and clearing the circuit, so they will go around again, I do believe, as we are not under race conditions just yet. So we are in slow zone mode around the course. Again, the drivers are just trying to get the tyres and brakes up to temperature, so they go around for another slow zone lap. And obviously we will now have a grand total of 19 laps of running, because this first lap completed is going to count as that, because we stopped the race on the 3rd lap. So it's actually going to be a full 19 laps of continued running. but we are under yellow flag conditions. Now, what's happened to Marius Barryberg? What happened to Marius Barryberg? Because he's suddenly dropped all the way to the back of the field. Now, that is terrible news for Marius Barryberg. He's gone off the road and rejoined. So Marius Barryberg, essentially, his race has just started, but he's already over half a lap behind the rest of the field. So now it all comes down to Tord Rogstad. Are we going to go racing this time by, or are we going to be under slow zones? We are indeed green, 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 green. We're up underway at Varna in the final of the Senior X30 here in the IAME Nordic Cup. And Tord Rogstad leads the way. Alina Lee Rolfsen second place. Then Philip Svensson. Sebastian Svensson is in fourth position in front of Max Andersen, Vilma Svan, Alexander Johansson, Dennis Bjerke and Nicholas Stottersven ahead of Max Carlsen, Verti Varnanen and Jonas Berglund. So we're in race trim as out in front it is Tord Rogstad. Alina Lee Rolfsen is not happy, down to fourth position. By the look of it, she seems to be really aggrieved with the way she's been shuffled back to P4. Both Philip Svensson and Sebastian Svensson have gone through. Everybody else just trying to work their way through on the opening green flag lap. But out in front it is Tord Rogstad who leads the way. Tord Rogstad leads the way here in front of Philip Svensson and Sebastian Svensson. Alina Lee Rolfsen in fourth position ahead of Vilma Svan. And then Dennis Bjerke, who has worked his way forward to P6. So some great racecraft in the early stages then. Several drivers trying to work their magic forward, but I'm afraid for Marius Barryberg, it really is game over. He finds himself half a lap behind the rest of the field at this late stage, and there's nothing really he can do about that. But there's great midfield battles down to the hairpin. Drivers still battling away, hoping for a race win or two to come out of the woodwork. Few overtaking moves on the back straight. So Tord Rogstad leads the way in front of Philip Svensson, who is going to be pushing on this next lap. He's really going to be charging after Rogstad. Svensson in third, Rolfsen in fourth, fifth position. That is the Kart Republic of Dennis Bjerke in front of Alexander Johansson, Vilma Svan, Nicholas Stottersven and Max Andersen. Max Carlsen in P10 in front of Verti Varnanen as Philip Svensson sets the new fastest lap of the race. 0.2 of a second quicker than the race leader, Tord Rogstad. And Philip Svensson really is pushing this now. The Charles Leclerc chassis, he's really going for it. This could be a bid for the victory now from Svensson. Tord Rogstad really is pushing hard to try and get away, but it's not going to be easy. Tord Rogstad's under severe pressure now from Philip Svensson. Alina Lee Rolfsen is working very hard to get back into third position past Sebastian Svensson, and it looks like Alexander Johansson has lost a place to Vilma Svan, and not only to Vilma Svan, but I think also to the 408 of Niklas Stottersven. So a bit of a shuffle then as the drivers work their way through the battle for first, the battle for third, the battle for fifth. Very close indeed. And that's the move on the inside from Alina Lee Rolfsen. She gets into third place past Sebastian Svensson. So that's Rolfsen into third position. Very nicely done from the Tony Kart driver. So Alina Lee Rolfsen now into third place, chasing down the leaders once more. But if Tord Rogstad is going to struggle to fend off from Philip Svensson, then Alina Lee Rolfsen is not out of the woodwork to go for the victory. And up the inside, that's Vilma Svan going for fifth position, but running wide as here comes Niklas Stottersven round the outside. Alexander Johansson! What a move in the final bend to get alongside Vilma Svan. He's going to get some support from Max Andersen, who will dive in up the inside to go with Vilma Svan. And it's three wide in turn two. Drivers really shuffling this. Excellent racecraft. So Tord Rogstad still leads. Now back up the inside of Vilma Svan. That's a big defensive move. But it looks to me as though Niklas Stottersven has got through there on Vilma Svan, who now goes back down the order behind Carlsen. Goes behind Andersen, I should say, sorry. So it's Tord Rogstad and Philip Svensson. Then it's Alina Lee Rolfsen in third. Fourth position for Sebastian Svensson. Then it is Alexander Johansson, who's done brilliantly to get back up the order in fifth position. Really worked his magic to get further forward. The wind is increasing, 13 laps to go, and I think there's a little bit of rain in the air. So this race could change dramatically in the next few minutes if the rain starts to fall. It's been fantastic racing up to this point so far though, but Tord Rogstad is under massive pressure from Philip Svensson. Svensson is right there, down the drop to the hairpin. Svensson is having a look at the inside line for Tord Rogstad, but Rogstad still leads it. Rolfsen in third behind them. Fourth place for Sebastian Svensson. Fastest lap of the race came through last time by for Philip Svensson. He's going to be getting impatient, sat behind the leader Tord Rogstad. So now we're going to get a furious battle. Svensson looks like he could be firing up a move here on Tord Rogstad. Tightens up, looks for the move into the first couple of corners. 12 laps to go in the Senior X30 final and the chance to get into the IAME Warriors final in Spain. Great racing everywhere you look. No driver is prepared to back down from the fight. And Tord Raugstad holds on from Philip Svensson for the time being. Rolfsson is still there in third, and she's doing a terrific job. Fourth place for Sebastian Svensson, then behind them in fifth is Johansson, then it's Dottersven, Bjerke, Andersen, Svan. Very close stuff at the moment, up at the sharp end of the field. Tord Raugstad and Philip Svensson still dueling for the victory. Rolfsson is third, Svensson in fourth position. That's Sebastian Svensson in the LGK. But can the Charles Leclerc chassis driver Philip Svensson get on terms with Tord Raugstad, who leads the race and has yet to win a race all week, don't forget. It's going to be really tough in the closing stages. But can Tord Raugstad get the victory? We've got a driver coming down pit road by the look of it. That is Oscar Spora, I do believe. Well, we've got a driver coming into the pits for what looks like a retirement. I think we've had problems already for Ina Karina Rostad out of the race after 4 laps. So Ina Karina Rostad sadly retiring from this race. And it looks as though so too has William Lundbo. So William Lundbo pulls off to retire from the race. The top 4 are tightening up here. And look at the squabble in the middle of the field. It really is getting hectic. So many drivers gunning for position as they squabble out of the final couple of corners. At least 8 drivers there in the mix, trying to go for a race move here or there. It's ridiculously close all the way around the course as everybody battles for position, but the leaders are still nose to tail. Tord Raugstad ahead of the man in second, Philip Svensson. But there are great races everywhere you look around this course. Philip Svensson still pushing on. Just in behind Tord Raugstad. Raugstad is hanging on for dear life for this victory. It's not going to be easy to hang on to. Philip Svensson still looking confident. A great battle between Vilma Svan, having just got through on the inside of Niklas Dottersven. Max Anderson has ended up running out of opportunities there. It looks like he's got a hole in his front fairing. Never mind having damage to the front fairing, it looks like there's a hole in it. I've never seen a hole that big before in a front fairing. So Tord Raugstad again just defending for Philip Svensson. They drop down the hill up towards the hairpin. Still no overtaking move, but Alina Lee Rolfsson has well and truly dropped Sebastian Svensson. She's the one really making the difference here. Alina Lee Rolfsson could well be the one to challenge for the victory up against the 2 drivers up front. She needs to stay close, because if Rolfsson is close enough to the leading 2, then they tangle. Rolfsson could come through for the victory. 8 laps to go. You've got to stay hungry, you've got to stay strong. It's going to be really tough to break the difference now. But Rolfsson is catching up to the leading duo. Tord Raugstad leads the way from Philip Svensson, but here comes Alina Lee Rolfsson. She really is catching up to the 2 of them now. Tord Raugstad and Philip Svensson are really struggling to get away from the furious lady in 3rd position. Really pushing hard to catch up the deficit. Raugstad, Svensson and Rolfsson. 3 drivers in the fight for this victory now. Sebastian Svensson's trying to stay with them, but it's clearly Alina Lee Rolfsson that's got the setup and the pace to challenge the leaders now. 7 laps to go. Anything could happen. Stay hungry, Alina. You never know. There could be a big battle in front, and there might just be a chance to pop up and overtake both drivers. Here comes the move! Philip Svensson dives in on Tord Raugstad, makes the overtake. Rolfsson's now going to try and get through on Tord Raugstad as well, and she's there! 2nd place for Rolfsson. So now Philip Svensson's in the lead, but Rolfsson's in a 2nd. Raugstad is down to 3rd position, and I don't think Tord Raugstad's going to be happy about that. So now Raugstad has got a choice here to work with Alina Lee Rolfsson, who's clearly going to be quick. Can she close up on Philip Svensson? Svensson's your leader. Rolfsson in 2nd place. 3rd place for the former leader, Tord Raugstad. This is going to be a tight run for the last 6 laps. Alina Lee Rolfsson really feels like she could take the victory. What if she steals the IAME Nordic Cup from the jaws of defeat? Working hard here to tag on behind Philip Svensson. Svensson's going well in the lead of the race in the Charles Leclerc chassis, but it's a furious comeback now from Alina Lee Rolfsson. She could do this. Down the drop, she's actually dropping Raugstad. Now she's got a chance to go after Svensson, and she is the quickest driver on the track right now. Tord Raugstad goes faster than anybody in the 2nd split. She wants to be very careful here, because Tord Raugstad is bouncing back in this race now. Three drivers hunting for the victory in the IAME Nordic Cup 2024. 5 laps remaining. It's going to be so close, whatever happens. Dive in the final turn as more overtakes come in furiously. A very fast run. It's going to be so tight in the closing stages. But can Elina Lee Rolfsen make the difference and go after Philip Svensson in the closing stages? She's certainly got a fast Tony Kart underneath her right foot. Dropping down the hill to the hairpin. Back on the power. Rolfsen looking strong in behind Philip Svensson. Tord Raugstad down to third. He'll be kicking himself that he let them both go. But Philip Svensson might have pressure from Elina Lee Rolfsen now. She's got nothing to lose. Second position isn't going to be good enough for a World Finals ticket, and Rolfsen knows it. She can charge after Svensson now. 4 laps remain. And I can tell you that the fastest of the 3 of them at the moment is Elina Lee Rolfsen. Second position, definitely charging after Svensson. Onto the back straight again. It's going to be so tight all the way to the finish between these 3 as Vilma Svan gets the fastest lap of the race further back. And there's a yellow flag down at the hairpin. A yellow flag. We've had somebody off the road there. So yellow flags, no overtaking on the run down to the hairpin. Green flags as they come back up the hill again. So we've had somebody go off the road there trying to see who has fallen away from the fray. I think it might be Niklas Stottersven. So Niklas Stottersven has fallen down to the back end of the field. And fair play to Marius Barryberg. He has caught and passed Theo Thomason Ada. So Marius Barryberg has not given up at any point in this race and is actually going to close up with some of the slower drivers in this race. But Philip Svensson leads. Elina Lee Rolfsen still second, and it really is going to be tight between these 3. Elina Lee Rolfsen really is ramping up the attack now on the Charles Leclerc chassis of Philip Svensson. Can she get there? She's really starting to make the difference now. She'll never have raced harder than she has at the moment. Don't forget, Philip Svensson already a race winner this weekend. So too is Elina Lee Rolfsen. And Elina Lee Rolfsen obviously represented her nation in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy last year. Such a prestigious honour, shared, ironically enough, by the man who gives his name to the chassis in front of her, Charles Leclerc. Around the hairpin, Vilma Svan bangs in another new fastest lap, but how close is Elina Lee Rolfsen going to be to Svensson this time? She takes another 1/10 of a second out of him. The gap between them is 3/10 of a second with 2 laps remaining. Can Elina Lee Rolfsen do this? Up the hill. And Elina Lee Rolfsen's really going to have to pull something special out of the bag here to take on Philip. But as they come through the final few corners, your winner in the IAME Nordic Cup 2024 is Philip Svensson! Such an amazing fight all the way to the end. Elina Lee Rolfsen misses out in second. Tord Raugstad so near but so far. But what a victory for Philip Svensson. An amazing final from Philip Svensson. Put all the pressure on Tord Raugstad. Picked his moment with a few laps to go. Was joined in the fight by Elina Lee Rolfsen, who just ran out of laps to take him on. But what an amazing race and what a fantastic result as Elina Lee Rolfsen and Tord Raugstad will join our winner on the podium, Philip Svensson. Such an incredible race. An amazing way to end this fantastic week of motorsport. And for Philip Svensson, it is a victorious result. The Charles Leclerc chassis driver, Philip Svensson, has totally eclipsed the field in a very tough race fight. Philip Svensson takes the victory from Elina Lee Rolfsen, Tord Raugstad and Sebastian Svensson from Dennis Bjerke and Vilma Svan. Alexander Johansson, Max Anderson in 8th place from Joachim Mattheson and Elias Hagen. Thomas Grundalils from Cornelia Constance Röherkrem in 12th position. Oskar Spora ahead of Max Carlsen, Verti Varnanen and Krista Perpis. Max Bostrom, what a drive to 17th after nearly missing the start. Felix Johannesson in 18th position. 19th for William Svensson, 20th for Harold Mattison. Linus Harnell in 21st position in front of Amelie Hornseth. And then Kenneth Arsnes from Jennifer Olsen, Jonathan Tangan Solivag, Lucas Fossa, brilliant drive as well from Elina Lee Rolfsen. Hard luck for Tord Raugstad, but they both come away with trophies at least. Our next port of call is going to be the podium ceremony, and what a ceremony it is going to be. You want to stick around for that because we will have 5 very happy podiums filled with 15 very happy drivers. Attention paddock, attention paddock. A reminder to all competitors in the Cadet, Mini and Junior 60 competitions that we would like you all to stay for the podium presentation. That is all drivers in the Cadet, Mini and Junior 60 competitions. We would like you all to stay for the podium presentation, so don't disappear, because in those three classes in particular, in Cadet, Mini and Junior 60, we have a presentation for all of you. So do please stick around for that. Also, if you have rented equipment this weekend, please make sure you return it before you leave the circuit. You cannot really afford to drive away with it, because the process of getting it back is going to be very tricky, because of course the host organizer is not from Norway. So if you have rented any equipment, then please make sure you return it as soon as possible. Thank you very much. Attention paddock, attention paddock. If there is anybody that has mislaid a wheel gun, if anybody is missing a wheel gun, it has been returned to race office. So check your toolkits. If there is anybody who has -1 wheel gun, then it has been handed in to race office. Before you leave, just make sure that you collect your wheel gun, otherwise it will remain here at KNA Varna for a while. Thank you. Attention paddock, attention paddock. Mini and Junior 60 are clear from Parc Ferme. Mini and Junior 60 are clear from Parc Ferme. Thank you. Folks, obviously, we do apologise for the slight delay in the podium presentations. Obviously, there's been a delay in the majority of the schedule up to this point, but we will try and get the podium presentations underway as soon as humanly possible. If you can be continue to be patient for another 5-10 minutes or so, we should be able to get the podium presentation started very soon. Just a reminder to all drivers, that is all drivers in the Cadet, Mini and Junior 60 campaigns, you will all be welcome to the podium presentation because there is going to be something presented to each of you no matter where you finished. So that is all drivers in Cadet, Mini and Junior 60. All drivers are requested to be at the podium as there will be a presentation to each racer in those 3 categories. Thank you. Attention paddock, attention paddock. We will be ready to start our podium presentation in 5 minutes time. We will be ready to start the presentation in 5 minutes time. Thank you. Attention paddock, attention paddock. All classes are now clear of Parc Fermé. All classes are now clear of Parc Fermé. Thank you. Well, I think we are just about ready to get underway with our presentation ceremony. First of all, a massive thank you to everybody from the track staff here at KNA Varna and all the volunteers and everybody for helping to run IAME Nordic Cup 2024. A massive congratulations to X Promotions for all the hard work. I think you should give everybody who has been helping to organize the event a massive round of applause. Thank you very much indeed to everybody for such an amazing event. A great start to IAME Nordic Cup. To present the trophies, we are going to welcome Jordan Ingebrigtsen, who will give the trophies to all of our participants. We're going to start with the competitors in the Cadet. So the following drivers will need to come forward and collect a participation trophy. Marcus Alberg. Where is Marcus? Come on. Everyone gets the trophy to take away for participation. Thank you, Marcus. If you want to stand at the front of the trophy, you can. In the front of the podium, you can do so. Just in the front here. Perfect. Jenny Nordvang. Where is Jenny? Congratulations, Jenny. Lucas Cangasalo. Well done to Lucas. Eighth position, William Tisdevol. Where is William? Is William still here? Okay, if we hand the trophy over to William later in the day. Seventh position, Theo Sandstrom. Well done, Theo. Into the front, perfect. Sixth place, Kasper Nesset. Well done, Kasper. And now, of course, we move on to the 5 top trophies. It's always the top 5 in IAME Nordic. So in 5th position for Norway, Liam Strand. Come forward, Liam. Has Liam already moved on? I think he may have had to drive home. Okay, well, no problem. We will make sure that Liam gets his trophy for the next one. In 4th position for Sweden, Aston Fornborn. Well done, Aston. Now, Aston, I'm going to stand you just here to the side. In fact, I'm actually going to get you to stand on the podium so that you're taller than the other competitors. You can stand there on the 2nd place as well, because otherwise people won't see you. You can stand up there. Thank you. In 3rd position for Norway, Angel Solheim. Congratulations, Angel. Fantastic performance. You go to the 3rd place stand. Thank you very much. Into number 3. In 2nd position, also for Norway, Philip Bakkegard. Congratulations, Philip. You go to the 2nd step. Nice and careful. It's a heavy trophy. Careful, my friend. But your Cadet final winner for the IAME Nordic Cup 2024, Nikolai Pietras. Well done, Nikolai. He receives the LeConte hat and the trophy. That's going to be tricky, but you can make your way to the top step of the podium. Well done, guys. Fantastic stuff. Oh, I see that Aston Fornborn's come to join his colleagues in the front. That's all very well. So there we are, ladies and gentlemen. We got the pictures together. Tell you what, guys, if you move a little bit further away, a little bit further down, everybody move further along. That's it. Go a bit further along. Then we've got everybody towards the middle. Keep going, keep going. That's it. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. How about that then, ladies and gentlemen? You can get your pictures now. The Cadet IAME Nordic Cup Podium. And to celebrate the winning driver, Nikolai Pietras, we should be able to hear the national anthem for Norway. forward, Theodore. Come on forward, Theodore. In 14th position, Ole Schmistad. A very good effort all week, Ole. Well done. In 13, Axel Ramenhatla. In 12, Christian Gether-Gundersen. In 11th, Oscar Pulsberg. In 10th place, Julian Dalheim-Lee. In 9th, Magnus Praten. Come on, Magnus. In 8th position, Thomas Norway. In 7th, Vebjorn Danielsen Glende. And in 6th place, Silas Severeld Elfsen. So now we have trophies for the contenders in the top 5. In 5th position, Marcus Bordirangard. Well done, Marcus. In 4th position, Espen Moe. Great job, Espen. In 3rd position, Robin Panian Sveen. Great race. In 2nd position, Lucas Emil Loftus. There we are. It's a heavy trophy. But your winner of the IAME Nordic Cup 2024 in the mini category and with an IAME Warriors final ticket to Spain, Adrian Mikkelsen! Congratulations, Adrian. One of the first drivers to be confirmed on the starting grid for the IAME Warriors final in Valencia. We'll give you that ticket in just a moment. But first, we have once again, for all of the drivers on the grid in Mini, the national anthem for Norway. Congratulations. There is one final thing to give you, Adrian, which is, of course, what you came here for. The one final thing that you need to be presented with. And it is the entry ticket to the IAME Warriors final at the Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero in Spain in November. Congratulations. You're going to Spain. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you've enjoyed the racing from the minis. They have been absolutely fantastic all weekend long. Give them a huge round of applause. Your mini class of 2024. Take your time coming down from the podium. You've all got a lot to carry. Well done. Excellent work. Everybody can be so proud of the drivers in Mini. Yes, I agree. Now we move on to the Junior 60 category. We have 9 trophies to give before we move to the top 5. In P14, Philip Slatlem. Well done, Philip. In 13, Wilton Eckenberg. Well done, Wilton. In 12, Liam Nord. Is Liam still here? Liam, we're going to give the trophy to Liam later, that's fine. In 11, Alexander Frickberg. Alex still here? I think they've had to make a move as well. We'll make sure he gets it. In P10, Adrian Forash. Well done, Adrian. In 9, Dominic Opsal. Well done, Dominic. In 8, Noel Hallin. Well done, Noel. In 7th, Kevin Garib. I think we need to give Kevin his trophy later. And finally, in 6th place, Niklas Kangasalo. What a star drive from Niklas, the only driver brave enough to switch to slicks. I tell you what, you 3 guys go onto that side of the podium. That's it. Adrian, you go on that side as well. Just these 2. Just these 2 to that side. To that side, there we go. Yes. And then we got 3 on each, you see? That's how that's gone. So now to the top 5 in Junior 60. In 5th position, Norbert Blazewski. Well done, Norbert. Great job. In 4th position, Jacob Berget. Well done, Jacob. And then to the overall top 3. I think you're going to be on this side, I think. There we go. Perfect. So to our top 3 drivers. In 3rd position for Sweden, Jack Solomonsson. Well done, Jack. Congratulations. In 2nd position for Norway, Patrick Christiansen. An amazing fight right the way to the last lap, Patrick. Well done, buddy. Excellent racing. But your race winner in the IAME Nordic Cup 2024 Junior 60 Final for Sweden, Ludwig Granqvist. Well done, Ludwig. Excellent result. And now, in deference to our winner on the top step of the podium, the national anthem for Sweden. Congratulations to Ludwig Granqvist. But before you guys go, there is one more thing we need to present to our race winner on the top step of the podium, to Ludwig Granqvist. You are going away with the ticket to the International Catadromo Lucas Guerrero, where you'll be competing in the mini category of the IWF 2024. We'll see you in Spain. So once again, guys, congratulations to the class of 2024 in Junior 60 in the IAME Nordic Cup. Well done, guys. Congratulations. Well, there was always going to be one. Don't worry, I'm sure it'll be repairable. Right, so now we come to the Junior and Senior X30 affairs. There is an additional trophy, which is for the top 3 in the X30 ladies category. So we will have a podium ceremony for the top 3 drivers in the X30 ladies discipline. In 3rd position, Marie Barryberg. Congratulations, Marie. 3rd position in the ladies category. In 2nd position, Linja Jensen. Congratulations, Linja. And the winning driver in the X30 lady category for the IAME Nordic Cup 2024, Elina Lirovsen. And in deference to our driver on the top step of the podium, we will hear once more the national anthem for Norway. Perhaps it's not possible on this occasion, but no problems then. We will move on. But a massive congratulations to our 3 drivers in the ladies category. Marie Barryberg, Linja Jensen and Elina Lirovsen. Congratulations, guys. Well done. Excellent work. So now we will move forward to the X30 Juniors. A very competitive race, and we have prizes for the top 5 drivers. In 5th position, Marie Barryberg. Back to the podium one more time. In 5th position, there we are. In 4th place, Fredrik Fludeng-Bredsen. Congratulations, Fred. I tell you what, Marie, if you stand that side, Frederick will stand this side, and that will look a bit more symmetrical. There we are. Perfect. In 3rd position, Linja Jensen. Congratulations, Linja. In 2nd position, Alexander Rockstadt. Alex so determined to get to the podium, he walked straight past his trophy. But your race winner in the IAME Nordic Cup 2024 X30 Junior Final, Joachim Askeland! Congratulations, Joachim. And in deference to the 5 drivers on the podium, hopefully this time we will be able to hear for the winning driver and ironically the other 4 drivers on the podium as well, the national anthem for Norway. Congratulations, guys, but there is one more thing we need to present as Rockstad gets a proper soaking. There is one more thing we need to provide for Joachim Askeland, and that is the winning ticket to the IAME Warriors Final in Spain 2024. Congratulations to Joachim Askeland! So to the penultimate presentation on the podium, there is just one special award, and it is for the X30 Master that came through as the winning competition driver for that class. Please welcome Kenneth Oshnes. Well done, Kenneth. A nice presentation after a fantastic run. So after a brilliant competition in the middle of the pack and a fantastic race performance, we give the winning trophy in the X30 Master to Kenneth Oshnes. Congratulations, Kenneth. Well done, sir. Thank you very much indeed. And so now we come to our final presentation, the top 5 in Senior X30. A very competitive race all the way through, I'm sure you'll agree. And it is almost an all-Norwegian podium. In 5th position, Dennis Bjerke. Well done, Dennis. A fantastic race in the Senior X30 final. 5th position for you. If you go the other side of the 3rd, that will make a lot more sense when it all comes together. There we are. In 4th position, Tord Raukstad. Well done to Tord. Fantastic run. Very worthy and deserving place on the podium for Tord after a great week. In 3rd position, Sebastian Svensson. Congratulations, Sebastian. Excellent work. In 2nd position, Elina Lee Rolfsen. A fantastic performance from the leading X30 driver in the ladies category, 2nd overall in Senior X30. But your race winner in the IAME Nordic Cup 2024 X30 Senior Final, Philip Svensson. Congratulations to our man on the top step of the podium, and in deference to him, the national anthem for Norway. A big congratulations to our drivers on the podium, but there's one more thing to present to Philip Svensson on the top step of the podium, and that is the prize with which he will take with him to Spain for the IAME Warriors Final. The last ticket for Senior X30 in the IAME Warriors Final. You're off to Spain, Philip. We'll see you there. Congratulations. So, ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Dennis Bjerke, Tord Raukstad, Sebastian Svensson, Elina Lee Rolfsen, and Philip Svensson! Well, a hearty congratulations to our drivers then in the IAME Nordic Cup 2024. We hope you've all enjoyed every single moment of the racing, from qualifying through the heats to the superheats and to the finals. We can't wait to do it all again. A big thank you to everyone at X Promotions and to the karting club here at Cadet Varna. I've been Jake Sanson. I've really enjoyed my first visit to Norway. I can't wait to come back. Thank you all very much indeed. See you again. Thank you.